Netcasts you love.
From people you trust.
This is TWiT.
Bandwidth for TWiT specials is provided by Cachefly at CACHEFLY.com.
As an entrepreneur myself, I'm always surprised on how the internet can always have a next thing that we don't know about. There is a new space, which is the sharing economy. And there are a few pioneers of this space. And what's incredible is that a few years ago, we had no idea this would happen, no idea that this huge space and opportunity would exist. And there is one player who is the pioneer, the symbol of this sharing economy, and that's Airbnb. So I'd like to welcome the person who is behind 100,000 rooms right now on the site. He will explain that you can use. And he's the #1 challenge of the whole hotel industry. And he's barely a few years old. So please help me welcome Brian Chesky, who is the co-founder and CEO of Airbnb, with Sarah Lane, who is the host and producer of TWiT. Welcome.
Welcome.
Thank you. Where do you want me to sit?
I think we can both sit in the middle here.
All right.
Hey, everybody. Good morning. All right, so Brian, you and I just met backstage for the first time before, but I'm very familiar with Airbnb because I actually used it to stay here in Paris for LeWeb last year. It was a really good experience, but for anybody out there who really doesn't understand what Airbnb is, concept.
So yeah, we like to say that Airbnb is part of this new economy built around the idea of sharing. And we allow you to list or book unique spaces or experiences with real people. And we're in over 19,000 cities in 192 countries. And our original vision was, what if you could book somebody's bedroom the way you could book a hotel anywhere around the world? And what's grown from that is people listing not just their bedrooms, but their entire homes, castles, boats, tree houses, and all sorts of unique spaces.
Well, yeah, so when I first heard of Airbnb, I said, oh, okay, so it's a couch surfing type of a business where people say, yeah, I've got some extra room on my couch, you can stay if you're not a crazy person type of a thing. So Airbnb can work in that way if somebody has a guest room or even a space in their living room, but you can also rent out a beautiful villa in Tuscany if the person who owns that property feels like renting it.
You know, the company started, the original name Airbnb comes from a longer name, which was Air Bed and Breakfast, because we one day, Joe and I, 2 of the 3 co-founders, we wanted to rent out our apartment. We didn't have enough money for rent. And so we decided to create a bed and breakfast, but we didn't have any money, we didn't have any beds, so we created an Air Bed and Breakfast. So it kind of started in that area, a little closer to couch surfing. And then we realized all these people want to rent out bedrooms. And then pretty soon people want to rent out their entire homes and apartments. And now we have entire villas, we have castles, we have private islands. The country of Liechtenstein rented their entire country out on our website for $700,000 a night. Prince Hansan II was your host. You got to change the names of the streets and rent out the sports stadiums. And now, like, Conan O'Brien rented his stage on our website. President Obama, the home he vacationed in last Christmas in Hawaii is on our website. So it's a pretty wide range of spaces.
You've gotten a lot of press. I remember, I think you told me in 2008, you started the company from nothing, a couple credit cards, then you got a little funding from Y Combinator, and then this year you got quite a bit more funding, which is why you're expanding exponentially. Somebody like Conan O'Brien, which is big, very popular TV host in the States, renting out his stage. I mean, it's kind of a fun little gimmick, you know, to get people interested, but how many signups would Airbnb get from something like that? From obviously an audience that might have never heard about it otherwise.
So usually when you get these really big press events, we always imagine that it's going to lead to this huge spike of press. And a lot of entrepreneurs think when they get press, it's going to like change their business. And the truth is it doesn't. Like a whole bunch of people hear about you, but that doesn't necessarily mean you're going to get more revenue. You know, in a travel business or, you know, in a site where it's important to be top of mind, you're not necessarily going to use the site if you hear about it once, but if you hear about 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times. So, the people that heard about Conan, maybe then they're going to hear about it from their friends and some other people. So it doesn't lead to any specific spike. It's just part of being kind of part of the zeitgeist, being part of just a share of mind. Getting mind share is really important.
I think Airbnb started to become part of almost a vernacular, to the point where I heard the city of New York was like, what is this Airbnb thing? Are they going to take down our hotel industry? What happened there?
So actually, this is a bit of a misconception. Early 2000s, there were these landlords renting out entire apartments and turning them into hotels. So they passed this legislation to stop these landlords from doing that. And the bill was written very broadly, so people were concerned that Airbnb was going to be a target of that. But that was a year and a half ago, and since then we've not been a target. Today, we have 8,500 listings in New York on Airbnb, and if a traveler stays in New York City tonight, we are the #1 provider of accommodation. They're more likely to stay with us than anybody else. That's how pervasive it is. And in New York City, people are making thousands of dollars. Here in Paris, the average host makes $5,400 a year renting their place on our website, and that's renting their space 4 nights a month.
So that was just New York saying, wait a second, are they doing what I think they're doing, where they're turning properties into hotels that are not up to code?
Actually, they didn't even know about us. They never heard about us when they passed the legislation. So they never heard about us. And the vast majority of people on our website, rent out their own space that they're not using. And we think that's what this idea of the sharing economy is about. It's about if you have something extra that you're not using, and by the way, your rent, your house is typically a week, a month of your paycheck. So if you're spending a week of your month just working to pay off the space that you're in and you're not using most of that space, there's somebody around the world that might want to use that. And that was kind of where we started. And we started to think, well, if that can be applied to your home, why couldn't it be applied to your backyard? Why couldn't it be applied to your driveway or any other space? And so we're starting to see that Airbnb is not only spreading around the world, it's in every country but North Korea, the People's Republic of Congo, and one other. But it's really about people renting out anything extra that they have.
Okay, so when I leave Paris in a few days, I'm lucky enough to go down to Barcelona and decided to stay in an Airbnb. Yeah. Lots of Airbnb rentals in Barcelona. It's crazy. Picked one that I think I really like. And part of what I do whenever I'm trying to think of if it's the kind of place I want to go, I make sure that the host has a good rating. Ratings are based on how quickly they get back to people, good reviews from people who've stayed in their properties. So there are all of those factors. And the folks that I chose also had a few other listings. I went, oh, okay, so this isn't their house. This is one of some of the properties that they have. All the properties seem very nice. Do you guys care if somebody only has one modest little studio with all of their personal effects that they're renting out versus someone who seems more like a landlord that has a variety of properties?
We have a few kind of guidelines at Airbnb. We like to say Airbnb is about a way for real people to rent out unique spaces. By unique spaces, we mean not like a hotel, like the hotels here in San Francisco or in Paris that people are staying at, where every room's kind of the same. We want the photos to be of that exact place you're going to stay. We want a person to be able to communicate with you. It's really about a community of ordinary people. That being said, it's becoming a platform. We saw this with eBay, where you started to have this notion of the power sellers. So, I think that's really, certainly an interesting part of the community, but it's definitely a small part of the community. The majority of people are artists, they're photographers, they're, people in the startup industry, they're, families, they're really people all over the world that are just renting their extra space, whether it's their primary home or their second home. And some of the other really interesting benefits, this is something that is not super obvious. So when you go to a hotel, a lot of cities, all the hotels are typically in one area. There's a designated commercial hotel district. And what happens is because all the hotels are there, that's where all the tourists are. And because that's where all the tourists are, that's where all the restaurants are, right? Yeah. There's a lot of restaurants. And those restaurants aren't the restaurants that the local Parisians eat at. Those are restaurants that the tourists eat at. And so they end up being the same restaurants that are in Berlin, or the same restaurants that are in Miami. You have these chains of hotels, you have these chains of restaurants and all these businesses. And the really cool thing about Airbnb is that people in Paris or New York or these other cities are literally staying in neighborhoods, in every neighborhood and almost every block of the city. So that means we're really expanding tourism. It's kind of like this tourism 2.0. And we're bringing business into these local businesses, local coffee shops that have only been patroned by locals. And that really kickstarts word of mouth. So we're starting to see this huge amount of benefits from local businesses. So I think that's one of the really interesting things that's not super obvious.
When you are someone who rents your space, whether it's a house or a room or a driveway, and you don't get back to people who are pinging you like, hey, is December 7th going to be good? Your response rating goes down.
Yep.
You might have like a 63% response rating. Someone like me says, I don't know if I want to deal with this man or this woman because they don't get back to people quick enough. Does Airbnb intervene at all if somebody seems to have a great place but is just like not picking up their side of the bargain?
Yeah, and that's one of the things we've learned. When we first built this website, we wanted the whole thing to be super automated. And then we started realizing we're a business that's connecting people in person. It's about relationships. And so we try to have a relationship with all the hosts on our website. So we have we call it like an activation team. It's kind of like an account management team. And we also have a pretty active customer support team that will reach out to hosts if they're not being responsive. And if they don't meet a certain threshold, we'll just deactivate their account. And so they will have to contact us if they want to relist their place. So we try to be very active about how we manage the marketplace. And that's one of the keys to a site like ours, that you have to be a bit more hands-on than I think we thought we had to be in the early days.
Interesting. So over the summer, there was an incident, an Airbnb incident, which was, I think anybody would agree, was a total fluke, crazy exception, where somebody had her house vandalized. And because of that, you had to put more security measures in effect and make sure that other, I don't want to say landlords, Airbnbs, felt safe to have strangers in their home. Sometimes people that you wouldn't even meet face to face because you're going to leave a key somewhere. Yep. How did that affect the way that you ran the business going forward? Well,
when we built this company, we literally would use these experiences, these examples, to build and make a better product. And I think what happened is, for us, it made us take this issue to really expedite things we were already planning on doing. So, when there was an issue with this one apartment, we decided that we wanted to beef up the security on our site. And over the course of 2 weeks, we had a whole bunch of products in development, and then we had a few other things we always thought about doing that we had never done. So over the 2-week period, we just rolled out this myriad of products, over 40 different trust and safety features. And a few of them, the two things that I'm really excited about are that one was a 24/7 customer support line. So we always had always had customer support. We decided we want to be 24/7, which for a website, a lot of people don't want to. Most technology companies don't want to have a 24/7 line. And the other thing is we decided to roll out a $50,000 guarantee for all the hosts on our website in major countries, where it was a guarantee against theft and vandalism. And I think for us it was a bit of a wake-up call that we had to do more. And I think going forward, we're going to continually try to use the community to learn. One of the reasons that I think people are responding to the site is that we built the site for ourselves. This site was this way for me to make rent. I wasn't aspiring to start a website. We wanted to just make rent one weekend. We needed to we didn't have money for rent. And going forward, when we started growing, we built this company out of an apartment, a 3-bedroom apartment, and then pretty soon we ran out of space on our apartment. And I actually ended up moving out of our apartment because we needed more office space. So for almost a whole year, I lived on our website in San Francisco, staying from apartment to apartment all over the city. It's amazing, when you actually, when you bought an iPhone or you bought an iPod, Steve Jobs didn't come and sleep on your couch, but I did. And so that was the pretty interesting thing, actually meeting every one of these users. And everyone has a unique story. And we built the iPhone app. I was actually testing the iPhone app, and I was like, oh, this doesn't work. So we were getting all this real-world testing. And I'm doing the same thing now. We're actually in development of an Android application. It's one of the most frequently asked questions, when are you coming out with the Android application? And that's something we've been working on for a real long time, and that's coming out in the next month.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, that'll make a lot of people happy. So iPhone app, Android app. What about iPad app? I've got an iPad, and one of my favorite things to do, no joke, is to just troll Airbnb when I'm watching TV. Ooh, that would be a nice place to go. And next time I'm in Romania. The pictures show up high res, which is great, but it's not iPad optimized.
It's not iPad optimized yet. And we've been working on trying to make sure that the iPhone and Android platforms, so we have the platform developed. Next will be mobile and then iPad, and that will be early 2011 or 2012. We don't have dates yet. But the really cool thing about the opportunity we have with things like the iPad application is, we have, and we don't talk a lot about this, but we have a huge network of photographers. If you come to Airbnb, you'll see these beautiful photographs. It says Airbnb verified on the photograph.
Yeah, you'll see a little check mark.
So you can add your listing, you can take your own photos, your iPhone, or we'll send a professional photographer to your place for free. And these are beautiful, high-resolution photographs. And we actually have 2,000 photographers that in this network that travel the world taking photographs of the places. And oftentimes, the photographer community uses Airbnb as a way to subsidize their housing. So they'll stay at a place and they'll photograph it, and they'll subsidize the housing.
It's free for the person who wants their house to look great, but what do you pay the photographers?
So, it's all, depending upon their level of experience. Mm-hmm. So it's a pretty wide range of rates depending upon how experienced they are.
And how do you find them?
They actually find us. We've put out different ads, and we now have a page on the. Well, actually, I should say one other thing. When we first launched it, we had this feature called Groups, and the groups would be like where you went to school, what your interests are. So it turns out the most popular group, the second most popular group, was the Harvard University group, because we happen to have a lot of alumni from Harvard. One of our co-founders went to Harvard, and I think word of mouth in Harvard got pretty big. But the single most popular group was photographers. So this is pretty cool, right? We have thousands of photographers who are hosts and our travelers on our site. So suddenly we needed thousands of photographers, and what better way to find thousands of photographers than to just email the people in our community? And so I guess what that means is that Airbnb is becoming its own ecosystem. That when you need a certain service, there are people in our community that have idle time, they have idle space. So a photographer had idle time. And so we said, well, you don't just have idle space, you have idle time. Why don't you use your extra time to photograph places around the world? And so that was the main way we incubated it. And then since then, we also will practically find really talented photographers as well.
Mm-hmm. How many registered users does Airbnb have?
So the main statistic we put out, we think, is the number of listings. That's over 100,000, because you don't actually have to register to use our site. You only have to register when you book. Mm-hmm. We have over 2 million nights booked, which is pretty cool. And we have a few hundred employees around the world. And to give you a sense of how big the business is growing, last summer we were 13 people in a 3-bedroom apartment, which is kind of crazy. And now we've just expanding really, really quickly.
So your last round was for 12 million?
112.
112 million.
Yes, one decimal over.
So you've got quite a bit of money to play around with to expand.
Yeah.
What's the plan for 2012?
The plan of 2012 is a few things. The first thing is going to be continue to focus on innovation. Beyond just the different platforms, we want to make search and discovery even easier, so it's not just a search engine, but we understand who you are, and we can make better recommendations. We can start to match people in a better way, really deeply integrating with the social graph and Facebook and other platforms. The other thing is going to be international expansion. One of the reasons I'm here in France for LeWeb', and I'm so excited, is because Paris is the #2 city in the world for us, for places to stay. And all over Europe and all over Asia and South America, they're growing incredibly quickly. In fact, the fastest growing markets are Asia and Latin America. And the majority of our business is outside the US. I think it's like 60 or 70% of our business right now, depending upon the time of year. At certain points, it's over 70% of our business is international. So I think international was one of the main reasons that we raised money. We viewed it as an investment, and we knew that we want to invest in the next 10 years of growth, and it was really important to do that.
Interesting. Why does Paris work so well for Airbnb? It's front and center when you load up the app for the first time.
More people travel to France from around the world than travel to the United States. So Paris is the #1 international tourism destination. And Paris is the second most popular city in the world for international tourism beyond London. It's more popular than New York. And, I think there's this kind of new generation of people that want to be able to connect in local neighborhoods. They want to have a social experience when they travel. Mm-hmm. And the value on Airbnb for the properties is pretty amazing. But I think at a really high level, we're living in this new age. Right? I think we came from this age where you were defined by the things you own. And I now think you're defined by the experiences that you have. And I think that's completely different. And Airbnb in and of itself is an experience. A lot of people, if you go to Kayak or a travel site, you usually find your flights, then you get your hotel. And on our site, you typically will find the place first. And then you figure out how to get there, because you're building your trip around this experience that you want to have. And I think that, it's this new idea that access is really more powerful than ownership, which is what Rachel Bossman from Cloud for Consumption has been saying. And, it's really pioneering this entirely new economy. And I think this is literally just like chapter 2. I think a couple years from now, if we're successful, We will give you access to people, spaces, and experiences the way Google gave you access to information. That we didn't create any of this stuff, but that castle that you never knew even existed, you can now have complete access to. And those people in that castle you can meet.
A couple friends of mine decided to take a couple months off. They live in San Francisco. They've got a nice apartment and decided to put the apartment on Airbnb. They do not own the apartment. They're renters. Their landlord, for whatever reason, was looking at the site. Maybe he was paranoid for good reason and says, no, you can't do that. I have a lease with you, not with whoever you might have in the apartment. So they had to scratch that idea. Have you heard about things like that happening before?
Yeah, a little bit anecdotally. You know, we're in 20,000 or 19,000 cities around the world, and then even by the block, you know, by the building, things, you know, regulations can be completely different. Mm-hmm. So, you know, we view ourselves as a platform, a tool. We ask all of our users to comply with their local laws and regulations. But I think maybe another way to put this in perspective is Airbnb isn't a way for you to create a temporary hotel. I think it's much closer analogy is, you know, we've all used Craigslist to rent out apartments. We've all used Kijiji or Gumtree, depending upon where you are in the world, to rent out apartments. And so we view it as the same thing you've done for a shorter period of time. So it's really another sublease. And that is literally by the building. It really depends. But one of the other really popular uses for our site is not just renting it by the night, but it's renting by the month. If you were to come to Paris and need a place for the month, you're not going to stay in a hotel. So we're really starting to capture this larger economy that's built around like Craigslist and.
Cool. And then you have the sublet option as well.
Yeah, so the sublets is really, really popular. It's a few percent, it's like not quite 5% of our business, but it's really growing quickly.
And that's anything over a week?
Anything over 30 days.
Okay.
So, you know, historically people viewed Airbnb as a way to get a place for a week or a little less than a week. And I think we are one of the best options to get a place for less than a week. But for a month, we're kind of like the only option. There's not many, I don't know what other options there are.
Well, signing a year lease for the landlord.
Yeah, signing a year lease, but if you're, which is a very big commitment.
Yeah, exactly. All right, Ryan, we're out of time. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much.
All right.
All right, thanks.
Thanks, everybody.
And welcome back to LeWeb'. We're here in Paris. Leo Laporte with Sarah Lane.
Hello, Leo. How you feeling today?
Good. I got 6 hours sleep. I feel great. How about you?
I got 6 hours of sleep, and I wish I had 10, but I feel fine.
So I know it's a little early back home. It's 1 in the afternoon here in Paris. But we thought we'd do this live so that those of you who are up early can watch. And, of course, we'll make these available for download as well. LeWeb has been a fascinating conference. This is day 2 of the 3-day conference in Paris. Loïc Lemur puts it together every year. I think this is its 7th year, and brings entrepreneurs and business people from the U.S. to Paris to meet European entrepreneurs. And I would say each year has become more and more interesting. I'm hearing that from a lot of people, partly because there's a lot more entrepreneurial spirit in Europe going on right now. There's a lot of innovation happening, partly because of the depressed European economy. Last night, we went to the palace, the presidential palace, the Élysée Palace. And President Sarkozy spoke to a large group of people here from the web. And that's one of the things he said. He said, I know that you don't like me. I'm going to paraphrase.
It was a definitely, hey, I'm coming from a defensive place because I've gotten a lot of flack for some of my stances on how open the internet should be and copyright and privacy policies.
He says, you don't like me because I'm defending artists and publishers. But he did implement a 3 strikes law here in and it's very controversial. It's something we don't want to have in the States. Nevertheless, I thought this was good. He did reach out and say, we understand that for the future of, Europe's in a terrible economic mess, as is the rest of the world, frankly, and our future depends on the innovation coming from the tech sector. I think it was a real, from him, a real attempt to make a rapprochement with the tech sector in France and around the world. Do you think it was effective?
I did think that Sarkozy was speaking very honestly with us. He even said so. He said, listen,
dropped his notes
some people don't like what I say, but what I say the same thing to everybody.
Right.
I'm not going to say something to a rights publisher and then turn around and say something else to a struggling artist.
Right.
I do think that when you hear phrases like, we all just have to work together to figure out what are the rules that everyone needs to go by, not just nationally here in France, but globally, I go, yeah, we do. And who's gonna decide?
I hear rules and I go,
Right.
out the window. Because rules right now is not what the internet needs. What the internet needs, and he did make a good point. He said, and I don't, you could argue this. He said, the internet has been built by governments. And so we have to work together, because without us, you wouldn't exist. And of course, we need you because you're the engine of economic prosperity going forward. It was, I thought it was impressive. I thought it was also impressive that he then waded out into the audience. He shook your hand, talked to people.
He did?
Met a lot of people, talked to Eric Schmidt. Google's been under a lot of fire here in the EU. Eric Schmidt was there. He even, President Sarkozy even addressed that. He said, Google opened an office in Paris yesterday, and if I went, I would have been lambasted, and if I didn't go, I would have been lambasted. I don't know if I guess he didn't go, but it
wasn't clear.
It wasn't clear.
His point was, I can't do anything
can't
right
win.
with you guys.
Right.
Yeah.
In any event, it's been a very interesting couple of days and another day to come, and we have a great lineup for you today. Coming up in just a minute, we're going to talk to Leah Buskey of TaskRabbit. Very interesting business. Alexander Leung from SoundCloud is going to stop by. I got a couple of guys. It's so hot in here. There are a couple of Finnish entrepreneurs who are outside with a sauna. I thought if they brought a bucket and a dipper, you and I, we could take a little sauna in here.
We could get like a mini facial out of it. Great.
I'm excited about this. Travis Kalanick from Uber is here. I took my first Uber ride
Last night.
Yeah. I'm loving it. We'll talk about that. Bill Gross gave a talk this morning with his 12 important rules for entrepreneurs that fired up the audience. Some really interesting stuff. He'll join us from Idealab. Ben Parr, formerly of Mashable, is going to talk about his new project. Phil Lieben also was on stage today. He's the CEO of Evernote. They made 2 announcements. One of the things that's very interesting about LeWeb', there are a number of big companies like Flipboard and Evernote making announcements here this week, and I think that that's also a measure of the importance of this conference. From Wonderlist, the CEO and CFO will stop by. From Sound Tracking, Stephen Jang. Softtech VC, Jeff Clavier. We've got a long, and there's more. In fact, yesterday at the Presidential Palace, I did something I never do.
Oh, God. What's that, Leah?
Well, the president will be very surprised tomorrow. No. I saw Nicholas Sennstrom, the guy who invented Skype. And I walked up to him and said, Nick, baby, come see. So I said, anytime if you show up, and I got to warn any of our guests, if Nicholas Sennstrom, the creator of Skype, shows up, he founded Kazaa, Skype, Juiced. He's a big investor now, investor in RDO and many other very interesting companies. We'll drag him in as well. He said he'd come by.
We'll drag him in. Well, I hope he does.
Let's introduce Leah.
Hello, Leah.
Hey guys, thanks for having me.
It's Buskey, right?
It is. It's Busky, like a bus and a key.
And I kept calling it Task Bunny, but it's TaskRabbit.
It's
Founder of
TaskRabbit.
TaskRabbit,
Yes.
which is, well, Leo and I know what it is, but for anybody who's not familiar, what is the beauty of TaskRabbit?
Yeah, so TaskRabbit's an online and mobile marketplace where people can go to outsource small jobs and tasks to others in their neighborhood. So if you need dry cleaning picked up, groceries delivered, you can post your job online, set the price you're willing to pay, and then our network of what we call TaskRabbits gets real-time alerted and they bid on your job.
So
This
how
works?
How?
I mean, people do this?
Oh yeah, we're in 5 major cities across the U.S. right now.
L.A., Boston, San Francisco.
Chicago, and New York. Yeah, New York is actually, we just launched a couple months ago, and it's our fastest growing market.
It makes sense that you'd be in big metros where there are dense populations.
Absolutely, and it's interesting though, even in the Bay Area, where you've kind of got spread out through the peninsula, we've seen a lot of activity in the South Bay and Marin and East Bay as well. So, it's a concept that actually resonates with people everywhere.
Sure, everybody wants a personal assistant.
Yeah, and on the other side, people are looking for different ways to make money and augment their income as well. So both sides of the marketplace really win.
So I can think of all sorts of menial tasks that I don't like, and would probably pay a certain amount of money just to never have to think about it. But who are the people who sign up to be the taskers?
Task posters or TaskRabbits?
TaskRabbits.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You need a clever name for the task posters.
I know.
Taskmasters. Can we be taskmasters?
They are taskmasters because they're using TaskRabbit.
Right.
Right.
So we got your TaskRabbits who do the job.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And your taskmasters who demand the job.
So the TaskRabbits, who are these people? Do they have to go through a screening process?
Absolutely. So it's interesting because I founded the company back in Boston, late 2008. When I started the company there, I thought, Boston's a great college town. I'm going to get all these college students that want to become TaskRabbits. And that actually was never the case. It was my first big surprise in learning.
Students.
It's not college students. So when I opened up the market there, I found that I had a lot of young professionals that were looking to supplement their incomes nights and weekends. Boston, San Francisco, New York, these are expensive cities to live in. Some stay-at-home moms that are out running their own errands anyway, don't mind picking things up for people at Target, Costco, they're doing grocery shopping runs. One of my favorite groups, and I think is the most interesting, is this group of retirees that are retired. They have a lot of time on their hands. They like the idea of staying active, of helping people in their neighborhood. And so some of these retirees are kind of making this their second career. They'll go out in the neighborhood and help out their neighbors in their community.
What kind of jobs?
So we see everything from, as I mentioned, the dry cleaning pickup, grocery deliveries, donation runs to Goodwill, but then more skill-based stuff like help set up my home Wi-Fi system. We have some TaskRabbits that are really good at computer help. We have TaskRabbits that are writers and maybe can help you edit a resume, or are really good at PowerPoint or Microsoft Word. So we see a wide range of jobs posted, from the practical to the just like outrageous, which is a lot of fun to see.
And what's the price range? I was talking to somebody last night. We were watching your presentation yesterday. He said, I've used them. I wanted ingredients for soup. So I posted on TaskRabbit, and somebody for $2 bought all the ingredients for my soup and brought it to me. Is that an unusually low price?
That seems really low, because wouldn't the ingredients be over $2?
Well, no, you pay
plus
for the ingredients. It's plus $2.
So it's the walking, like you paid for the walk.
Well, I don't know. What's the deal?
Typically $2 is really low.
Okay, it's more like $10.
The average price is in the $15 to $20 range, depending on the job, of course. But in that scenario...
But you set the price, so I could say,
do.
I got $2 here. Anybody want to get me soup?
That is right. And you can receive bids, and you could receive bids higher than $2
So people
and
could say,
accept
no
them,
way, but I'll do it for $5.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, the interesting thing about that scenario is I'm willing to bet the person that did that job was going shopping anyway.
Right.
And it was just a matter of picking up a few extra items.
Easy.
So that's the beauty of the service. It's really about empowering people to leverage that efficiency in a neighborhood, in a community, utilizing technology that wasn't available 3 to 5 years ago.
You know, I'm also seeing this online as well. A friend of mine recently wanted to move her entire blog over to Tumblr, and Tumblr doesn't have a really good import feature. So she's like, okay, there's just going to be a lot of copying and pasting, like for my last 3 years of blogs, plus some resizing of photos, make sure it looks right. And she TaskRabbited it and said, she gave almost an unreasonable time frame, like, and I need this all done in the next 3 hours. And somebody picked it up right away and was like, done and done. And she's like, you have no idea how, like, I put that off for a year because it was just this thing I didn't want to do. It was just not going to be fun, and I knew it wasn't. And someone was more than happy to do so.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing, because when you think about it, you know, there are things that you're really good at, that you want to do. There's other things that you'd rather not do, and other people might be better at than you are, can do it faster than you can. And this is really about creating a community where you can leverage skills across the network. And so one person's menial job is someone else's perfect task, right? And so we're just creating a platform and allowing people to make those connections to live more efficiently together.
So you have a web presence. What about apps? How are you represented in the mobile world?
Yeah, we're super excited. I demoed yesterday here at LeWeb our mobile app that we launched in July. So just a few months ago. It's our first native iOS app.
Cool.
We also have a web-optimized experience that's across Android and iPad as well. But we're continuing to release new versions of the iPhone every 2 to 3 weeks, and then we'll be starting Android development, iPad development. But there's a lot of interesting things that you can do on mobile that you just can't do on the web. So we're really excited about the design, the development, the implementation, and thinking around those mobile scenarios. Because people are on the go, right? I mean, it's usually, you forget that, you know, your dry cleaning needs to be picked up and the store closes at 7 and you're never going to make it there. And maybe you're, you know, on your way home already. It's like, okay, I'm just going to pick up my iPhone, punch it in, and done. So you really have to think about where are people's pain points, and a lot of them are when they're, you know, on the go and have their mobile devices.
Do you ever get weird people that you have to say, you know, you're very nice, but I don't think you're right to be a TaskRabbit?
So, well, we didn't talk about the vetting process.
I don't think you're right to be
I
a
just don't think you're TaskRabbit material.
So it's a great question, because I told you a little bit about the types of people that get involved.
Yeah.
But there is an extensive vetting process that we've implemented over the past 2 years. And so it's a closed network. TaskRabbits first have to apply online. From there, they go through a video interview process that's automated through our platform. From there, they go through a series of background checks that include a social security number trace, a federal criminal background check. There's about 5 of them that we do. And then from there, just like when you go to the DMV, you have to read that little booklet and then take the quiz to get your license to drive. All of our TaskRabbits have to read a manual, and then they take a quiz to get their license to run. And we do this as part of a training process. So we realize that these folks are out on the front lines. They're our sort of first line of customer service when they're talking to people out in the field.
Do they wear hats or buttons? Or?
We give them track jackets and T-shirts. And yes, so you can actually recognize TaskRabbits when they're out running around in your neighborhood. So
I think this is actually really cute, really a neat idea. I'd love to see my town.
Do you know how many
jammed with
people I know who
Or
have
use
had
this?
their IKEA furniture assembled by TaskRabbits?
That's a great
That's
idea.
a big one.
Yeah.
That's
Is it?
It is, and it's so funny because it's top 5 for sure. IKEA furniture assembly.
Well, it's impossible.
Yeah, we've all been there and have put it together the wrong way at least once or twice. So yeah, it's pretty funny. Yeah.
So, what's the percentage of web use versus mobile use of this?
You know, we're seeing mobile grow really rapidly. So we launched the first iPhone app in July. We're seeing that make up right now about 15% of our overall task volume.
But growing.
And it's growing, month over month. So I think as we continue to optimize the mobile experience, especially on the TaskRabbit side. So our first release of the mobile app was geared towards task posters. So the high-level design goal was how do we create an experience on the iPhone to get people to post tasks in under 30 seconds without ever typing anything. And so we really drilled on that design and optimized for that scenario. And now we're starting to roll out, well, if you're a TaskRabbit and you're sitting around in your neighborhood and have extra time, how can we show you the jobs going on right near you right now so that you can bid on them? So there's a lot more that we can do on mobile to continue to increase that activity as well.
And so what percentage of a transaction does TaskRabbit, the company, keep?
Yeah, we typically take about 15% of the overall task size. The TaskRabbit gets to keep 100% of what they bid. So we tack on our service fee to the TaskRabbit's bid. So it's great for them. I think it's really important that these folks feel proud about what they do. They're out in the community. They're doing these jobs. They're making money. And we want to ensure that, you know, they get to keep as much as they want to for what they're bidding on.
Perfect for this time of year. You get somebody to do your tree, wrap your presents, shovel your walk, all of that stuff.
Absolutely, yeah.
Some of the tasks that are either that are thrown out there, I like to just read about because it kind of gives you a slice into someone's life. You know, you don't have to write a long, long novel about why you don't want to go to the laundromat, but sometimes people do. You know, they've got very specific reasons why this isn't a good week for them, type of a thing.
They actually explain, no, I don't normally do this.
There was an entry where a woman, I think she was
guilty.
She was ill.
Yeah.
And she was going to be kind of cooped up for a couple of weeks, maybe even longer. She wanted somebody to come into her house and cook for her.
That's great.
And it was like, it sort of needed a lot of explanation because it was a specific need and she kind of had to, it was got to be up in her business and everything. And it was sort of touching.
Yeah.
You know, I thought, God, I really hope she gets the right person to come over and do these things for her.
Right.
And
So
she
you're-
was really open herself to want
That's
that.
wonderful.
Yeah.
You're very young. You started this, you were an engineer at IBM,
I was.
and you had this idea because you needed some TaskRabbits?
I did, yeah. I was sitting at home one night, still working at IBM. My husband and I were getting ready to go out to dinner in Boston. We'd called a cab to come pick us up. And at that moment, we realized we were out of dog food. And we have this 100-pound yellow lab named Kobe that just had to eat that night. And my husband's also in technology, so we always have these really geeky conversations in the house. And that night it turned into, wouldn't it be nice if there was just a place online we could go, say we needed dog food, name the price we were willing to pay. We were certain that there was someone in our own neighborhood, maybe even at the store at that very second, that could help us out. And it was just a matter of connecting with them. So 4 months later, I quit my job at IBM and built the first version of the site.
So you wrote this off, you wrote the site. Did you seek venture funding right away, angel funding, or did you do this yourself? Or?
I had no idea what venture funding or angel funding was at the time. I'd never done it before. And all I knew how to do was code. I was an engineer.
Right.
And so I was like, I'm going to quit my job. I'm going to code the site.
Is it
I'm gonna
coded
see
in
what
PHP?
happens.
How's it written?
Ruby on Rails.
Ruby on Rails.
Yep, and that was my first introduction to
Did you
Ruby
use
on Rails as
Heroku,
well.
or did you, how did EC2?
EC2, Amazon. Yep. And now we're using Rackspace as we scale.
That's great.
So yeah, it's been really, really great. Yeah, I learned a lot since then about venture funding and.
So you've gone out for a round of funding.
We've raised just about $7 million.
You should be pretty popular, I would think, with the VCs.
Yeah, it's pretty great. You know,
Yeah.
I think, like I said, the idea resonates with everyone, including the venture community.
Especially.
So that's great too. Yeah.
It's so nice to meet you, Leah. It's so great. Congratulations. TaskRabbit.com if you want to know more. And there's an iOS app and an Android app coming, or do you have
Android app is coming.
That's great.
Yes.
It's wonderful to have you. Thanks
Thank
for being
you
here.
guys.
Thanks, Leah.
Leah Blesky.
Good to meet you.
You too.
We got to bring the sauna guys in here real quickly, though, because it's so hot in here. And, so I went outside in the parking lot, and there's a sauna out there. Have you seen this? There's a trailer sauna out there.
Oh, I thought you were kidding.
No, you think I'm kidding. I'm not.
Oh, okay.
So you're going to have to share the microphone, so when one of you talks, just stick it in his face, okay? You're both from Helsinki.
Yes, that's right.
And it's Aniki? What's your name?
Antti.
Antti.
And you're
From Arctic
and
Startup.
you're
He doesn't have a
Mike.
badge.
Mike.
Mike.
Yeah, unfortunately, we didn't raise enough funding to be able to give Geraldine any money.
So they're in the parking lot.
No, so we're in the parking lot.
Oh,
here's
we have
another-
two
here's
mics.
another
Look at
mic.
this. This is a fancy operation.
It's getting bigger all the
So
time.
you drove down here from Finland.
Yep.
You took the ferry from Finland to Germany.
Yep.
And then drove the rest of the way with a sauna in tow. Not just any sauna. It's a very nice sauna.
Yeah, just a 10-person sauna.
Wow.
Yeah,
Wouldn't heat it, so.
a traditional Finnish sauna.
Now, once you get to Paris, where does the sauna go?
It's been parked here.
Uh-oh.
We,
Are
Just hold it to your face when you talk.
All right.
That's what she was trying to tell
Is
you.
it in use? Are people using the
there's
sauna
actually,
outside?
Yeah. We one of the sponsors was in this morning because he'd been stressed so much yesterday with all the networking and all the emailing.
And the drinking.
Actually, not so much the drinking, but the stressing.
I am taking a sauna.
And then there's actually in the moment there's a couple of French guys who they live in the south of France, and this summer they came to a sauna festival in Finland for mobile saunas, and we just dropped them an email and said, would you like to come up and have a sauna? So they were having a business meeting in Paris and said, yay, let's go and have sauna.
So, Antti, what's the
great.
startup situation in Finland like? I mean, we know there's some very well-known Finnish companies like Nokia. Like,
Yeah, and Rovio.
Rovio, Angry Birds.
It's actually getting better, and I work for a company, Arctic Startup. It's like a media company. We cover the startups and in the Nordics and Baltics, and I'd say during our time the situation has improved a lot because we've been able to create a business out of it. So when we started in 2007, there was a handful of companies, and it was a pretty miserable attempt at covering any startups, but now it's a real full-time
Well,
business.
especially with Rovio, that everybody must be looking at Angry Birds saying, wow, if they can do that, we can do that.
And
right?
there are a lot more other gaming companies coming behind Rovio, like Supercell, Gray
Right.
Area, lots of other very interesting, innovative companies.
What is it that you need to be a country that has a startup culture? What do you need? A good university system, educated people.
Good university system is, I'd say, a must because it's all about the intelligent people.
Right.
But it's a lot to do with the grassroots level situation, and I think, with all the troubles Nokia has had, it has been a sort of a positive push towards a better startup culture because they've let go so many talented engineers, and they actually had some very good packages they gave people when they left Nokia.
So they had the liberty to do their own thing.
Exactly, and
Yeah.
there was a little bit of a joke that at some point in time Nokia could have been thought to be the biggest, actually the angel investor in Finland due to those packages because they were giving so much money to people and start their own companies.
That's fantastic. Well, we're really glad to meet you both, and I really do want to take a sauna later. Did you bring the bucket though? Because we could dip something and put something on rocks here, and I think we're very close. What is it? 40 degrees? How hot does it have to be?
No, for a Finnish sauna, I'd say like 70. It's pretty good,
70 to 90. So
There you go. There's
no
our bucket.
water in the bucket.
Yeah, well, I got to go and get water. It's
70 to 90 and dry until you put the water on the rocks, and then it gets very.
Yeah, well, the actual list sauna is actually very well designed because there's a water heater around the chimney. and that's constantly boiling water, so it adds some moisture to the
So
air.
it's a steam sauna.
No, it's just regular Finnish sauna, but there's a bit more moisture because of this
super
extra.
dry.
How heavy is this mobile sauna?
It's big. You got to go out and see it.
1.7 tons.
1.7 tons?
Yeah,
That's
metric
kilograms.
tons. 1,700 kilograms. It's like 6 meters long, 2.7 meters
great,
wide,
though. It's like
3.5
a wooden-
high.
It's a
I'm
wooden sauna.
impressed.
Yeah,
I
it's
can't
pretty hard
believe
to
you
miss
took
it.
the. I can't wait to see it.
I went out.
I will
went out.
not be getting in the sauna, but I will take pictures of you.
Do you have to? Oh, I'd have to take off my clothes, though.
But don't
Yeah.
just settle for the sauna here. Come to Finland to witness
I know.
all the saunas.
Sauna
That'll be
culture.
better. And also the
Sauna
startups.
culture. Sauna and startups.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go to
They have
Finland.
sauna festivals.
Oh yeah.
They're doing something right.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
we have a sauna society.
Do I have to whack myself with birch sticks or anything
no,
like?
you don't have
That's
to.
optional, though.
How about the cold plunge? Where do I just go out in the street?
Well, yeah, we have this.
There's a little
basically
fountain right there.
You see what this is? That's what I've been doing, is walking backwards and forwards, carrying buckets of water. So far, about 150 liters of it.
Auntie
Wow,
and Mike
that's
from
great.
Finland, it's great to see you. Thank you for coming by.
Thank
I hope
you very
have
much.
a great LeWeb.
Thank you.
Thanks. And if
All right.
anybody wants to help out by giving us some money for the tanks of diesel to get back, it's
How
pretty
much-
expensive.
How much does it cost to get home?
We're about 2,000 euros short still, because the towing the sauna is like 17 liters per 100 kilometers.
Oh my gosh.
It's quite thirsty to move it. We're using a
Wait a
Land
minute,
Rover that we own.
17 liters of diesel fuel for every 100 kilometers you
Yeah.
travel?
Yeah.
Holy cow.
Yeah, we're moving about 4 tons down the highway
Right,
at like 80
right.
kilometers an hour. So
You could have just come in here. We've got it all made for you.
And it's pretty hot in here.
Yeah,
so
it is. We have this thing, if it's a little bit of a cool sauna in Finland, very often they say it's a Swedish sauna because it's
Yeah.
not warm enough.
Yeah, right, those
this
Swedes.
is getting to like a Swedish
It's a little
sauna,
Swedish here. Yeah.
which is why I'm
It's-
down
this
to
is
the
a
t-shirt.
Belgian sauna now. Thank you, guys. Auntie and
Thank you
Mike.
very much.
Great to
Thank
see you.
you.
What's the
Enjoy
website
the
for if people
show.
want to know more?
Arctic Startup, arcticstartup.com.
ArcticStartup.com.
And then there's Arctic 15, which is an annual conference we organize. So
That's awesome.
arctic15.com.
Good. I look forward to it. And how about you, Mike?
Travelingsalesman.mobi.
TravelingSalesman.mobi.
Yeah.
Got it. Great to see you both.
Thank you.
for
Thanks very
coming.
much.
Take your buckets. Get the hell out of here. Okay. But we're waiting for Alexander Leung from SoundCloud. He's going to join us in a little bit. And Travis Kalanick from Uber. I love the Uber experience I had. And, this TaskRabbit reminded me a little bit of that. Some of the things that we're seeing here, a lot of them, almost all of them, are enabled by the fact that people are carrying pretty powerful connected computers around in their pockets. Uber wouldn't make any sense if you didn't have an iPhone or
Well, because, you'd have to think too much about it while you were still at home before you left.
I
And it
asked
wouldn't
my,
do you any good once you were out and about.
my driver about it. Uber, which has been out in the States for a year, would you say? Something like that?
Year and some change.
I asked him, their soft launch was a few days ago, it was last week, and their actual launch was yesterday.
The Parisian launch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I asked him about it, and he says, I love the idea, because essentially he has an iPhone on his dash,
Yep.
and it beeps when somebody's called for a car.
That's
He
right.
could say, I'll take that ride. I knew that he was within a minute away, so he
Yep.
came, he showed up.
You can also watch if a car's 5 minutes away. You
can see it coming.
them coming on the map.
And they text you when they're there.
Yeah.
So I was a little concerned. One thing I was worried about is that somebody would steal my Uber, but because I'm paying for it, right?
That's right. I mean, someone would have to,
You'd have to
know
pose
that
as
your
you.
name's Leo,
Right.
somehow be right next to where you are.
It doesn't seem
dart
like
in,
it's an issue.
in there and say, "Oh, Leo, wow."
Right.
I did have a friend. This is a weird fluke thing. Have a friend who called for an Uber, and a town car, Lincoln Town car.
By
Many
the
of
way,
them
that's
are
what
in
they
San
are.
Francisco.
These are nice cars. They're
Nice
not,
cars.
yeah.
They're not affiliated with any taxi service.
It's a
came,
like a limo service.
and she said, "Are you my car?" And he went, "Yeah." And she said, "Okay." Got in. They start driving, and she realizes,
He doesn't have
wait,
an iPhone.
the iPhone thing isn't. And she's kind of like, and all of a sudden, this Uber, the actual Uber car, who was like pulling up, sees what has happened, like gets it in his head that something,
Somebody
this
hijacked
woman
his-
wanted me. Comes up alongside and says, "You let that woman out of that car." And they came up to a stop sign. I mean, really, it was like,
The Uber driver will defend you
it was
to
like,
the death.
yeah. Yeah,
part
it was
of the
like,
deal.
It was like something from the Italian Project, and she gets out at the stop sign and goes into, and he says, "You're Ann, right? You're Ann." "Yes, I
Wow.
am." Yeah, that guy was a fake.
So you know their name. You actually get a picture of the driver before they show up.
Yes.
It's really a neat system. UBER, it's a free app for the iPhone. I presume they have an Android app, I would expect. And we're going to
Yes.
talk to the founder in just a little bit.
Travis is great. He And I and a few other people got a house together for LeWeb a couple years ago.
Oh, so you know him pretty well.
Yeah.
Oh, you're like connected to the Uber.
Come on
Alexander
over.
Leung is here. I think that's who this is. Yes, Alexander? Great to see you. Pick up that mic right there.
We're 3 nights in a row strong now.
Yeah, we're like hanging out every day now. I love it.
How's it going?
It's very good. Thanks.
SoundCloud.com. I probably don't have to introduce this to most of our audience. My son Hank is a major SoundCloud lover. In fact, I think kids get SoundCloud. He posts songs on SoundCloud. He's into dubstep. He writes stuff with Logic. So it's a way for him to share his music with other people on Facebook, but ultimately with the world. It's a really neat idea.
Yep.
Were you a musician first? Is that how you thought of this?
Yeah, so I used to work as a sound designer in a post-production studio, and my co-founder is an artist. And we both had sort of the same problems in those in the world of sound design and in the world of making music. We had all these great tools for creating sounds, but there weren't really any tools for us there to be able to share those with the web.
I mean, there was MySpace, right?
Well, there wasn't anything. So our analogy in the beginning was very much that, the life of taking and sharing pictures had very much changed for us when Flickr was introduced. And, it always felt like Flickr was this fantastic tool for a photographer, but also a fantastic experience to be able to connect with other people through photos. And as, our main form of expression was always sound, and we just didn't have that kind of thing for sound. So we felt, well, if we need it, chances are other people need it as well. And we definitely felt that the web needs it. So that's how we got started. And that's actually also how it started. SoundCloud, we have this quite special player that has a waveform of the sound.
I love that. You can actually see what you're listening to as it's going across the waveform.
Exactly, and it's actually, it's kind of in a way a non-intuitive thing. We're taking something non-visual sound and making it a visual object, right? And
why did you feel you had to do that?
So initially it was actually quite geeky. Eric and I, my co-founder, we used to send sounds back and forth to each other to give feedback on them, and we just actually needed a way to be able to give precise feedback about a sound. So saying, I love the part right here, the bass there is great, or what this person is saying here in the interview is really interesting. And we just couldn't do that without having a visual representation where you could then go in and sort of mark it up. But what sort of happened with that, which was really interesting, was that it became not just a tool for people to be precise in their comments, but it became a really great way for people to, see an embed on a blog, and you get a sense for the sound by just looking at it. And you also see all these comments, so you know if it's like socially interesting, if people are engaging around it.
You get little icons as the people comment right below the
Exactly,
wave.
so you can see all the people who are actually, it's almost like being in a room around this specific kind of sound, right?
And if it's dubstep, you always can see exactly where the drop is.
Yeah.
And it's really fun, I have to say. Every one of my son's songs, I know exactly where the drop is.
Yep, and you can see with interviews and stuff, you can see sort of where it gets more like intense, where it's sort of, where it's a little bit of a slower back and forth. So it turns out to be a great way for people to be able to get a quick visual glance of what this audio content is about, and then it makes it easier to navigate through it as well.
So when I think about YouTube, used to be anybody who has any video can have an account and upload it, no judgment, and there are all sorts of different kinds of qualities.
Right.
Has SoundCloud started to see the actual, wow, this person's a rising star, this person is, or this band is amazing, somebody should know about them, kind of rise to the top?
Yeah, we've actually, we've had a lot of growth this year, and we have over close to 10 million creators now on the platform. So among all of those creators, it's all kinds of people, everything from 50 Cent to a parent recording their kids.
50 Cent puts stuff on SoundCloud?
Yeah, sure, he's pretty active. He actually put up this track where he's only rapping and like asking people to produce the track around it.
I love it that people do
that.
that.
Thousands of tracks. Like I made one, he didn't comment on that one, but...
No, Henry's done that too. There seems to be a thing, a culture in the rap community. You put up the rapping and let people do the mix behind it.
I think that's becoming quite a big thing in music in general, of being like more open towards your audience, and like these days...
I don't know if Jay-Z started it with the Black Album.
Right. Yeah, it could be.
That's where that Gray album came from. It's because he put the tracks up.
And I think what they're recognizing is that, these days, like, everybody's a photographer. Everybody's a creator of sound, right? So why not, like, engage with your audience in that way, asking them to actually contribute to it? So that's been a great way for us. But so we just have all these different kinds of users, from 50 Cent to the parents recording their kids' first words. I mean, imagine if you capture that.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Some people do spoken word. I know Scoble does this with spoken word.
Yep,
It doesn't have
sure.
to be music.
Yep, that's growing quite fast now. Yeah,
Is it?
Yeah, especially since we launched, we have an iOS and Android app, iPad app, and across all of our applications, we have a record button integrated.
Right.
So the idea is, you know, you're walking around with your phone in your pocket. It's a microphone, right? You're walking around with a microphone 24 hours a day. So why not be able to just capture sounds anywhere you are and then share those with the entire web? And we have integrations with Facebook and Tumblr, so you can like really get that out through the web. So it makes you know, like voice blogging or like recording an interview, or for an author recording a passage from their book, like it makes that very easy. And we've seen a lot of politicians use that now as well.
No kidding.
It's been really cool, actually. In the San Francisco mayoral elections recently, we saw people. They did a lot of the mayoral candidates were using SoundCloud because, I mean, they're doing speeches all the time and you know, wanting to get that out. But one interesting use case that they did was they started asking people to ask them questions over Twitter because they get short, concise questions. But then they would answer them over SoundCloud instead, so they'd have a little bit more time. Yeah.
So, yeah.
You can. I mean, politics. You know, it's a lot about, you know, how
We
you
should
say
do that.
something as well.
Well, you remember that on iPad Today, the SoundCloud was my iPad Today pick a couple of weeks ago. I
Right.
really love the iPad
Oh, thank you.
version. Is there a limit on how long the recording can be?
It's not a limit on the actual recording per se. Like, I mean, I recorded something that was 7 hours before. I tried to like record, you know,
Just to
a
see what would
day in the
happen?
life, and you know, just like have everything recorded.
Did anybody listen to it?
I haven't listened to the whole thing, to be honest. But there is, so SoundCloud is completely free for anybody to use. You can sign up for free. And then the free account has a total limit of 120 minutes of audio that you can have there. But if you go over that and like you want to use it more, you can upgrade to a paid account.
So it's a freemium model is the business model.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now, you were telling me the other night that you split your time between Berlin and San Francisco.
That's true.
Except that,
I like the Giants cap.
right. Well, that's how we got you talking, because
Nice.
I said, I like you
Yeah.
already. And your schedule is, you're back and forth. I mean, you're back and forth every 2 weeks?
Yeah, that's pretty much it. So I try to set it up so that every 2 weeks I'll change location, and then but because of different conferences and stuff like that, that ends up changing a little bit. But yeah, this year it's been a lot of time on airplanes. I've gotten really good at sleeping in planes.
I do feel like for the business, you've got to be in flux that much? Because to me, that's like, I don't know how you do it.
Right. Well,
That's a long flight.
I don't think it's necessary. Like, we could be in Berlin, which is, you know, our headquarters, and just do things from there. But, you know, right from the start, we've seen SoundCloud as it's a very global platform. We have users all over the world. We see ourselves as a global company, and, you know, there's certain benefits to being present in San Francisco as well. We also have an office in London, certain benefits of being there. And, you know, we just try to look at the world as one place and sort of take the best from all different parts. And, you know, if that means that I have to get on a plane every Sunday, then that's a small price to pay for that, I think.
All right.
Well, congratulations on your
Yeah,
success, and
absolutely.
thank you.
Cool, thank you
on
so
behalf
much.
of my son, he's 17, and it's a way that he can make music, share music, not just with his friends, but with a global audience. It is an amazing product that really is transformative, I think, for musicians. And I'm going to start using it for spoken word. I think that's
sure.
I think that's a great application.
Yeah,
for
you can
it.
get all of the TWiT episodes up on SoundCloud.
That's great. Alexander, very nice to meet you.
Cool, thank you. Thanks so
I'll
Alexander
much.
probably
Young.
see you later.
Yeah, I'll see you at dinner.
We run in the same web circles.
SoundCloud.com.
SoundCloud.com.
Thank you so much for being here.
Thanks
we
a
really
lot.
appreciate
Thanks.
it. We're live from LeWeb' in Paris, France. LeWeb' 2011. Our coverage
Oui.
continues.
As in yes.
Oui.
Way.
You say way. That's really cool. Now, he's Swedish, lives in Berlin and San Francisco.
Yeah.
All right.
Interesting guy.
Just wanted to understand that.
Yeah.
Coming up in just a second, we're going to get set up here for, I think it's Travis, yeah?
Yes, Travis Kalanick.
I'm excited.
Of Uber.
Your buddy.
He is my
It's
buddy.
like you know all these guys. Come on in, Travis. Are you ready?
So.
I Ubered for the first time today. I'm so happy.
No, you Ubered for the first time last night.
Well, last night, but Lisa paid for it last night. This was on my
I
tab.
see.
I Ubered. Pick up that microphone there, Alexander. Stick it right in your face.
Eileen and I
like this.
Ubered
Yes.
on your
All right.
tab several days ago.
Oh, really?
So in a way,
I've been Ubering, and I
you've
didn't
been
even know it.
Ubering without knowing
So
it.
when,
yes.
first of all, It's a stealth launch in Paris, but you just launched a couple of days ago.
Yeah, I mean, we always put cars on the ground before we publicize it because Loic's looking in.
Hey,
He's giving us the
Loic,
thumbs
come on
up.
in. You can come in.
Oh, this is awesome.
Loic's going to horn in on this here.
So,
Loic Lemaire, the guy who puts LeWeb together. It's so good to see you, Loic.
Thank you, Leo.
Yeah, their conference is fantastic.
Thank you. You guys having fun?
We're having a great time.
a great time.
I was just telling Travis, you posted on Path your first Uber ride.
Yes.
It's amazing. I
So,
love Uber.
I think for history, I have a first ever Uber ride in Paris.
some people know Loic as the sort of organizer and owner of LeWeb'. I know him as Rider Zero in Paris. So he's the first
Rider
guy.
Zero.
That's what we call the first person to ride Uber in any city. We call Rider Zero. So
Wow, does he get a plaque?
we can come up with one if that's what we need to do.
So,
having fun?
yeah, we're having great, and it's a great show.
Is it warm enough for you?
Oh yeah, well we had the sauna guys in from outside, and they brought a bucket, and it's great. We've been just really enjoying ourselves.
There is air conditioning coming.
No, it's fine. We'll be fine. We're
very
fine.
good.
Yeah.
I'm so glad.
How's the conference going?
Well, people seem to be pretty happy.
3,500 people.
Yes, 3,500 people.
Biggest LeWeb ever.
Over 60 countries. Huge. Huge.
It's just amazing what you've done. This conference is more and more important all the time.
Here, Leo, and you're a huge part of it, really.
We're really
happy that TWiT at LeWeb is here, and we'll do even better next year.
Thank you, Loic. Loic Lemaire and Jared Lean, his wife.
Loic
Great
and
to see you. Thank you
Geraldine.
so much. So good to see you. Sorry, didn't mean to
no
interrupt.
worries. That's all right.
kind of
Loic's
funny,
awesome.
It's
kind
like
of funny
royalty
story.
stuff.
No,
Bye.
I get it.
When we were at South by Southwest this last
Uber
March,
pedicabs.
Uber pedicabs were all
That
around
was
the
my
scene.
first Uber, actually.
That's
There we
right.
go.
Well, but it was
See?
funny because Leo, sometimes a little late to the game with what the cool kids are doing, admittedly.
Oh, very much so.
How is that possible?
I'm a late
it's
adopter.
possible.
How does that happen?
Well, sometimes we don't tell him
I
stuff.
had literally
That does not
never heard of
make
Uber. You know
sense.
what? You know why, Travis? I don't live in San Francisco. I live in Petaluma. There's no Uber in Petaluma. So I don't live in an urban area.
It was the
This is
it's the,
true.
it was the sort
But
of
there's a lot of other stuff in
the sort of
Petaluma.
There's other
service
stuff.
that
There's
he didn't
cows.
need. So he said Uber. So it's pedicabs.
We
And I
can
said,
have
well, no.
we can have Uber cows.
Uber cow.
cows?
You know, like milk on demand or something.
Give us a walkthrough on the process, because
Yeah.
I'm not alone. You're only in how many cities in the
We're in
U.S.?
7 cities total.
And you have to be in an urban area.
Yeah,
You're going to be in
it's-
Tokyo, I hear. This is the next Uber
Wow,
town.
we're going big in Europe and Asia in the next 15 months, basically.
It strikes me that this is going to kind of reinvent the whole car service concept, maybe even the whole taxi cab concept.
I mean, it's definitely, here's the thing, right? Transportation in urban environments has basically been the same for 50 years. And I think we're at a point in time where technology is starting to enable new alternatives in transportation.
Without a smartphone, this doesn't happen.
That's right.
So
That's right.
walk us through the process of what happens when I download the Uber app.
Yeah, so assume the app's on your phone and you've signed up, right?
And
so
in the sign up process, I give you a credit card number.
that's right. So we got your credit card on file.
Yep.
And so you're out, you're at a restaurant, maybe you want to go to a bar, or maybe you're going to your next business meeting, or maybe you're stuck in Potrero Hill in San Francisco.
Right.
Or the Champs-Élysées here in Paris.
Right.
And you need to get around. So you basically open up the app and we do what we call it pushing the button. You push the button. And basically it's a request. That's a request for a ride.
You'll see a map of where you are. You'll
That's
see
right.
black cars dotting the map. It'll say the nearest Uber driver is 4 minutes away,
Yeah.
10 minutes away, wherever
That's
the
right.
nearest driver is.
That's right. And you push the button, your request goes to the nearest driver, and then you see him coming to you on the map.
You do. It's very interesting.
That's actually the best part of it, because sometimes it's busy on a Friday night in San Francisco, and I, for whatever reason, have no other alternative, and it's like Uber car, 15 minutes away, and it's like, okay, well, I'll wait. But I know exactly when to go downstairs, and I know, and I even started to go like, that's an interesting way to go. I might not have gone that way, but okay,
Well,
cool.
she's bringing up interesting points. 2 very interesting points about the use case Sarah just brought up. It's like, 1, Friday nights, Saturday nights, our supply gets used. Like pretty, we get tight on
get
supply,
slammed.
so ETAs get a little bit longer. 2 is that this is a real-time thing. You see everything that we're doing as a service and an experience.
In a way, that's really great.
It's great.
It's reassuring.
But it also means I have consumers, I have customers who are
Right.
like, your driver turned left instead of right when he was on his way to come pick me up.
Right? It's like
TaskRabbit, it's not like, oh, your TaskRabbit went the wrong way on aisle 5 getting me my vitamin water. Like, you don't have that problem. It just shows up.
Right.
And you don't have that level of transparency. So it's
Right.
like the intricate and nuanced customer support emails we get are like
Yeah.
out of control. But that transparency gives people comfort. So
It
that's
gives
why
me
we
a
do
lot
it.
of comfort because I knew where I saw a picture of the driver, so I knew what the driver looked like.
Yeah.
Now, it's not taxi cab service. It's more expensive than a taxi would be, right?
Yeah, so we're about 50% more than a taxi in most cities.
It's comparable to a black car service.
You know,
or
the thing is, black car service, you can't get, like, if you did an
can't call
in-city,
them-
if
yeah.
you did an in-city transfer for a black car service, they're going to charge you like $60.
Right.
Right.
Right? That is not even comparable to a taxi. So you could say 50% more in a taxi, or you could say we are 90% cheaper than a black car, right? But it's like
that.
nobody knows what a black car costs because most people don't take one.
Right.
And another thing
I mean, New York's
that
a little different, right?
It's very common in New York
Yeah.
because you can't call a cab.
And they have different levels of black car. They have black cars that are almost like taxis in
Right.
New York. So it's sort of a different thing.
That raises another question: is what kind of cars are these?
Yeah.
They're not gypsy cabs.
Well, here's the thing. Gypsy cab is not a type of car. Gypsy cab,
It's a type of service.
it's a type of service. And so what happens is you take a guy who has a black car, who doesn't have business, will then roll by, and this is illegal, and
Right.
say, hey, you need a ride.
Right. Happens all the time. You get to the San Francisco airport, they say, don't take rides from those guys.
It's illegal. Now, we're, for drivers, we're trying to provide, a way for them to make a living without going to the dark side, so to speak.
It's the same
right?
idea, though. They were really out there prospecting by just having the app running.
Well, instead of prospecting and picking up people who don't know them and they don't
Right.
know, and then there's weird things when they have to pay, it's actually quite dangerous for drivers and for riders
Sure.
when that happens.
And that's a nice thing about Uber too, is that the whole tax aspect of it is completely
Tax, what do you mean?
tip.
Tip.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
don't have to worry about tip.
well, there's no cash involved at all.
Yeah, that's right.
There's no cash involved at all,
The
but you
tip is
are paying a
included.
premium. But it's not like you have to think about how nice the driver was at the end of the
You don't
ride.
have
You
that
rate
angst
them.
So
of like.
let me ask
tipping.
about that because I had angst. Because I'm like getting out of the car going, oh, okay, thanks, bye. I feel like I should give him something.
You'll be next time. You won't feel a thing.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, thanks. So
When we
what
launch
is the
Uber
tip?
Cows, you
How
don't
much
have
do
to
they get
tip
for
the
a
cows.
tip?
So it's like 18%, something like that.
Okay.
It's just like,
it's
but
a fair tip.
It's included.
It's less than I would give them, but on the other hand, it's kind of done.
But this way, you don't have to think about it.
You don't think about it.
And so that's part of what we call the Uber experience. Is that
Do they pay a fee to Uber? How does Uber get paid?
So we get paid. We get a percentage of the fare. That's how we get paid.
Okay.
He looked at me like I'm supposed to say a lot more.
Yeah, like what's the percentage? It's probably 5-10%.
We usually start. No, it doesn't work like that. It's a little bit higher.
Okay.
Yeah.
But the drivers seem very happy. You know, that's another thing. Obviously, you've trained them a little bit. They get out of the car, they introduce themselves, they shake your hand, they open the door for you. So it's a the level of service is good.
Well, and they're incentivized
And these are nice
to
cars.
do
To
that.
finish, we didn't really finish the thought, but these are nice cars. They're
nice cars.
You vet
They're
the cars.
Town car. Well, so here's the thing, right? We make sure they know the city, right? We make sure they have nice cars, decent, well-kept cars, and we make sure that they present professionally, right?
Right.
These guys care about service. We don't train them per se to like do the things that make them
They just do it.
awesome. They just do that because that's how they roll.
Well, and they're incentivized to do so because if somebody was less than stellar to me, I wouldn't give them 5 stars. When
you rate them.
Oh, I haven't rated them, so I have to rate because I have two
If you
good
open
guys.
up the app right now, you'll see.
You'll see.
It'll say you didn't rate Mansour.
It will tell you to.
I mean, you're not required to, but unless I.
Well, here's another nice feature. When you are going to get a ride, they'll tell you how many stars the driver
That's right.
they're offering
You'll see the
has.
rating, and so you have a reputation system, and then bad drivers get weeded out.
And I could
and bad
cancel.
passengers.
Can I cancel if I see he's got 3 stars? Can I say I don't want that guy?
Yeah, you can.
There's a fee
but
if
we
you
would
don't cancel.
never. We would never have a driver that was.
You
a
just don't even
3-star.
have them.
Well, no. If somebody was that low, they would get weeded out of the system
Right.
pretty quick. If there's we'll give feedback when we see low star ratings. Our community support people will reach out and say, "Hey, what happened?" So.
I was in an Uber cab the other day, and he said, he was very nice. He was the chattiest driver I've ever had, and he said, you know, you've got 5 stars on Uber because it goes both ways. We get rated as well.
We do?
Yeah, if you go into a cab and you're either flaky or...
We get rated?
Did you see Leo's face? That was amazing.
Yeah. Oh, gosh, what did you do in the back of the... I don't even know.
Amazing.
I would have been a little nicer.
Well...
No, we had a nice conversation. I was
a nice conversation, but that's the thing.
But there should be,
like,
can I ask you, Travis?
Go ahead.
A no chat button that says, this person doesn't like to talk.
So we want to add personalization features like that where you can say...
I want a window
There's
seat.
2 things that matter. A window seat. You always get a window seat. That's hilarious. We put you in a paddy wagon, Uber paddy wagon. So the... you know, there's a couple things that matter. One is the speed at which they drive. Some people are
I don't like fast drivers.
Okay. Number 2 is...
Más despacio. Más despacio.
So wait, speed, and then there's one more. Oh, yeah, there's chattiness. It's like, does he want to talk or does he not?
Yeah.
So we ultimately want to get your preferences so that the driver knows when you get in the car how he should roll.
I would be so... I stopped taking black car service from Petaluma to the airport because they always wanted to talk, and I don't want to talk. I'd put a newspaper over my head. I'd pretend to fall asleep. But a little button that just says, this guy, don't chat
Leo,
with him.
I love that you pretend to fall asleep in a black car.
Come on, you've done that.
No. Now, here's the thing. When I get in one of these cars, you want to know about chattiness. Holy cow.
You like to talk.
These guys are like, hey, Travis, we need to talk business. I'm like, oh,
They want
geez.
it. So let me ask you that. Do drivers like Uber? Do they like driving for Uber?
Oh, yeah.
Why?
Because
they're giving up some of their money to you.
Yeah,
but they're getting regular business where they
Are
might
they?
have been
It's regular expected steady cash flow.
So
and they don't have to hustle and break the law anymore. They can just be good at what they do. They don't have to go and be good. They don't have to go and market themselves. They don't have to have back office billing stuff.
Right.
They can just be what they love to do, which is drive. I like to say we give riders high fives. Right? They don't get stranded in Potrero Hill. They get to their business meeting on time. Date night goes well, but we give drivers hugs. And it's because they now can make a living. They go from scrapping to making a steady living to being able to invest in their own business, right? They're growing the number of cars that they have. So we have a number of guys who start with 1 car, and now they're like 8, 9, 10 cars on the system.
That makes me feel better, too. I don't want to feel like I'm taking advantage of
you're
somebody.
not. You're not. And they're doing this, remember, they come on the system when they want to.
Right.
And so because of that, this is something they want to do to fill their time to make more, to make a living.
You've got to be coming up against the medallion, the taxi commissions, all these people there's got to be pressure from these groups about this, right? I mean, ultimately, they must see the writing on the wall. You're going to replace cabs. You have a dispatch system. You're going to displace cabs.
What we like to say is we are an efficient lead generation system between riders and drivers. So that's how we put it. Some folks don't like us, but I think there are very few folks who don't like us. The drivers.
What are the reasons that the folks who don't like you give?
Well, just think about a city that charges hundreds of dollars. What's a medallion cost in New York City?
Here's the thing: the city doesn't usually make. I mean, the city makes
the taxi commission. What they do is they control the number of cabs, though.
That's right, and there's an interesting political dynamic that makes that happen. So the folks who own medallions want to restrict the number of available service cars on the street.
Right.
And those are the folks who usually don't like transportation alternatives in the cities.
Exactly.
And so those are the folks that we
they're
have
the forces of evil, I understand, but
I didn't say
they're
that.
Powerful.
We just have to have conversations with them. And
these guys who carry baseball bats.
No. Honestly, I haven't seen that.
Good.
I haven't seen that yet. I expected that, but I haven't seen that.
Well, I think that the reason there's a black car economy in New York City is a response to the limited number of medallions in New York City.
You got it. A medallion in New York City is $1 million. So
$1 million.
Yeah.
$1 million.
That's right. That's right. So,
you can't drive a legitimate
some
cab
people go,
without
what
one.
about the unions? What about the drivers? I'm like, we're a friend of the drivers.
Right.
The drivers love us. There are more driver jobs. They're making more money. I mean, the drivers love us.
A certain kind of driver loves you. A driver who has a nice car, who has a nice presentation.
I mean,
who speaks English or French, whatever it is.
Yeah. So yeah. I mean, drivers who know the city.
Quality drivers love you.
Yeah, of course.
It really does come in handy too in a city that you don't know. MG and I told you the story the other night, had come into Paris. We were very frazzled. We hadn't slept. It's a long flight.
You saved Sarah's life.
I heard about this.
Yeah, we had gotten off the Ariara at a stop because it was so crowded that we thought we would be trampled to death. The stop ended up being the worst stop in the world because there were no bus options, there was no metro, nothing was even open. It was a weird Sunday in a weird part of town.
I mean,
we were stuck.
Did you say
it was
Sunday?
raining.
Oh yeah, Sunday. There's nothing.
Nothing.
You got nothing going on out
and
here.
we weren't even really in the city yet.
I mean,
we were coming from the airport and just.
Well, let me also say something.
Sunday is a special thing in France.
It is.
Yeah, let me say something,
happens.
and I'm going to try to do this diplomatically, but the cab system in Paris is a little broken. For instance, last year it snowed, and the cabs decided that's a good time for us to stop driving. So it's the worst time from a point of view of a rider.
Sure.
But you don't. They're highly unionized, and they just stopped working.
So here's my understanding, and I could be wrong. The cabs did not stop working when it was snowing. What happened was the cabs just got used.
No. The cabs are in a line. The drivers are smoking. They roll up their windows, and you come up to them and say, ride, and they go, no.
You got
I'm telling you the truth.
Leo, it did snow pretty hard here last year.
Okay,
would
maybe
you want to drive anybody
Maybe.
in that
Okay,
snow?
I'm just saying. No. It's not, I'm not, oh, I'm busy. No, I'm smoking. No. So
Well,
I'm
they
just saying.
They also really care about their brakes.
Yes, I understand. It's
So
dangerous
maybe
for
there
them
were
to
some
drive,
lunch
so I
breaks
had to
also.
walk to the subway. But I presume an Uber driver is, and this is a whole different kind of transaction. But that's what I mean is that you do know that you are ultimately breaking an existing system, making it better for riders and drivers.
Sure.
But
If the system
powers
is
that
broken,
be
it should be forced to be made
are not
better.
going to like you.
Look, there are folks who don't like us. We have, political conversations every once in a while, or regulatory conversations in certain cities to make sure that we can continue operating and that we're friends.
But it's
the
working
bottom
out.
line is
They're letting you do
the
it.
politicians know that this is making their city a better place. The citizens know this is making their city a better place. So then the drivers know they're making more money. So then who's left? It's the people who own those medallions that, like the sort of regulatory protection that they have, that we don't really break that. We're just different. But we provide a really good service.
You sure do, and
So
I'm
you
thrilled.
just
If you
launched
could
in
bring
Paris.
it to Petaluma.
Yeah, right.
Uber
We
cow.
have one
Uber cow.
Uber cow.
Petaluma is so small that you
Yeah,
can
it
just
wouldn't work.
walk.
It really
you need to
wouldn't work.
actually. So
makes
Paris,
me
you said
sad.
Asia is going to be a big growth market for you.
I mean, it's look, the biggest cities in the world. That's our growth market, right?
And you
So,
mentioned LA. LA is down the pipe.
LA. Look, I'm from LA. This
Right.
is my home.
So you know that there is no cab service that works at all
That's
in
a
Los
great
Angeles.
time
And what's
for
interesting, right? So Paris is the #2 taxi and limo city in terms of dollars in the world. New York is #1. LA is #3. And it surprises me that it's #3, but it is. It's a huge freaking place.
It's very spread out.
It's
That's
just
the real
huge.
issue.
Spread out, and
it takes
cabs
an
are
hour
really
to go anywhere in
expensive.
LA.
It's amazing. We've got several thousand folks in Southern California who've already signed up with credit card before there are cars on the ground.
And Uber's not
amazing.
even there yet.
No.
They're so
They're
anxious.
just they
Somewhere
open
like
the app all
LA,
the time. Like,
you'd have
hoping cars are
to
there.
double the fleet of what you would at least start with in another city because people are going such farther distances. I would think.
It's we have some ideas for how to approach it. Oh, there we go.
Yeah,
Look at
there
that.
was my ride.
Look at
18
that.
euros.
Now rate the driver.
So I got to rate. He was great. Nicholas was great. We had a nice conversation,
There you
I
go.
thought you
You're
didn't like the
done.
chat.
and that's good.
Yeah, you give feedback if you want. You go a little chatty. A little chatty.
No, it was my fault because I was talking to him.
All right.
If I had pretended to sleep, it would have been fine.
You were the chatty one.
No, he asked the question and I answered, and then I answered it. I talk for a living. I don't want to talk in the car. I want to be quiet.
I get it. I want to see you pretending to sleep. I want to see this happen.
It's good. I'm very good at it.
I want to see you do that like on the show.
I
That
have
would be
pictures
amazing.
actually from last night.
Okay,
I wasn't
fair enough.
exactly pretending. I was a little jet lagged. Scoble and I were both
Somebody took a
napping at dinner.
picture. Somebody took pictures of you sleeping. Is that what you're telling me?
Anyway, good, Travis, brilliant. Where did you have this idea? Is this yours?
So I have a co-founder, Garrett Camp, and we actually came up
Of
Stumble Upon.
Oh.
We actually his original idea was I want to push a button and get a car.
Yeah.
And we came up. We were rocking. He said, "Well, I also want." He said, "Travis, let's buy 10 Mercedes S-Class."
He said, "We'll do it."
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's like, let's go get a garage and hire some drivers. And I said, Garrett, that's the dumbest idea I ever heard.
Yeah, we don't need to.
We came up with this idea at LeWeb 2008.
No.
We like to say we are a part French company. We were founded in Paris.
No kidding.
We like to say LeWeb was the inspiration, Paris was the location. And from a transportation perspective, Paris is the sister city of San Francisco.
Yeah, it's a perfect town for it. It's small,
exactly
it's constrained.
It's very similar regulatory-wise, and it's really freaking hard to get a cab. I mean, it's freaking hard.
No. Travis, great to meet you.
Awesome.
Thank you so much
Thanks,
for being
Travis.
here. Travis Kalanick of Uber, UBER.com. Is the umlaut optional?
You know, have fun with it.
The iPhone.
It's an expressive thing.
The iPhone wants to put an umlaut every time I type
That's cool,
Uber.
man. That's cool. You can do
I have
it.
to teach it.
Rock
It's
it
okay?
out.
I can say Uber?
ASCII is umlaut friendly.
Look, there's a car. The closest driver is 11 minutes away from right now.
Zoom out a little bit.
So I can see where all the cars are. We don't have a tight shot, but if I zoom out a little bit, I can see where all the cars are. All the little black cars.
There they are.
I love this, and I don't care if it's 11 minutes.
It's cool. It depends. I mean,
Well,
our
it's 11
average,
minutes probably because a bunch of them were here just left.
also, you move the pin away from where the cars are. The average pickup time in San Francisco, 4.5 minutes. Average.
Yeah.
Love this.
Median is probably
Call
3.
a cab, it's 20 minutes. Easy.
No.
true.
In San Francisco, 72% of all dispatch requests that go in on Saturday night are no-shows.
Yeah.
In
No,
San
I know.
Francisco.
I know
That's
that.
a public stat.
Yeah. No, I know that. It's terrible.
Yeah, I don't even call
Don't get
cabs
me
in
amped.
San
I'm going to
Francisco
start
anymore.
standing up on top of the
So,
table.
50% more than a cab, something like that?
50, yeah.
Yeah.
Out there.
But for the convenience, I think that's fair.
Yeah. Well, and
Yeah.
also we'll have lower price products too.
Yeah.
We'll start working our way down.
Thank you for that tight shot. Thank you, Travis.
Rockin'.
Thanks, Trav.
Get
See
it.
you,
It
Sarah.
is Android?
See you.
Android. It's Android, iPhone, and SMS.
Oh, yeah, you don't have to have an app.
SMS is
You can
the
text it.
command line version of Uber.
Yeah. So the
Sweet.
Uber geek will love that. And they text you when your car's on the way, and they text you when it's there.
You just text your
Yeah,
cross
say, "Come
streets
get
or
me."
your address.
Love
You don't say
it.
"come get me." That would be hilarious. They'd be like, "We don't know where you are, dude."
Come get me.
Well,
Really?
we
I
get
can't
that.
just-
We get that. We get emails.
I'm here. Where
we
am
get
I?
emails like, "Where are you?" Like, dude, what the
Email
hell?
your
Right.
card. Where are you? I've been waiting.
That's amazing.
Travis, really nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Sarah's been singing your praises for a long
I
time.
appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm excited.
Sarah and I, we've hung out at LeWeb a few times, so.
We have,
very
yes. And continue to.
Your
Yeah.
people want you, by the way. They're saying, come on,
I
wrap
gotta
it
go.
up, Travis. You've
Wrap
got
it up,
other things to
Trav.
do.
All right, very good.
Thank you. So nice to meet you. Really,
See you, dude.
I am so excited about Uber. Because as a person who...
Uber is by far the kind of service that people will tweet, "Oh my gosh, how
Right.
did my life
Right.
survive
It's
without
really
Uber?"
great.
You know,
Yeah.
a lot of people
It's
say,
expensive,
"Cool
but-
app, cool service." It is
Yeah.
expensive, but it could like save you.
If you-
It has saved me.
What I have learned in my life is sometimes it's worth spending $5 more for a
For
little bit for
convenience?
convenience. It really is worth it.
Absolutely.
When I was younger, I would walk. Now I take a black car. Look who's here. Come on, Rocky, you should join us. Rocky never gets any airtime. We should give him some airtime. Robert Scoble's
Come
here.
on over.
with
We've got a mic for each of you.
Rocky, is it Barbanica? Barbanica. Not Barbanica, Barbanica. Rocky, you see Scoble all the time. What you don't see is that everywhere Scoble goes, Rocky goes. He's behind the camera. And very much a part of all
my
of Robert's
bodyguard.
videos. Yeah, and you don't mess
Good
with Robert. Because he's got Rocky.
ever
Rocky,
needed
put
him
the
as your
microphone right
bodyguard?
Oh,
up.
absolutely.
Really?
Absolutely.
So-
I need to get through the exhibit hall and PR people are trying to get to me. I'd say, Rocky, block.
I have Lisa for that. That's what Lisa does. Lisa goes like this. She's just out of the way, out of the way. He's got somewhere to be, out of the way. She's not as scary looking as Rocky, but she pack a mean punch.
Yeah, so I got that going for me, which is nice.
So I guess, you just interviewed me and you did the same thing to me that I'm going to do to you.
Yeah.
You need no introduction. You're the Scobleizer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I go around the world and interview startups.
Yeah, yeah. For Rackspace.com.
Yep.
You just, in fact, were in London yesterday talking to a lot of people on behalf of Rackspace.
Yep.
Although you do a lot of stuff on your personal blog as well.
It's all Rackspace.
I guess that's true.
When you hire Scoble, that's it. You have that brand as yours. Before that,
I'm for rent, baby.
Before that, you worked for Fast Company. Before that, Microsoft.
Yep.
Before that, you were Gannett. No.
No. Before Microsoft, I was working for Dave Weiner and NEC, selling tablets.
Yeah.
And
Put your mic up.
Before that, I worked at. It's a little noisy in here, isn't it? Before that, I worked in a computer programming magazine, Visual Basic Programmer Journal.
That's when I met you, when you were working at VB.
Yeah, because I used to listen to you on Saturdays and go, oh, I want to be on it.
We're not on KGO anymore. You know, they fired everybody. They canceled the show.
It's really sad to see what's happened to that radio station. But it shows how old media just gets wiped out.
It's struggling is what's happening. And the company that it used to be when I worked there was ABC. It got sold to Citadel. Citadel got absorbed by a company called Cumulus, which is the #2 radio company in America. They own 800 stations, but they're famous for, and this is what's going to happen with all old media, they do it cheap.
Yeah.
And that's really what old media has to do. They have to figure out, and it's what we've done. We do it cheap. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. We do this cheap. Sarah knows. She gets paid practically nothing. But you have to do it cheap to survive.
Leo, why are you so cheap?
Because I want to ride an Uber. Somebody's got to pay for my car service.
But the thing
Isn't
about
Uber
doing
amazing?
things cheaply
I've used it 5 times already this
is
week.
the more you do things cheaply, the more you realize that people are paying way too much money for the same stuff, and it's all fluff.
Yeah.
There's ways to do good if you value content above presentation, there's ways to do good content inexpensively.
And if you have
that's
people
what
who
we
know
do.
what they're doing, you can have both.
Yeah, and you're doing that. You do great content with one camera. You go around, you talk.
Two cameras.
We could run. We have two approaches: a single camera. excuse me.
Closer.
Where where Robert goes out by himself and just gets that quick on the fly.
Right.
And then we have 2 cameras set up.
That's
which
what you
is
have
still,
here. You have 2 cameras.
Yeah, 2 cameras upstairs. It's a small footprint. You know, we each carry half the gear, and we're mobile. You know, we can sit down, set up anywhere, and in 15 minutes we're rolling.
But what I love about Robert, and this is what your real skill is you spot. Your enthusiasm for technology helps you spot interesting stuff ahead of time.
Yeah.
And so you go out there. For instance, you had Mike McHugh just did a 15-minute interview with you before anybody about the new Flipboard for iPhone.
Yeah.
And
You were also one of the first people I ever heard talk about Flipboard.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Well, I see a lot of. Just today, we've seen how many interviews? 7 interviews so far.
Yeah.
And so we already found a really cool company called ZMS, which lets you put SMS messages on location. So, like, if I wanted to remind you to pick up milk or buy MG something,
once I'm within
I
like
can put
100
it on,
yards.
I can put it on your car, so when you walk within 100 yards of your car, you get this message.
This is
that's
something
rad.
Siri could do and is so close to doing, but doesn't. Siri right now, you could say, when I leave here, remind me. But you can't say, when I get to the grocery store, remind me. That'll be a simple thing to do. I'm sure Apple will do that at some point. Now, I imagine because you have this great sense of what's exciting and new, and because you talk to so many startups, that don't VC companies, venture capitalists, lobby you all the time, say, come work for us? You'd be so good at spotting the next big thing?
No, and I've thought about it, especially since
that's what MG's doing.
MG's doing the VC thing. But my goal in life is not to get involved with meetings or committees. And if you're a VC, it's not as fun.
I was just talking about that with MG last night. Sarah and I were standing around before we talked to the president.
Yeah. Well, we were waiting for Sarkozy.
Yeah.
We got into
and
the
I said,
VC.
how many meetings a day? He said 5 a day. And I said, I couldn't do it.
And sometimes it's more, honestly. It's a lot of
He was
meetings.
downplaying it.
But you're a people person, so I don't know why you wouldn't like meetings.
I like meetings where I meet, where
You're doing what
where
you
I get
wanna
the
do.
fun thing. Fun meetings are fun when I see something new.
You don't want to
But
sit around a conference
venture
table.
capitalists don't just get to get pitched the way a journalist gets pitched, right? They
Right.
have to do that, and they have to be good at sensing, okay, this company is going to make it, this one's not. But then they have to work at the company. And when you're a venture company, when you're funding a company, you have to help that company grow and
Right.
get to the next level. That means you have to bring your network in, you have to give them advice, you have to tell them they're screwing up, you have to look at their books, you have to give them, you have to say, hey, you're not meeting your numbers, you're in threat of getting fired. You have to do a lot of shit work that the public never sees and considers, right?
Well,
you're like me.
You're financially tied in too, and that can get complicated.
But
when
I
you
think
know and like people.
Sarah, we're like cheerleaders. This is great because we get to stand on the sidelines, watch, get excited about, but we don't have to get our hands dirty running the company.
Well, you know what we do? Like, for example, Path 2.0 right now. Leo and I are both
big fans.
hugely,
I'm a huge fan.
I've
hugely
convinced
in love
Robert.
with it.
I path a photo of you guys interviewing Travis right now, right?
But we say
And
to
by the
each
way,
other,
MG already smiled on that photo. It's a
he's
little private
ridiculous.
club.
It definitely is. But we both say, gosh, we love this new path. They've really gotten it right this time. Hope it survives, because it's not up to us.
It's not up to us.
We'll talk about it as long as we still enjoy it, but that's where it ends for us.
Yeah.
So
I think
I hear
there's
you.
a type of person that likes that, and then there's a type of person, I think MG's probably one of them, who kind of gets frustrated being on the sidelines all the time and says, I want to get involved. And so there's just different types of people. So you like being the cheerleader, you like watching, you like finding, but you don't want to get involved.
Not really. Not really. When you get, I turned down some money to even start my own company, and in just last year, and it came down to that. It's like, oh, I'm having a lot of fun right now, getting to see the new thing, and I'm not going to have the big payoff of an Arrington, building my own company, but I also don't have to deal with all that crap work that you don't see as, behind the scenes as an entrepreneur. Mike McHugh, for instance, flew in here and flew out.
He didn't have time.
And we talked about this. This is, if you're building a company, being an entrepreneur is sacrifice. You can't just have fun and decide to stay in Paris for a week. You have to get back, and his service was down yesterday, right? He has to get back and fix that.
Right.
And that's not, I don't have to worry about that. Right?
Robert said he didn't want to do it because he wouldn't be able to attend all the parties. He'd have to do too much
Right.
work. So.
Yeah. If you're going to build a business, it's a sacrifice.
It's like being Chris Berman instead of being Tebow.
Yeah.
Right? We don't take the hits. We just say, and you get to be smart. You get to say, yeah, those guys will never make it. Or, yeah, this guy's good. Do you keep track of your batting average? Or you?
Not really. Other people do.
So what's your batting?
Someone has.
What's your batting average?
Believe me, it's 8 years ago. Somebody will bring back my failure of 8 years ago.
Robert, I remember when you cried because you saw photosynth.
Yeah.
They probably
No, that was
not
the worldwide the telescope, worldwide telescope.
Right.
Brought a tear to his eye.
Brought a
boy.
tear
You
to
were
his
there,
eye.
weren't you?
Yeah. Did he really cry?
I was
I'm going to leave it to the user to develop their own conclusion.
No, because you see something like that, you go, wow, my kids are going to
That's
have
gonna change the
access
world.
to...
Yeah.
I don't know if it even changes the world. It's just my kids are going to have access to the world's knowledge in a new way that I never had the ability to just pull up on my screen every single photo that the Hubble's made and be able to fly through
neat,
it.
isn't it?
I mean, it's like,
So
wow.
we're going to run you out of here in a second, but just what have you seen that and Rocky, I'm asking you too. What have you seen that you think is interesting here?
The ZMS, I think, is pretty much the highlight for me for what I've seen. I like Derek Schmidt's talk. Usually
He said Google. Now, is this credible? Google TV is going to be on every television set by the year 2012.
A lot of them.
A lot.
Yeah.
Implied like most of them, right?
Yeah. Well, he always does, right?
You only have to convince like 6 manufacturers,
That's
right?
true.
I mean, you get on Vizio, you're on a good.
He's got a little strike
40%
against him
of
when
them in the United
Logitech
States.
says that was the biggest mistake we ever made and it cost us $100 million. I think that's going to make it a difficult
But he
sell.
says things like this.
Right.
And then Google's PR team comes out a week later and goes, actually, that's not really accurate. Android isn't going to overtake iPhone in 6 months the way that
By the
Mr.
way,
Schmidt said.
talk about Android. He says, oh, the developers are going to have to build for Android.
Right.
And one developer actually showed me, a company that's coming out showed me something for Android only. And he said, well, what should I do? And I said, let me take you around the room. And we walked around the room and said, do you have, what kind of phone do you have? iPhone. What kind of phone do you, have, by the way?
Android phones.
iPhone.
Yeah,
What kind of
few.
phone do you have? iPhone.
iPhone.
And we went around the room and asked 10 people. Everybody had iPhone. And I said, that's your problem. If you're going to build a worldwide brand, not a technology, but a brand, it has to be iPhone first.
Yeah.
And Eric Schmidt has not changed that, right? Because the cool kids in San Francisco, everybody on our pass is iPhone, right?
I have to say that I was talking to Dave Morin about Path, and they've done the new Path on both Android and iPhone.
Yeah.
And he said it was hard doing it on Android.
Yeah.
There were things that are things like core animation that are built into the iPhone that we had to hand code. He said an animation in Android you have to do every frame by hand, and that makes it hard. So he said it is hard. You
The numbers
think,
are there.
though, the numbers are there. Yeah, it's got to be worth it.
To be honest, to build a world brand today, you have to be on both.
That's what I think.
And that's why Path is serious, right? Because they're building it on both. They took the engineering time to do it on both, and it was a pain in the ass.
Well, it's how they might beat Instagram, for instance. I know that Kevin Systrom announced yesterday they're going to do an Android, but they've been saying that for a year and a half.
They've been saying that, yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
However, they've done just fine, thank you, on iOS only. In fact, not even iPad, on iPhone only.
Yeah.
But I think ultimately that's where
But
Pass
they're
could
also
beat them
two
because it's
different
on
models,
both.
because Instagram has celebrities like Justin Bieber on the service,
Right.
which gets, I mean, that
Well,
doesn't
that's
work
that
on
brand
Path.
thing that you
Well,
were
there's
talking
also
about,
a
Robert.
distribution thing, because if you, in the inside world, you know this, but if you're on iPhone only, your chances of being featured on the iTunes Store are much higher than if you're on iPhone, Android, and Windows Phone 7. They're going to prefer you if you're equal. They're going to put their finger on the scale for you. And so if you decide as a business to go on Android and iPhone, then you lose that edge with the Apple Store, and now you have to play a different game.
Now, how do you know that that's true?
Entrepreneurs have told me.
Wow.
Yeah.
It makes sense. Apple's,
Just like it's a little secret right now, if you're building a company, you can get some money from Microsoft to help your development of Windows Phone 7 apps.
Well, that doesn't surprise me.
We're going to talk to Phil Lieben in a little bit. He's of Evernote, who has actually Android, iOS, and a very nice Windows Phone 7 app. And take a look at what he's been up to. But I want to thank you guys for stopping by.
Thanks for
Rocky,
having
it's great to
us,
see you. You never get any camera time. He deserves
can't say
it.
that anymore.
He's the greatest. And Robert Scoble, thank you guys for coming by. We really
See you
appreciate
tonight
it.
at the party, right? Thank you. Thanks so much.
We're live
Thanks,
from
Rocky.
Paris at LeWeb'11.
And I'll see you back
2011.
on Path.
Yeah.
See you on Path.
See you on Path. We'll be liking everything from in here.
Sarah Lane
in our
and Leo
sauna.
Laporte in our sauna here
In
at
our
the LeWeb'11.
sauna.
Loic stopped by with Geraldine, and I think they've got the air conditioning working. I'm very excited about our next guest.
He's the
Hi,
guy we
Bill
turned down
Gross.
some money from. And we love Bill, by the way.
All right. Welcome back to LeWeb 2011. Leo Laporte.
And Sarah Lane.
And we are here in Paris live. I know it's a little early in the morning for a lot of you watching in the States, 2:30 in the afternoon here in Paris. And one of the things that's exciting about LeWeb is the people who come here, oftentimes people we could run into in San Francisco or Los Angeles,
Right.
people who are from the States, but they come here and they meet with the European entrepreneurs, and I think it's very exciting for both sides, both because you get a new perspective coming here, a new way of thinking about the space that we're all in, and I think the European entrepreneurs love to hear from people like this fella here. Bill Gross just spoke this morning, 12 points that every entrepreneur should know, and wowed the crowd. Bill is
Welcome,
a
Bill.
legend in the business. He started 100 companies, is that right?
Yes.
Idealab is, of course, one of the... You were really the first incubator I can think of, right?
It really wasn't a common term back then.
Yeah.
We were excited to do it, though, and it's been a lot of lessons, but a lot of fun.
Yeah. And you yourself, I'm trying to remember the first application that I used. You were an Apple... You did Apple stuff, is that right? Yeah. Tell me...
Well, you might have used some of the things that we made at Lotus. I'm not sure.
Probably.
But, we had a product called Lotus Hal.
Yep.
Lotus Magellan.
Hal, that's
Magellan
right.
was a great search tool.
Yep. Yep.
That, it took a long time for Windows to catch up and build that kind of functionality into the
So you were
operating system.
working within a big company.
Yes.
When did you decide to strike out and do it yourself?
Well, it was when my oldest son, David, turned 5. And he went to kindergarten, and I dropped him off at school. And I waved goodbye to him on that very first day on the playground. And I thought, is he going to fall in love with learning? Is he going to have that magical 4th grade teacher like I had to really give him that chance? And I was worried. And multimedia software was just getting started. It was 1991. The Sound Blaster sound card had just come out. So you could make the first...
Finally.
The first limping sounds out of a PC. And they're still floppy disks. They were 720K floppy disks, but they're floppy disks. And if you did the right compression on video, you could have motion video on a PC with audio. And I thought you could make educational software really a step above what had been at the time. There was like Math Blaster and Reader Rabbit. And I wanted to make educational software that made
Knowledge
kids fall in love with
Adventure
learning.
was born.
Right.
What an... I mean, and my kids are roughly the same age as your kids. So we played all those games,
great.
all those CD-ROMs.
Great.
It's in a way it's nostalgic because it's all gone now. It's all gone to the web.
Yeah.
But for that generation, things like Reader Rabbit were transformational.
Oh, they were. I actually think there's going to be another full transformation going on, which is
Really?
starting, but on the iPad now.
Well, I'm
Similar set of education
Good.
software on the iPad.
Because what happened? You know, I mean, this was great stuff. Did the web kill it?
The web did kill it. I think retail channel distribution killed it.
Horrible.
It was so hard to get shelf space.
Yeah.
And they were basically, I remember we were selling to Walmart. We actually got our products in Walmart, 2,300 stores. Our products took off like crazy when that happened. And basically you're selling to the appliance buyer.
Right.
He's either going to buy some Maytag dishwashers to put in the aisle or some Knowledge Adventure, whichever sells more. He doesn't care. Whatever sells more per cubic inch. So you couldn't really talk about the features of your product to try and convince them to take it. It was just a pure numbers game. So that's what killed it.
Yeah.
It was just a retail game of dollars per cubic
It was
inch.
really sad because I thought you were making a big difference. I mean, you made a difference in my kid's life.
Oh, well, I'm so glad to hear that.
Yeah.
We sold 20 million copies, so a lot of kids had an impact from it.
Right.
And I think it's going to happen today on the iPad. I think that there's going to be new
I think
games.
it already is.
Yeah.
Leo and I host a show called iPad Today, so we talk about iPad apps
There's
all the
great
time.
educational stuff now.
And we're both, I mean, your kids are a little older. I don't have kids, but we revisit that topic regularly because so many of the people who watch the show, as soon as we say, maybe we'll do a, preteen theme next week, with floods of emails of people saying, you've got to, this helped my child, helped my autistic child, helped my kid who was really having a hard time with math or
It makes a
reading
big
or
difference.
science. I mean, these apps are, and they're being churned out every day. There's so many to choose from, and I think it's just fantastic.
Yeah, our youngest son, he wants to get apps from the App Store. He knows how to look around and see which ones are free, but he knows that he has certain chores he has to do around the house before he can spend 99 cents or $2.99. And he
that's
actually
great.
says, have I done enough things? Can I get an app yet?
That's really great.
That's
What
awesome.
a clever way to get them to do stuff around the house.
Rather than just let them download the free apps, which aren't always the best ones.
Right.
So now you're doing a lot of different things. How many companies are involved?
Well, we have 50 people in Idealab who start the companies and give support to the companies. We have 25 companies in the portfolio across a whole range of companies, and there's 250 people in all those companies in our building, and probably 1,000 people in the companies outside of the building.
Right. It must be fun for you.
It's really fun. I'd love to show it to you sometime when you're in Southern California.
You're in Santa Monica?
No, we're in Pasadena.
Pasadena.
Yeah.
Okay.
So sometime I'd love you to see it.
I would love to come down.
Because we have a really unique space that we've built. We've been there for
heard.
16 years now.
Yeah.
And we built this space to try and encourage collaboration and sharing of knowledge.
Yeah.
And you'd really like it.
I would love to come down, yeah. And it's neat that you have them all together. So there's a value to everybody being together.
Well, we try and have a huge amount of shared learning go on. We have one particular thing about our building. There's no walls higher than this, so everybody can see everybody else. Any conference room, they're all clear, all plexiglass. So everybody sees what's going on. So the negative is everybody sees what's going on, but the
Right.
positive, everybody knows what's going on. So there's a tremendous amount of happenstance learning that happens from one company to another. Like the VP of marketing of one company might be meeting with some vendor, and then that vendor's really great for another company, so they introduce them at the same time. We get all the CTOs together once a month. We get all the CEOs together once a month. We get all the VPs of marketing together once a month to share best practices. And then also companies are having random celebrations at different times in their history or challenges, and every company gets to see them and learn from those. So it's a little bit like, my analogy is, when I went to college and I showed up as a freshman, I looked up to the seniors. And I saw the seniors there and how cool they were. And we try and have it that be a freshman company gets to see how seniors behave and get to learn from that.
Right. Do people graduate from Idealab?
Oh, of course. Usually we can only handle a company till they grow to about 100 people.
Right.
Of course, usually after they go public, they graduate as well.
Right.
So we usually try to keep them for 1 to 3 years, try and transplant as much DNA as we can to the way they should operate, and then they grow up and move on. We still stay involved. We're still on the board. We still stay very close to them. But at a certain point, they're going to have their own independence.
Give me an idea. You're doing a lot of green stuff, I know.
Yes.
That's
So
something you're really interested in?
Oh, I really, really love that. I think, well, it's a world-changing opportunity like educational software, two things that you can do that have an enormous impact. And on the green stuff, we have companies ranging from transportation companies to energy storage to solar energy. We even have one company we're working on. It's kind of an unusual one, but we're very excited about it. It's called World House. We're making a $1,000 kit solar house for the developing world, for India and China and Africa.
Great.
And we're really excited about that. And it's going to show up on a flatbed truck, like on a pickup truck, like an IKEA kit, but it's a house. And a family.
TaskRabbit.
Yeah, right.
You might need them for
I heard
this.
you were saying that's the number one. So we'll fly people over to India to assemble the house over there. No, but
That's efficient.
the goal of this is that the family can assemble it themselves.
Yes.
And you don't even need to be able to read. You just look at the photographs and the instructions. And we're very excited about that.
That's
So that's a
really
clean
neat.
tech company that we're very proud of.
Wow. That's awesome.
You gave a talk today, which I loved.
Oh, thank you.
12 things you've learned, I guess, from these many years from 100 companies.
Some of them very painful lessons.
Yeah. Give me a couple of them. And by the way, thank you for sharing your slide stack.
Oh, sure,
Bill
sure.
tweeted it. It's out there if you want to
Great.
find it. Yeah.
Well, one of them about sticking around until the market is ready for your product. We had a company that was doing really well. It had great customer success, but low broadband penetration. It was an entertainment company in 1999, well before broadband had taken off. But we had signed Adam Sandler, and we had signed Chris Rock, and they were making great content. It was like a forerunner to Funny or Die. But because of the low broadband penetration, there just weren't enough users. But the users who did use it loved it.
Right.
And we had 110 people in the company. We had raised $10 million. Wow. And if only we had cut back sooner. So we gradually cut back from 110 people to 46 people because the CEO said, I can't cut back lower than that. We'll have nothing left. And then a year later, we cut back to 20. And a year later, we cut back to 12. And then we went out of business. And then 2 years later, we would have been killing.
It took off.
It took off.
Well, I think of broadcast.com, pseudo.com. There were a lot of companies at the time, but nobody had broadband.
Exactly.
They were little tiny postage stamp pictures.
So we look back at that lesson and we say, if only we'd cut back to 12 immediately. If we had
survive long enough for the market to catch up with you.
Absolutely. It's so critical.
Yeah.
Now, if you don't have a fundamental consumer proposition, there's no reason to stick around. But we had that, and we just didn't cut the burn rate fast enough. And that's a very valuable but painful lesson that we learned.
How do you know if you've got the consumer market?
Well, if you're looking, you have to be very honest with yourself and look at the people who are using your product and listen to them and find out, are they really loving it? And there's just some other market variable that's holding you back? Or are they really loving it and you're never going to get there?
Right.
And we really felt that they were loving it, and it was just the need to get past these 9600 baud modems for us to take off. And the bottleneck was not under our control. We couldn't change that. We had to wait for the operators to catch up, but they did catch up. It just took a few more years, and we should have just stuck around. Very valuable lesson, very painful.
Yeah. You also talk about having an enthusiasm for what you do, so you survive those tough times.
Yeah. Well, definitely every company faces tough times. I don't think entrepreneurs realize they sometimes hear things being idealized in the dreams. Things seem like overnight wonders, when in fact they're almost always long slogs.
Foursquare, amazing. How did that happen?
No, it's amazing how long things really take to get adopted. And people often hear the business magazine post stories which glamorize everything. And make it sound like everything was wonderful and all we had to do was get chefs in the company and things took off. And that's not the way it works. In fact, it's the other way around. We got the chefs because things took off. Because you need to survive some very, very down times, you have to have passion to get through those. You're not going to be able to live through those sleepless nights unless you care so much about what you're doing. And that's something that sometimes I hear about entrepreneurs who say, let me try and evaluate what business I want to pick. Let's try and look at MBA-type metrics and pick the business. Well, picking a business by those metrics is not going to carry you through those tough times. I just don't think that will work. And I almost guarantee you every business is going to see some tough times. Nothing just starts out and then just takes off like crazy. And even Facebook had very, very tough times along the way. I mean, they were a rocket ship, but they still had challenges along the way that they made it through that could have been company ending if they didn't make it through smartly.
I've heard from entrepreneurs who have said the same thing, that it's sleepless nights, it can be painful, bad decisions, learning the hard way, not being able to ramp up as quickly as you want, that you almost have to feel like your company, your business, the thing you believe in is your child. You can't abandon this child. This child might be a real pain in the ass. And maybe you can't go to the party that you wanted to go to because you've got this other thing, but it's like you can't abandon it. And if you care about it in that way, then you won't.
I think that's the best analogy I've ever heard. I think that's absolutely true. You have to think of it that way. You would never abandon your child. You'd go through thick and thin. You'd protect them from crossing the street. You'd do everything. And that's the way you have to feel about your business to make it succeed.
You had must have been a very difficult time with Uber Media recently. You, in fact, perhaps mistakenly made a mistake and said, we want to take over from the Twitter space. You'd acquired TweetDeck, Echo Phone, and then Twitter, I think, woke up and said, uh-oh, Bill Gross is breathing down our necks. They cut you off.
Yeah, we were off for 2 days over some technical violations, but they turned us back on as soon as we fixed those things. And we've been growing in the Twitter ecosystem ever since.
And then they chased after, was it TweetDeck?
After TweetDeck, yes.
You were this close, and they paid a lot more than it was worth.
And our goal with social media is to try and make it more relevant and more targeted.
So you haven't given up?
Have not given up. Now with our new platform, Chime In, it's taking off fantastic. Oh, thank you. It's taking off fantastically, better than our imagination.
It's a way of curating tweets, in effect, right, around topics.
And you can also only direct things on certain topics to certain people, and you can follow part of a person. So rather than having to follow an entire person, you might not care about Robert Scoble, what he had for lunch. But I really care about his tech posts.
It's funny because he's the one who's complaining about noise all the time, and that's exactly what he wants.
What I'm trying to build at Chime In is the best noise filtering that allows you to get exactly what you care about. Again, to improve the relevance. There's absolutely a place for having the entire stream. If you want to know exactly what happened, if you want to know the instant an earthquake happened because you want everything, there's a place for that. But there's a place for a different experience, a more community-oriented experience, where you want to know just the things you care about the most. That's what we're trying to build at Chime
Well,
In.
and Facebook tries to do that too with their news feed, where you tell them who the better friend is and what kind of alerts you want to get from certain people based on the kind of things they talk about. But you always have to be managing that too. So it's a commitment.
Yeah, a great line I heard yesterday at the conference was, "The devil is in the defaults." and
That's so true.
And Facebook
because people never change their defaults.
Yes. So Facebook has a certain set of defaults that make you have to do a lot of work to fix that.
Yeah.
And at Chime In, we built a different set of defaults to make it very easy to do that. And it's all a matter of emphasis. You can do different things, and you can adjust every platform to do different things, but it's what's the default? What's the main use? And that's what we've tried to come up with something distinctive there.
So what are you excited about going forward? I mean, everybody talks about, in fact, this conference is about social, about mobile, but is that it? You've done a lot of search stuff. You did goto.com. Search was the hot thing. Now it's social. Now it's mobile. Look farther ahead.
Well, I'll tell you why I'm so excited about social. It's the next level of social. It's monetization with social. Like right now, social is huge, but the monetization is relatively low.
Nobody can figure out how to make money out of it.
The reason why I think social has so much monetization potential, maybe even bigger than keywords. You know, I thought keywords was a pretty big thing back in 1998, and it was a big thing. I thought nothing would ever be bigger than that. Here's why I think social actually could be even bigger than that. If you're looking for a plumber, and you go to Google and you type in plumber, you're going to get great results on plumber because you indicated with your fingers, you typed in the word plumber, so you obviously have a lot of intent.
That's a big signal.
But then you get back results, both algorithmic and paid, and they're both very, very good. But even better than algorithmic results or even paid results is someone you know who recommends a plumber. So as soon as you can get in between finding a person you know who's had an experience with a service or provider or a restaurant or any type of opportunity that can actually make a recommendation to you, there's unbelievable monetization. I'll give you one example in our own product and Chime In. We have a community on photography. A community sprung up organically on macro photography. I didn't even know what macro photography was, but it's people who buy the 100mm lens to look close up at things and take pictures of insects. And they're beautiful pictures, but this community sprung up out of the blue. Well, Canon, if they come to that forum and say, we have a new 100mm Canon lens available for macro photography, that would be pretty good, be very targeted. That would already be great.
Very
it's going to
valuable
be very valuable. But even more valuable is someone in that community who says, my favorite lens is the Canon one.
Much more valuable than the ad.
Way better than the ad.
Yeah.
So that's the next frontier. The next frontier is using your social graph, using people who share common interests, and having recommendations come from that.
Now, Bing's doing that. They're using Facebook and integrating into the search results.
So we're seeing
Do you think they're doing that
iceberg.
well?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think it's a tip, and Google's now starting to include Google Plus posts.
Right. It's clear that's why Google created Google Plus.
Exactly.
They needed that social signal to add to the search.
I think that we are just seeing the tip of the iceberg right now. It's not yet being monetized. It's being delivered tentatively to see how well it works.
Right.
But it's going to be monetized, I think, unbelievably. I think it's the holy grail of advertising because it changes stuff from being pushed at you to things that you really care about being pulled to you or being recommended to you from people you trust. I think it's a game changer.
I'm going to add a 13th rule, though. Don't monetize too soon.
Yes.
Sometimes, in fact, Facebook was clever in not monetizing too quickly. Because, as Mark Zuckerberg famously said, we don't know what it is yet.
Yeah. Well, you see a lot of companies today in the last 5 years because they've been able to raise money. They're able to hold off monetization. Remember, even YouTube held off monetization.
Right.
When Google acquired it for $1.6 billion, I don't think they were making money yet.
Right.
I don't think they were even charging money yet.
Right.
And now I think it's a money machine.
Yeah.
And Google's rebranding of YouTube is fantastic because it makes it even better. So I think there's always great potential. Of course, if you don't have the luxury of having enough capital to hold things out.
You have to monetize.
You know, YouTube was able to get a lot of money from Sequoia, so they could do that. Facebook was able to get a lot of money from Axel and other people. I think it's always smart to have your monetization plans, but you can hold off to try and build a big enough audience. So when you bring it in, it's very small and subtle and not such a hammer on the head with the money being brought in too quickly.
Follow Bill on Twitter, Bill_Gross.
Thank
in
you.
fact, your most recent tweet has your slide deck from today's presentation. People can watch that. But it will also be available on streaming video, so people can watch it. LeWeb is taking, I love that Loic is putting it all out there for free.
And great production values, too.
And beautiful.
Yeah.
I mean, they bring in, well, look at this. They bring in the best people, and they really do a nice job. And making that available for free has not hurt the ticket sales in any way.
It's made it better.
It's better.
Yeah.
And just shows you that you can give away things and still do very well.
Yeah.
Bill, it's so great to see
thank
you.
you very much. You two
You're
guys
such
are
a
terrific.
legend in
Thank
the
you.
business. You've done
Thank
so
you.
much good for all of us. And
It's
we
an honor
appreciate
to be-
everything
honor
you've
to be
done.
here with you.
Thank you, Bill Gross.
Honor to
Appreciate
have
it.
you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Bill.
Thanks, Bill.
Thanks.
Take care. Yeah, Reader Rabbit changed my kid's life. It's so amazing, and Bill's been such a legend for so long that it's neat to see.
And he's so
sometimes
nice.
He's so great. He's so smart.
So nice.
And sometimes you see people like that just say, "Okay, I've done it. I'm going to relax. I'm going to go get my yacht and sail."
And now he's like, actually, how about some sustainable houses for people who
isn't that
need
great?
them?
And he's got a big solar business that's really
it's just,
really incredible. Really doing
keep on
wonderful
innovating.
stuff. We have to make a note, Eileen. We've got to go to Pasadena and see the Idealab. That's an amazing facility apparently down there. Good.
Idealab.com.
Really like to do that.
For all of the stuff.
Come on, Jason. Well, this is great. We're getting a great parade of people. We'll just say one more time.
Jason, where are you from? RunKeeper. Cool.
We'll just say
I love running.
briefly. We're live from LeWeb'11. Sarah Lane, Leo Laporte. We're going to continue in just a bit. And we just want to do a re-intro every time so we can edit it. Live from LeWeb'11, Leo Laporte.
And Sarah Lane. Hello, everybody.
We are in Paris, France, at Loïc Lemer's amazing conference of American entrepreneurs meeting European entrepreneurs. And Jason is an entrepreneur who has a very interesting plan to change the world through health. It's good to see you again, Jason. Thanks for joining us.
Nice to see you, too. And I can see you remember our last meeting.
RunKeeper.com. I know all about RunKeeper. In fact, I'm sure most of our very healthy audience members.
What about some of our maybe less healthy audience members? People who don't go running, I got bad knee, I don't know anything about running. What is RunKeeper?
Yeah, so RunKeeper is a mobile fitness and health platform. And we started with some smartphone applications for runners and built up a large community of runners who use their phone to track their fitness. What's been interesting, though, is that over time, our users are more and more using other devices and services as well, things like Wi-Fi body scales, pedometers, heart rate monitors, things that cater to not just runners, but
the Up.
The Up, yep. There's new interesting sensors emerging all the time, which is great for people like us that are focused on the platform and making sense of all of the health information.
Well, and that's one of the things I think is very interesting. So RunKeeper for a long time was about running, and you'd share your maps with other people, and you'd keep track of what you did. But you've now created a kind of a standard for sharing health data of all kinds. And how's that going? Because you announced that about 6 months ago?
We announced that back in June.
Yeah,
so I lost track of time, but
6 months ago.
Good memory. And I think when I saw you, it was probably a month or two after
it was at
we
Food Camp.
launched.
Yeah.
Yep. So it's been great. We spent the last 3 years building this running platform, but when we launched our API, we launched it into the underlying health graph that this running system was built on. And so in the last few months, more than 40 integrations have been completed. Several hundred others are in development.
That's great.
And what's most exciting is that it's not just applications and devices sending health information so that our users can keep track of everything in one place, but there's also services now getting built on top of all this data, corporate wellness platforms, rewards platforms, fitness games, things like that. And it's super exciting for us, both for our little company, but also because we just believe that the timing is right for a system like this to emerge for the world and for making people healthier.
I thought it was, would you call it a pivot? I thought it was an interesting, maybe it's not a huge pivot, but an interesting change to your business model. And bold. I mean, Google Health just got closed down, right?
They did, but if you talk to Google, they would tell you that they still very much believe in the opportunity, but they just deemed that it wasn't right for them based on their current incarnation.
They're too big for that business.
Yeah, they'll be back at some point. I'll predict it here. But it really was more of an evolution where from the beginning we had broader aspirations to be a platform, but we understood that in order to build a successful platform, you need to have a hit app first.
Right.
So if we had stepped out without a hit app and lots of
users... So you were
users,
always planning to do this?
We were. We were. In fact, the company itself was incorporated as Fitness Keeper before we ever launched the RunKeeper app.
Interesting. So good. So you created an installed base. You created kind of critical mass with the app. That got you to the point where you could do the rest.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, our millions of users are not big compared to somebody like Facebook, but for all the fragmentation that's traditionally existed with health and fitness sensors, millions of users is actually pretty big. But, over time, a consumer health platform will emerge that gets a lot bigger than that, and the timing is right for that to happen. So, we feel like we're pretty well positioned early in the game to step into that role. How it plays out, I guess Time will tell.
Well, see, I guess in a way I'm a potential customer because I have an Up, I have a Fitbit, I have a YThings scale, I have a YThings blood pressure meter. I have a lot of these devices that give me the metrics. I don't run, so I don't have RunKeeper. How do you get me into the universe?
Well, what's interesting is that because we started with an app and because we started focused on running, the bulk of our users run and also use these other things. But what that's giving us the time to do is perfect the experience around all of this health information. It just so happens that we're perfecting it today for people that came into the system as runners. But ultimately, this is much, much broader. In fact, just to use an analogy, I would say runners are to us what college students were to Facebook.
Right, right. And then you can open it up. Yeah.
But we're very careful to to wait until the right time because we really want to make sure we serve one market incredibly well before we go too broad too fast.
Right.
So if it's just an app, what if you're the kind of runner who refuses to run with an iPhone?
So ultimately, with our API, the vision and the model is that no matter what you use to collect health information, whether you enter it manually, you use an app, you use a standalone device, you step on a scale, you use a blood pressure monitor, whatever it is, there should be a central place where you can keep all your health information across all the different things that you do. So it shouldn't matter. And we have a ways to go to get there, but
that's the goal.
Yeah, and there's a lot of rhetoric about people that are doing that, but how many have 40 integrations and several hundred others in development and a user base of several million users and tripling in the last 12 months?
And you're not against...
We're not big, but we're heading down a path that we believe is the right one for someone to head down that will ultimately break out and become that consumer platform.
You're not against people using it either. I mean, as an API, it's not just going to be RunKeeper apps. I could write an app right now that ties into your database, or not.
Oh, for sure. In fact, many of those 40 are specifically that. So even other running apps, but strength training apps, diet and weight loss apps, sleep sensors, heart rate monitors, a very broad range of health categories. And while we will continue to improve our apps over time, think of our app as an extension of the service where if you've got all of your health information, if you want to make sense of the data, you should be able to do it from your phone. If you want to see what your friends are doing, you should be able to do it from your phone. So it starts to look more like Facebook mobile than it does just a GPS tracker.
Right.
Well, I wish Jawbone Up and RunKeeper were talking to each other. Oh, yeah, it broke right away. I didn't even bring it to Paris.
Yeah. Well, that's one of the problems. In fact, they don't have a very good app. A lot of people complain about the app
the
for
app
this
is
thing.
not great, and
yet it's getting a lot of
hardware's-
data. The hardware may be kind of funky. A lot of people are saying it's breaking, but it's getting a lot of data. What sensors do you see out there? New sensors and so forth. The Nike, I guess, is very popular. The Nike run thing. Fitbit is another one. The YThings is making a number of devices. What else is out there?
Yeah, I mean, it's a beautiful time because the sensor market has come a long way in the last 3 years, but we're still in the early stages, and there's almost not a week that goes by without another 8-digit venture round for a compelling health sensor that's smaller, lighter, longer battery life, less expensive, more interesting biometric data. So this is just the beginning. I mean, even the apparel makers are starting to embed sensors, health sensors, in their sports attire. So, I mean, that's where all of this is going. This data will be pervasive. It will be mainstream. So the need to make sense of it will be just as compelling here as it was, say, in places like online advertising or e-commerce when it comes to, data scientists, analysts, big data, and using that data and harnessing it to, drive healthier behavior and better results for the participants in the system.
We are kind of in that world now where everything's in a silo. It reminds me of early days of a lot of data problems where everybody's got their own silo. I've got the Up silo, I've got the Fitbit silo, I've got the YThings silo. I want all that data to be correlated because it's valuable to me. That if I had a bad night's sleep and my blood pressure went up, that's a useful, valuable correlation. And the more that I can get
Having
data
it in a central place, so that they can talk to each other.
So this API is very important, and I wish you luck. I hope you do well with it. Have you? I mean. Is it possible that FitnessKeeper / RunKeeper can be the company that comes up with the standard? Or, I mean, does it have to be some Google that does it?
Well, we just raised $10 million from
like that.
Spark Capital.
What did you say? 6 million users, active users?
So we've got about 1 million actives today. We've got.
That's a lot.
I know.
That's a big percentage of the total
You said something
running.
like several million, so I wanted to make sure maybe that signups.
Yeah, well, yeah, right. We've got, X many registered users, but we're, to be honest, we get asked a lot about downloads and registered users, and it's not that those numbers don't matter, but what's most important to us is how many active users there are, what is their level of engagement, and across how many aspects of their health, and most importantly, what kind of results are they getting from the platform, and what kind of ecosystem is emerging around all of this information. So, we're in the beginning of moving down that path, but you're going to hear from us a lot more talk in that context, because long term, that's the stuff that matters.
Right. 1 million active users when it comes to something like running or fitness is really impressive. I mean, this is not downloading a silly little computer game and playing it regularly or taking photos. It's huge.
But runners are a good group because they do want to track. It's very important that you track your performance, that you do it over time, especially if you're training.
It's meaningful,
you need this. This is something that you want. And Apple kind of, I think, enabled it in some ways by putting out the Nike Plus. Now everybody's got some sort of device, not just the watch timing themselves. Everybody's got some sort of device tracking them, right?
Well, and once you have the data, then you can harness it to become more prescriptive over time, because if you know all of the data across people's health, and you know what their goals are, and they've got this phone with them everywhere that they go, there's some incredibly exciting possibilities in terms of what the system can learn about the data, both about you and in the aggregate, to start driving better results and gaining insight in a way that not even doctors have been able to do, because this data has never been in one place before, especially to scale.
It's very exciting. It's great to see you, Jason. Thank you
nice
for coming
Thank
by.
You both
Jason
so
Jacobs from RunKeeper, RunKeeper.com.
I think we met before, so nice to meet you.
You too, and I came on a red eye this morning, so I apologize for my red eyes.
You're probably exhausted. Go and get some rest,
Get
Jason.
some rest.
But you can see he's got so much energy. This guy
I know,
is.
I'm like,
have you gone for a run yet? Through the streets of Paris?
The unfortunate thing about a red eye is that someone that never skips a day has to skip a day.
Yeah. I'm sorry to hear
even
that.
me.
Thanks, Jason.
All
Great
right,
to see you again.
Thank you.
Take
nice
care.
to meet you too.
Yeah. So you're up broke, huh?
What's that?
You're up broke?
Oh, I didn't tell you that?
Well, I think
broke.
somebody told me that. You have no secrets from me because of all the social media that we're involved in.
I know.
I know
get away.
immediately. Yeah.
Do you think that hey, Eileen?
You want to take a break?
Well, I don't need to take a break. I just need a little Nescafe.
Let's take a little break. This would be a good time to take a break. Ben Parr is here. We're going to get Ben ready. We're going to get the mic stands out. Phil Lieben will also be coming by from Evernote. Christian Reber and Ricardo Souza from Wonderlist. Wonderlist.com. I don't know Wonderlist. What is Wonderlist?
We've talked about them on iPad today.
Wonderlist.
Yes.
Don't have any idea. What is it? You don't remember either.
No, I'm going to show you.
It's a great to-do app. I've used it. That's right. I remember that. Stephen Jang from SoundTracking.com.
You'll know it as soon as I show you.
You're keeping track of a Wonderlist.
Yeah.
It says things like...
In fact, Wonderlist has a new app.
It's a very pretty to-do list. It's got a, wood grain and all
they
that.
pinged me about this.
Well, we'll talk to him.
We'll talk to him about it.
Soft Tech VC Jeff Clavier will talk about the venture capital business and more. We are live from Paris, France for LeWeb 2011. Leo Laporte with Sarah Lane. We'll have more in just a little bit. Je m'appelle Léo.
Je m'appelle Saha.
And we are at LeWeb. It's funny, if you are here for a little while and you listen to people talking, after a while you start talking like this.
Oui, Léo.
And pretty soon you think you can speak French. And you know what? You cannot.
No, it's not all.
They don't understand when you talk like this that you are not speaking French.
We would like, how do you say croissant?
How you say? Comment ça va? Hey, look who's here. Ben Parr is here.
Hey.
We are live from LeWeb in Paris 2011, Loïc Lemer's amazing yearly conference in Paris that has become really the conference to go to. I think initially it was because it was in Paris, right? Ben Parr is here formerly of Mashable, now of benparr.com. He is not Ben Ha of LOL Cats, although his presentation might have confused you on that score.
I have my presentation tomorrow on stage at 10:30 Paris time.
Yes?
As some people who've seen my presentations before, they are composed of no bullet points and lots of LOL Cats. It'll be a great time.
Did you see Carmine Gallo on stage earlier?
Well,
Our old buddy from Tech TV.
You know what was weird is I saw him as I was walking into the speaker lounge. I knew he was going to be here because he was on the roster.
Right.
And he had written a book about Steve Jobs.
He's written many books about Steve Jobs.
Well, I don't know where I've been, so that's the only one that I was
He did the
familiar with.
Presentation Secrets of Steve Jobs. He just did one called The Innovation Secrets of Steve Jobs.
That's the one I know about. And we passed each other, and I was very tired.
Did you do a
First
double
thing I
take?
did this morning, I got it. I was just like, need to get to the coffee station. And I kind of was like, hello. And he just goes, hello. And I thought, that guy kind of looked like he knew me. And I realized, wait, I used to work with him
The
many
Money
years
Machine
ago.
on
Because
Tech TV.
we were never best buds at Tech TV, but it was
Right.
the same thing. We'd say hello when we
Right.
passed each other in the hall. It was a weird flashback.
He actually gave a great presentation, I thought. He was talking about
It was very
how-
dynamic.
It's very dynamic. He's one of those speakers who, they get big bucks for speaking to corporations. He does media training for corporations.
Yeah.
And he's one of those people who comes in and a corporation brings him in to get people fired up. And I thought he did a good job. It was nice to see Carmine again in a kind of a whole new realm.
Absolutely.
I don't know how we got off on this.
We go on tangents all the time.
know
I am the king
either.
of tangents.
This I know.
How about this? So Ben, you recently left Mashable. What are you
happened?
up to?
Wait a minute. Were you fired? What happened?
I'm not going to go into the very specific details.
What about the less specific details?
The less specific details are.
Didn't seem like it was an amicable breakup.
It could have always gone better. I will say that.
Yeah.
But I will say that I have nothing but love and respect for Mashable, and I hope that it becomes even more successful than it's already been. But I'm
It's
moving
their
on.
loss. All I can say is it's their loss, Ben. You're good. You're good. You were a very good writer there. But what I find interesting, we talked about this yesterday, is that isn't what you really wanted to be doing.
Right now, I'll really announce more about what I'll be doing tomorrow. But I'll give you a little hint by my background. Before Mashable, my training was in product and in entrepreneurship. I created Northwestern's entrepreneurship curriculum when I was at Northwestern several years ago, and I did their entrepreneurship student group. I have two great entrepreneur mentors from Chicago who trained me. I did Facebook apps. Actually, my first job out of college was product management and project management for Facebook apps. Back in the days when you could have like a little stupid app and it would go viral within like 5 seconds.
What were the apps?
We built this one called Friend Quilts, which allows you to create mosaics for specific events and memories. So you'd add YouTube videos, Flickr photos,
neat.
all the different things, and just a mosaic to maybe for a star, maybe for a basketball game, that type of thing. But the viral elements didn't help when they cut them off. And I learned my greatest product lesson: you have to get the value out of a product within 5 seconds or less. Otherwise, users just disappear. If it takes more than 5 seconds, users go away.
It's too hard.
Exactly.
And I think it's even worse than it used to be because there's so many apps, there's so many choices. If it doesn't resonate with you, you just move on. It's worse on the Facebook platform probably than on iOS, but same idea.
We have a huge issue with keeping our attention on one thing at the same squirrel, same time.
So you won't make an announcement tomorrow, but you will speak tomorrow, and I guess
Yeah, I'll say some stuff tomorrow, a little bit more of my plan. But I'm working on stuff I'm really excited about. I know.
Well,
I'm very
sounds
cryptic
intriguing.
like that.
Yes.
I'm excited. I'm gonna go become a Zen Buddhist monk, mountain for 10 years.
But when you get
That's
here,
not really what you're going to do.
No, it's not.
Okay.
when you get here, and you were for many years a journalist, and do you breathe a sigh of relief that your job is not now to go from booth to booth and find the next big thing, or do you kind of miss it?
There are aspects of the job that I do miss. That you get to meet so many amazing people in the role of a journalist.
Yeah.
But there are things that it restricts you from. I found that it's true that a lot of people have opened up to me in different ways since my departure from Mashable. It's interesting the things I've learned, the conversations I've had. And it's also been an opportunity. I've had more coffee and tea in the last 3 weeks than I thought was humanly possible. So beyond being over caffeinated, I had meetings with some of the world's smartest people, just to sit down and chat, and it gave me this direction, focus, and more importantly, you learn so much just by sitting with these people and chatting with them. And you've definitely seen it. You sit with these people, you chat with these people.
That's why I do what I do.
You learn so much.
Yeah. I mean, truthfully, the main thing, and I'm sure you agree, Sarah, the main thing that we enjoy about doing what we do is getting to meet these and really interesting, vital people who are changing the world. And they're quirky, they're different, but they're all super smart. And sometimes you disagree with their plans, sometimes you agree with them, but it's always I think, mind expanding.
Sometimes it's fascinating to meet somebody where, this person might not be your best friend if you met them at a party, but
Right.
they've made something that you love so
Right.
much that alone is fascinating.
Right.
You can't dismiss somebody because it's possible that they're going to build the next big thing.
And it may not be apparent to somebody sitting at home, but I can tell you that most of the people here are not here to make big bucks. People don't get into this for the money. Many people do make big bucks, and there are many millionaires walking around, but that's not what's motivating. You'd probably agree, Ben. That's not what's motivating people.
I have two philosophies on that. I tell a lot of people a piece of advice that I will give in my presentation: don't build a business, build a cause.
Yes.
And focus on something how you really want to change the world. And my other philosophy is that at least how I live my life, money is just a side effect of doing great things. If you do great work, money will come.
It's scorekeeping. It's how the world tells you that they are liking what you're doing.
Exactly. It's the currency for that.
Yeah.
But if you focus on just the money, you are almost destined to fail because you are focusing on the wrong thing and you're not really building something that is going to last.
Yeah.
You're not building something that people will fall in love with. And that's
that
when
seems
you
to
build.
have changed a little bit. I think in the bubble, you're too young probably to remember this, but I'm old enough to remember the late 90s and early 2000s when a lot of people did get into it to make money. They were looking at the Mark Andreessens of the world. They were looking at Netscape's valuation, and they're saying, yeah. And those people are all gone. They've been burned off. And what remains is people who just care, who want to make a difference, who love technology, they love programming, they love ideas, and they love making ideas, taking something completely abstract and making them real.
And they do it at a lesser cost. They're not buying.
Well, that's the other thing.
Yeah, $400 Aeron shares and all the crap that
all
they
those
bought.
Aeron shares, you can get them cheap now in San Francisco.
Exactly. But no, they can build it for cheaper, and people want to do that because
Right.
They just want to build that product. It's not really about the money, which is a much better thing, and I think have a much better world because of it.
I was talking to one of the groups here is Salesforce.com, but they bought a little company called Heroku, which
That was a pretty big acquisition.
It was. How much was it? Was
like 200 and something million?
I think of it as a little company because what they do is he seems so simple, which is if you're a Ruby on Rails developer, you use it to kind of be an instance. So if you've got a great idea for a website, Ruby on Rails, which really speeds up your coding, allows you to iterate, and you don't even have to run the server. You just put it on Heroku, you push a button, and you're public all of a sudden. It's what Kevin Rose and I were talking about, and you were talking about yesterday, which is it's just so easy now, whether it's EC2. He said when he started Dig, they spent a lot of cycles thinking about servers, about buying computers, about keeping stuff running.
Mm-hmm.
You don't think about that anymore.
So there is a flip side to this, and I had a conversation with a venture capitalist once about this. Because it's so easy to make companies, it's still a lot of people are making ideas that are just not going to make it. Of course. I do also say, frankly, most ideas do suck.
Right.
But the problem is they don't realize it. No one's willing to tell them. And what ends up happening is that they spend a couple of years of their life.
The universe will tell them.
Well, yes, but the problem is they spend a couple of years doing that, and then when they emerge with nothing and no product,
then they're bitter.
And they don't have the experience that could have made them like a better entrepreneur. So there's a balance to that. I think we have to balance it, like, to make sure that we're funding the really good ideas and finding ways to train people, which is why I like Y Combinator, because it helps train these entrepreneurs on all the other aspects, the business aspect, the marketing aspect, better ways of engineering, meeting mentors, the networking, all of it.
I do think, though, and this is a conversation we've had a lot with Cory Doctorow when it comes to content, same problem. Lots of people creating content. YouTube has, 36 hours of video uploaded every minute now.
Some ridiculous amount.
Yeah. But Corey's quotes the science fiction author Theodore Sturgeon, who says, 80% of everything is crap. But to me, that means 20% of everything isn't crap, is good. And maybe 5%, maybe even 1% of everything is great. When you have a lot more of everything, you're going to have a lot more of great as well. And I think that's what we're seeing. By the way, it's 6:30 in San Francisco. Do you know how I know that?
How?
My up is trying to wake me up now.
Oh, really?
Good morning.
Does it automatically switch sides? It doesn't know that you're in Paris.
It doesn't know that I'm in Paris.
Well,
it's like, why aren't you asleep?
Just
But
add
I
that
now
to
know
one
it's
more
6
thing.
it's 6:30.
Jawbone, you need to
You need time zones.
need to figure out time zones, Jawbone. Gosh.
It is 3:30 in the afternoon in Paris.
I haven't
That's
tried
right.
it. How is it?
Well,
We have differing opinions.
we do not have different opinions. You were complaining about it before I even got one. Now yours is chugging along, and
Hers died on.
and you have lost your. I've noticed.
Well, and I ordered.
It's
You
not
can
the
get
first-
more.
yeah,
But
you
you
can get
more
more.
plugs.
Mine died. It's a common
There's a cap
flaw.
that covers this.
oh.
So this is a pedometer, but it's the pedometer on steroids because it's also knows when you're sleeping, knows when you are awake, it knows when you've been bad or good. So
Can we talk about
So
you're
just-
mentioning things that suck? Okay,
Yes.
this concept does not suck. This
Great idea.
concept is great.
implementation maybe not perfect.
And then we've got this nice. It's comfortable. You wear it all the time. It's water resistant. Don't think about taking it off in
I
the
think
shower.
that's the mistake. I don't wear it in the water.
Well, I
Is
don't
that how
either
you
because
broke
I
yours?
no.
Oh.
But they go out of their way to say this is an every time device. You wear it while you're sleeping. However, you have to physically take it off and plug it into your iPhone to transmit any data. That is dumb.
And the software's not
That
so
is
great.
just dumb.
Yeah.
Like, how is this not Bluetooth enabled?
Right. Well, there's only so much you could put in a rubber wristband.
Well, I'm sorry, but don't. It's not the second coming
It does
of
wake you up
exercise
though
then.
when it knows when you're in REM sleep and it won't wake you up then. It'll wake you up when you're kind of in a lighter sleep
Uh-huh.
state, and that's why the alarm went off because it knows I'm not sleeping.
What if you've just been, clocked in the head?
And there's social
Then
too.
they're like, oh, she's in deep,
right.
deep
It's
sleep.
like one of the it'll be like he got clocked. Someone call 911. That would be good.
Wouldn't that be good?
Yeah,
I mean they do that for like the old
we
people,
felt a
those commercials
bludgeon.
like
I've fallen and I can't get up.
exactly.
Ben, it's so nice to see you. Congratulations on the next stage in your life, even though you won't tell us a thing about it.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's exciting knowing you. And come back on TWiT anytime. We'd love having you.
I'd love to be back.
That's great. Ben Parr of
Thanks, Ben.
BenParr.com. Is that where we should? What's your Twitter handle? I bet you that's where we'll find out what
Twitter
you're up to.
at Ben Parr, Facebook.com/Ben Parr, the Google Plus.
You
is
probably
just
have a
Ben Parr.
bio on your website.
BenParr.com. I'm easy to find.
All right. Thank you, Ben. Great
Thanks,
to see
Ben.
you. We're live from
Enjoy the rest of the
LeWeb in
web.
Paris. Leo Laporte.
And Sarah Lane.
Yes, we were going to do tomorrow, and we want to say a little change in schedule. We were going to do iPad Today tomorrow.
We were first
And
thing.
It would have been a 10 a.m. Paris time, which means 1 a.m. East Coast, 4 a.m. or 1 a.m. West Coast, 4 a.m. East Coast.
That's
so
correct.
Nobody would have been watching it anyway. I think we are not going to do that, nor are we going to do a TWiT here. Have you heard from Tom? Is he? He's not awake yet. Well, it is 6:30. I think he should get up now. But I think we'll have Tom do a TWiT from the States, only because this studio is just not ideal for instance, iPad Today, we couldn't show you the screens. So
Well, we would have had to do some editing
it
afterwards
would have been a lot of
for the
extra
show.
work. So you're going to be in Barcelona next week.
I will. So you don't have me, but I was thinking, you know how you said, oh, I know
I'll
the show.
produce
it'll
the
be
show. I know
fine."
how to do it.
I don't think you do, but in fact, I know that you
She's
don't.
honest.
But,
It's okay.
But I think that it can be when Sarah's away, Leo.
The mouse will play.
Leo plays. So you just make whatever iPad Today show you feel like making.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
And that way we don't have to be like, well, you didn't stick to the, because I get weird about that.
Do you
'cause
really?
I'm a control freak.
So, you know, Ohm was complaining. I read between the lines there. Ohm was saying that about you. He was saying that you were just a nightmare to work for.
No comment.
Who was the nightmare is the question.
No comment. I don't even know why I brought that up.
Do you still get along? I mean,
I get along with him fine.
I love Ohm.
Yeah.
He's like, he's a sweetie.
Yeah.
There was something going on there. All right, no comment.
Yep.
We do, I am watching the chat room, so hello everybody in the States. And we're going to introduce somebody new and next in just a second. But first, I would like to say, welcome back to LeWeb. We're at Paris. This is the LeWeb conference. Every year, Loïc Lemer brings some of the most interesting people from around the world together in Paris to meet European entrepreneurs. It is an amazing conference, the biggest LeWeb yet. I think they've been 7 years. This is 3,500 people gathered from all over the continent, and it's so much fun. And what really makes LeWeb is a number of things. There's a plenary stage where people come and give keynote addresses all day. You could sit in the audience. There's thousands in the audience.
Yeah, you don't even have to
Just
go
sit there
anywhere.
all day and just absorb the goodness. But there is also
There's startup workshops.
Kind of a pit where people are showing what they're doing. There's an exposition here with some booths. So it's really a three-ring circus of startup and entrepreneurial
can I just say
energy.
that for a conference, it's the best food by far.
Oh, they
of
actually
any
have wine at
conference.
lunch.
They have wine and pastries, and I mean, it's the French.
Yeah.
You gotta love them.
So it's a wonderful conference. But the reason I love coming here, and this is my second year, I know this is your third year at LeWeb, is the people. And Phil Lieben is one of those people that we just love seeing each year. Phil, pick up a microphone and just stick it in your face and talk like that.
Awesome.
You did a great job. I was watching in the audience with you and Loic this morning as you gave your presentation.
Thank you.
Phil is CEO of Evernote.
That was terrifying. I think I always blank out when I'm on stage like that with Loic. So
job.
I have no idea what happened.
I didn't realize that last year you showed company confidential slides.
Yeah, I was showing some slides in front of thousands of people, and all of a sudden Loic goes, "Why does that say proprietary and confidential on it?" So yeah.
How did that get in there?
I don't know. It's not like I would reuse material that I made for my board.
I'll be honest.
Yeah.
Normally, I don't interview CEOs because CEOs are always very cautious. They don't want to rock any boats, and so they never say anything.
So you're just saying I'm a very bad CEO. So I'm here.
You're either a bad CEO or a great interview because you're great. You tell it like it is, and you've always been very forthright about. In fact, we were talking last night about Evernote, and I didn't realize this. Evernote came out at first. I used it almost day one when it came out as a note-taking app on Windows, and it was kind of. I'd been using OneNote, which I like, Microsoft's OneNote, but this was
a great product.
but you did OneNote better. So it was a continuous stream. It had character recognition, so it could do indexing. You just did one better on OneNote, and I loved it. And years later, it is a platform. It is no longer an app. It is a platform. It's on Windows. It's on Mac. It's on iPhone. It's on Android. It's on Windows Phone 7. It's everywhere. But you told me last night that it wasn't a straight-up arrow, that there were some tough times for Evernote.
Yeah, it was really tough. I mean, we were basically unfundable in the beginning because it's not a fundable idea. You go to talk to VCs and you say, yeah, we're going to make some software and it's going to help you write stuff down and remember things.
But you were giving it away.
Yeah, well, yeah, but right. The advantage is we're not charging for it.
Right.
So what did you hear in the early days? I don't know. I have a notepad for that.
Yeah,
You're
much.
making it too hard.
Yeah, like what's the business model? How is this better than
How do you make money?
nothing? Yeah.
Plus, how is it better than nothing?
Yeah.
That's a good question to get from a VC.
It is.
So Phil, how is this better than nothing?
How is this better than me just taking a nap while you talk to me?
Somebody really say that?
Yeah, that's when you know you're making progress. Is when you get that question. So, yeah, it was tough, and unlike everyone else, everyone else back then. This was like 2007, 2008. Everyone else was building social, right? So everyone was doing like Facebook for dogs or something. We were totally not social. So it was like, well, what are your viral features? We don't have any viral features. And everyone was doing a website, and we were doing native software for like Microsoft Windows. So yeah, we were crazy, and no one would give us any money.
So obviously things have changed. You said that was because you got some measurements, some information about how people were using it.
Yeah, we had this theory that we could reinvent what it meant to be a modern productivity tool, and that the longer people used it, the more they would fall in love with it because it's about your life, and your life becomes more valuable to you.
You store everything there.
You store everything in there.
We had Malik on yesterday, and we asked him how he works. He uses Instapaper and Evernote. Instapaper for plain text, Evernote for everything else.
Right.
He stores it all there.
That's amazing. And so we thought that the longer people used it, the more they would fall in love with it. And the more that you were in love with something, the more you'd want to pay for it.
Right.
But it took about 1.5 years of data before we actually had that model working. And when we did, it flipped over. And we had multiple term sheets and multiple offers right away.
Interesting.
But for the first 1.5 years, 2 years, it was quite rough sailing.
You're up to 125 employees now?
125 employees, 20 million users.
That's great.
And, yeah,
how many of those are paid users?
About 750,000. So about $750,000.
It's how much a year?
It's $45 a year.
I pay for it, of course.
Thank you.
Well, and I saw you had a graph. I'm sorry, by the way, about the noise. We're next door to some sort of carnival act.
yelling carnival.
Yeah, somebody is juggling poodles or something over there.
Our studio folks seem to think it's okay.
Okay, good.
So
Well, we're working
I
the
think
mics
maybe
pretty
it
close.
sounds
so
worse to us. Hopefully, it sounds worse to us than it does to you.
But the graph shows that the longer somebody uses it, the more likely they are to pay for it.
Yeah.
I guess that makes sense.
It does. It's the opposite of how most freemium companies actually work. So most of the freemium companies...
you make your money up front.
Yeah, you make your money up front. And if someone hasn't paid in the first couple of months, they're dead weight to you, and you got to get rid of them. And for us, it's the opposite. Actually, only 0.5% of people who sign up for Evernote pay in their first month. But after about 3.5 years, which is the oldest users we have, more than 20% of them are paying. And it kind of just goes linearly. So the longer you stay, the more you pay.
The nice thing about Evernote is if you don't pay for it, you get most of the features. There's only a couple of things you don't get. Is the amount of uploads. You get a lower amount of uploads. You don't get the. Do you get the character recognition, the scanning of the text?
You get almost everything.
Almost everything.
And that was our goal. Our goal is on freemium. Is I think most companies when they do freemium, they put the emphasis on the emium, and we really put it on the free. So the free version is the main version. Like the free version is not a bait and switch. It's not a trick. We want you to use it, and we want you to know that you never have to pay, because our whole master strategy is to get you to fall in love and put your life in there. And once that's the case, you'll look for excuses to pay us.
I left out a platform. You're on the Kindle Fire.
We are. We're on the Kindle Fire. We're on pretty much everything. We've been very fortunate. We've become, I think, one of the must-have apps on the new platform.
Yeah.
And
that's what Microsoft thought with the Windows Phone 7.
I think so. And you know, I actually refused to do a Windows Phone 7 version until I saw a phone and saw that it was actually a great platform.
It might be the best version you make, actually. It's beautiful.
Our version is really great. I'm really happy with it. And I'm really like, the actual phone, the platform is good. Like I originally, when they announced it, I was like, yeah, Microsoft's going to make a phone.
Yeah.
But it was really good. And as soon as I saw that it was good, we said, yeah, okay, we're going to make a version for that. And it's been fantastic.
I would think that Evernote you came into existence, built something that was just at the most perfect time, because I first used Evernote on a Windows machine.
Yep.
And it was great, but it was limited for all the other stuff that I needed to do. And then I ended up with a smartphone, and now I have an iPad, and then now I have a couple of different laptops of various sizes that I use for various things, and I'm not alone. There are a lot of people who now just aren't in one place, don't even have a desktop necessarily.
That's what I love about it. It's everywhere.
That's why Evernote has now become something that I need. I don't just like it. It's not even really a like thing. It's like, I need this. This is part of my life. If I don't have it, things fall through the cracks.
Well, it's awesome. It really only gets magical when you use it on more than one device.
Right. Exactly.
Like if you use it on one device, like it's pretty useful, but frankly, you're really only getting 10% of the features
it's like a little
out of it.
reminder type
Exactly.
Well, and I think on mobile devices especially, because you can take a picture, you can record your voice, you could do text, so it really becomes a very useful device. Now you've announced at LeWeb 2 new apps.
Yep.
So this is called Hello, and you showed me this last night at when we were meeting President Sarkozy. And
so I've got President Sarkozy in my Evernote Hello now. So
actually, do you have it with you?
Yeah.
You should show it, because I don't have anybody in my Hello. But the idea is, this is still Evernote. It's just a people database that will go to Evernote, so it makes it easier to get data into it. So what I'll do is I'll press plus on here, and then I will say to you, here, Sarah, would you put I could do it myself, or would you put your information in there?
Sure, Leo.
And
I'd be
actually,
happy
I don't
to
have
do
your
that.
phone number, so if you would fill that out. And then what's great is this is the nicest touch. It then says, okay, let's take your picture. You're watching the accelerometer, so when you raise it, it starts taking pictures, and it doesn't just take one.
Yeah.
It takes 4 and animates them. I love that.
And you get some people think it's a little bit weird to like ask someone to take their own picture. It is kind of awkward, but you actually get much better pictures.
I noticed, because she was having fun with it, and she's in control of it.
Yeah, and because you see yourself and you kind of smile, and it's more like the photo booth experience, and you get a picture that's actually much more memorable.
May I show your phone, because I'll hold it just
Sure.
right, and I have the magic hand model gesture. So you've been doing
It's
this for
lovely.
a while. So you now have it's populated. So there's picture. First of all, it's not in alphabetical order. How am I going to find somebody here?
Well, that's kind of the point. Is I thought for me, so everything we build in Evernote, we build for me. Like
Right.
I am the target customer, and address books are never useful for me because they're alphabetical, and I don't remember people alphabetically. I don't think anyone's brain remembers things alphabetically.
Right.
I remember people based on what did they look like. So I need face. I need when did I meet them, and context. Where was I? Who was I with? What was I eating? That kind of stuff. And so Evernote Hello lets you do that. It gets the picture, it gets the name, and it gets all the context. Where were you? Their business card, any other notes that you have. If you use Evernote Food at the same time, it associates the meal with the person. If you use Evernote at the same time, it associates the notes with the person
I like
with
that.
the meal.
So this becomes very relational.
Yeah, and it all goes into Evernote. It's the same database, so you can see everything in your Evernote account in a nicely formatted way. It's just meant to give you a nice visual experience of it.
So I'm going to put my picture up here. It has my Twitter handle, my email, my phone. You don't do address in here, which I think is kind of interesting.
No, and it is linked to your contact list, so I can go from there and make an actual contact and fill in address and stuff like that. And this is the 1.0 feature. We'll be adding.
But I think that's
all sorts
okay.
of stuff.
I don't anymore collect people's addresses. If I have their Twitter handle and their email and their phone, and I've got a picture, an animated picture of them, What more do I need?
Hysterical.
Isn't
I
that
love
cute?
It. Yeah, I do.
The picture is really kind of a big deal. Like people have asked, like, well, why do I need pictures of my contacts? Well, the picture is what you need the most. And in fact, the self-portrait is the best type because it's the least self-conscious. It's a little bit animated, and that's actually how you remember. Like, I don't have a static mental snapshot of what you look like. I have a version in my head that's slightly animated. I kind of remember how your face changes a little bit, and like we're getting much closer to that in this image.
And I'd be much more liable to smile like normally at myself, like a mirror.
Yeah, because you immediately get the
like-
mirror reflex, and it uses the gyroscopes to make sure that we're not getting pictures just basically up your nostrils. So
Right.
It kind of uses
It's
that.
really
It says,
good.
Tilt it up so that we're not seeing your nostrils, and
That's so
it's great.
fun.
And now this is the food app. This is the same idea, only you record food experiences.
Yeah, the food, the menu, the location. I think you're in here. I think the meal that
This
we
was
had.
this was our dinner last night.
Yeah.
So you took a picture of the menu and then all the courses.
And you can just swipe sideways on the big picture to get the nice.
Oh, really?
To
Oh,
get
look at
kind of one
that.
course
So
at
I
a
can
time.
slide through that just by sliding. And people do this?
I do it all the time. So I think probably 20% of my Evernote
I think
notes are
you do
pictures
this,
of
don't you,
food.
Sarah? You take pictures of food?
I take pictures of food, but I have like 25 apps I can choose from when I want to
but this
upload
is
that
different
picture
from food
somewhere.
spotting. So food spotting is all about, here, look what I ate, and I like this, I rate this. This is for your own benefit. This is to keep track of it.
It's to keep track of it. You can share it if you want, but the real purpose is it's for you, and it associates it with everything else. So, like, if we go to a restaurant and I use food to get the food, and I can remember what the wine bottle was. If I have a review of that restaurant from earlier, it automatically associates it, so I can see the review.
Yeah, if you scroll down, they'll have all these reviews, and you could see that Alexia was at this dinner, so it'll show her contact information.
Right.
This is neat. I think this
it
is
relates
really,
everything.
Yeah, and ultimately it all ends up in Evernote. That's the big database where everything is.
Right. And so you
Yeah.
can still use your normal Evernote app to search through everything and to get things that way.
Are you going to see more of these?
I think so. Yeah. We last year we were at LeWeb' exactly a year ago, and we had one app. We were Evernote, and we had 5 million users. And now a year later, we have 6 apps. We have Evernote, Evernote Peak, our
Peak is
iPad.
neat. We've showed that on iPad today.
Yeah, we had some fun with that.
That was that's really.
It's a great way to learn something. It's a flashcard system that
Yeah.
uses the smart cover. So you flip the smart cover up and it asks you the question.
We played the sushi game and I got them all right.
That's right. That was
Yeah.
She's very good at
impressive.
It was I was under pressure. We were live, so
We wrote an integration with Yammer for Peak, so we automatically get all of our basically pictures and names and titles of all Evernote employees. So you can sort of, now that we're adding so many people, we have an automatic Peak notebook,
You
so
need
you can practice.
You
who
need
people
that.
are.
I need that. Yeah, as you get bigger and bigger. Who is this person?
we're older and older.
Yeah, right.
Who's this person?
Look, see, now I've got Sarah's information. She is the best person in my life.
That was the note that
That's
I thought
very
that
good.
would help him remember
I
me.
love that.
That
I know
puts it in
her.
context.
The best person in your life. That's Sarah.
Aw, this is really, and it has a map of where we met, so it's got a little pinpoint at the LeWeb'.
Yeah,
We met
default.
here in the sauna.
Yeah.
It'll default to the Google Street View, but if you click on it, does the map, and yeah. So like I've got Nicholas Sarkozy in Hello, and he's forever
so
associated
funny.
with you because I
think
met him
that's
right
so
about the
funny.
same time.
President Sarkozy
so-
had no idea what was going on. Did you hand him the camera and say, please, Mr. Sarkozy, take your picture?
I wasn't sure if that would get my arm broken by security, so I took the picture myself. But I did get Loic was kind enough to introduce us, and I got to shake his hand. And
Yeah,
it was
that's
great.
pretty neat, huh? Yeah.
But now we have to open an office in Paris because he told me I had to open up an office in Paris.
Well,
Yeah, because you
he's
opened a
the
Zurich
president.
office.
We're opening a Zurich office. Not yet. So right now we have offices in Mountain View,
Yep.
in Tokyo, in Austin, Texas, and in Moscow. And the next couple of months we're opening in Zurich, Singapore, and Beijing.
Well, I have the impression that a lot of the programming was in Russia. Is that the case?
No, the vast majority is in Silicon Valley.
Okay.
Russia does some of the original like the hard math stuff around the image recognition and handwriting recognition is in Russia. But I think there's 6 people in Russia, but most of it, about 90%, is in the U.S. But we're hiring developers everywhere. We're hiring developers in Japan, in Europe, in Asia, and South America. We really want to build Evernote everywhere.
Yeah.
We don't just want to sit in Silicon Valley and decide what the world gets to use.
Well, Phil, you've done a great job, and it is literally a must-have app. You get a smartphone, you get a new computer. This is a brand new computer. First thing I put on there, Evernote. Type in my password, it syncs. Everything's in here.
Thank you so much.
I love that.
And you were one of the earliest people who talked about Evernote, and we really appreciate that. In fact, I remember, I think a year ago, we did some stats, and I think you personally were responsible for something like 1.5% of all of our users came because Leo told them, which is kind of amazing. This is 20 million
and
users.
I do not get a check from Evernote. I'm the freemium recommender. Yeah.
Focus on the free.
Yeah, focus on the free. And I'm glad
we
to
can
do it.
work something out.
No. I wouldn't even dream of it. First of all, it would be compromising. But look at that, Sarah.
What?
Now, you are on here on my Evernote on my computer because it's synced up. And so that data, I met Sarah Lane on Thursday, 8 December 2011. That's so cool.
Isn't that great? Then the picture no longer animates.
They're
on
all
the
here,
Mac
though.
version. They're all four are there, and then it will animate. Next version.
Isn't that neat?
Gosh, I love it.
Yeah. I just think it's one of those apps where once you start using it, and I think this is the secret of your success, you can't be without it.
It's also whenever someone, not even just asks me, although a lot of people ask me about iPad apps when they get one because they know that I do that for a living, but just when people will ask the Twitterverse, just got an iPad, what are the 5 apps I should install first? Evernote is never not one of those 5.
Wow, thank you.
Ever.
And
I mean, maybe in some crazy world it isn't, but not in my group.
I have 6,900 web clips. No, that's what I have remaining. This is how much I can use. Never mind. I was going to say I have 10,000 camera phone apps. No. I could put 10,000 pictures still in there.
You can tell how many you have. I can show you how to do that.
Yeah. This is just so cool.
I live in it myself. We make Evernote for us.
You eat your own dog food.
Yeah, well,
Yep.
yeah. I never understood that phrase because
it's not dog food.
Dogs don't make dog food. Right? And people that make dog food don't eat it. I don't get it.
You really wouldn't want to.
I don't get it.
If you're like Mr. Alpo, you really wouldn't want to.
One of those companies that bought my first company used that phrase a lot. Eat your own dog food.
Yeah.
And it really bothered me because I never understood what
you're right.
I know what they're trying to say, but I don't make
it
dog
doesn't really
food.
work.
Yeah.
What was your first company?
I had a company called Engine 5 with a bunch of college buddies, and we're all still together. So it's basically
what
the
was
same,
Engine 5
same group
doing?
of people. We did e-commerce software back in the first days of the web.
So you were a programmer originally, or
yeah, I'm a programmer. I'm a nerd.
Do you still code at all?
They don't really let me into the production system.
Do not give him a Git key.
They let me into the reporting server because they figure if I break that, like
bug reports.
So I write a bunch of the reports. I do a bunch of queries, like all of the analytics you see. Like I do program a lot of that.
So good. You get to still do a little bit of that.
Yeah, I still get to feel useful once in a while.
Phil, it's so great to see you. Thank you for
Great
being
to
here.
see you, Leo. Thank you.
And well done.
Thank you
we
so
really
much.
appreciate it.
Yeah, good luck with the new apps. I can't wait to play around with them.
I'm very excited. Thank you so much.
Yeah, more to come, I'm sure, too. Yep. Phil Lieben, the CEO of Evernote. We're live from LeWeb in Paris. More to come in just a moment. Thank you, Phil. Oh, get ready for this, boys and girls.
Oh.
We
you
are
weren't
live
kidding.
from Paris, France. Leo Laporte with Sarah Lane at LeWeb 2011, Loic L'Amour's amazing conference of entrepreneurs, startup people, and just crazy, nutty people like Joseph 5.0. Come in, Joseph 5.0.
Hi, Joseph 5.0.
Whoa, careful. I don't think you're allowed to sit down. By the way, you know he uses Evernote. Did you see what's on the back of his... This is so as
I was about to say you've got an iPad on your back, but you also have an iPad on your front and a Mac.
Joseph,
MacBook Air.
get ready for this. Ran the Tokyo Marathon in this getup.
We're trying to convince them to paint the Evernote logo in Tokyo.
Well, he's got the got a little Evernote coaster there. Yeah. Joseph, take a microphone because that's the only way we're going to be able to hear you. Obviously, you don't need to sit down. We'll figure out some way you can't.
It's sort of better if you.
Well, I could squat. Wow. Take a load off. How much does all that weigh?
Today I think this weighs about 10 kilograms.
Oh, my. 22 pounds. You're glad to take a load off.
Yeah. Oh, it's good, I just had a wonderful experience on the main stage.
I heard it didn't... Did your slides?
It was extraordinary. So, sometimes computers stuff up. So I took a spare computer. I had 2 MacBooks.
Yeah.
Neither of them would work with Keynote.
No.
The remote wouldn't work, and then they wouldn't output to the display.
It's the worst thing. I've had that happen to me.
But you know what? It was a character-building experience.
And you
That's
are
what I'm
quite
trying
the
to tell
character.
myself.
So, all right. So, Joseph, how did this happen?
Well, you know what, Leo? It all goes back to one day about, 5-6 years ago when I was in the garden listening to my favorite podcast, TWiT. And there was this guy on there who actually I didn't really know who he was, but he seemed to be pretty into his Apple products. And through that, I thought, okay, I'm going to get an iPod, and I got one. Then I thought, I want to make a podcast like that guy does. And I bought a MacBook, a white MacBook, and I made my first podcast on GarageBand. That guy, of course, was Leo Laporte.
What was that first podcast about?
So that was my first podcast. It was when I first went to Japan. So I was.
So you're a Brit living in Japan.
That's right. I've been living in Tokyo for about 5 years now.
How do you must like it?
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it.
But when you walk down this, you go down.
Well, not always. You know, I do sometimes.
I'm taking it all in. I mean, I can't even count all I see 4 iPhones, 2 iPads,
What do you got?
MacBook
What do you
Air.
got? So that wasn't the first setup was a little simpler.
HDMI
Yeah,
out.
that's it. The first setup was a little simpler, but we have got the 4 iPhones, the 4S, the 4, 2 3GSs, a GoPro. We have an HDMI switcher here because we also have a Cerevo Live Shell. They're brand new. I don't think they're out in the US
What is that?
yet. It's basically what you do is you plug in via HDMI and you turn it on, and that's it. It's automatically connected to Ustream broadcasting, whatever you put in via HDMI.
Over a 4G network?
No, over, sorry, it has to be over Wi-Fi.
Wi-Fi,
Sorry, you
got
have
it.
to have a pocket
Got it.
Wi-Fi. I tend to have several, so I never really think about needing them.
Now, when
need
you
my
ran the
connectivity.
Tokyo Marathon, you must have used 3G.
So, yeah, when
Unless you had a MiFi or something.
Yeah, we had a MiFi for each of the 4 major networks.
Ah, clever.
So we used WiMAX and the other ones. So
Did you have any downtime at all?
we certainly did. We certainly did. I tell you, I don't remember the first 10K of running the Tokyo Marathon because I was constantly going, connect. Oh, and the Skype hung up again. Because what we were doing is we were Skype videoing into a studio that I borrowed, where we had all these MacBooks lined up with Skype on. Then we mixed them, rebroadcast over Ustream. So that was a
What's your
real
Ustream
challenge.
channel? Are you broadcasting right now?
You know what? I'd love to be, but the Wi-Fi here has been really suffering.
Too many people using
so,
it. Yeah.
not right now. But I think it's incredible that we can use these kind of everyday devices to do these.
So
kind
you've
of
got
things.
2 iPhone 4s. You've got a 3GS.
Yeah, I've got
You've
two
got a
3GSs.
GoPro camera. You've got a regular video camera.
Yeah, the GoPro is awesome.
Isn't that neat?
Yeah, it makes me want to jump off tall mountains though. Which I guess I better get some wings.
You
first,
need those wings.
We've
Now,
got generators on my shoes as well. I don't know if the cameras can see this.
So
but
you have generators to do. Was it? You mean you're getting power from your shoes?
Yeah. So when I walk, you can't really see it. But
we can see it. No, we can see it. We got a good shot of it. Yeah.
basically, when I walk, it's a bit defunct now, but it generates electricity. And
Enough to power all that? No.
No, it generates enough to power these torches strapped to my feet for about 3 milliseconds. But that's not the point. That's not the point. It's proof of concept.
That's proof of concept.
We'll get there. Next year, I'll have,
It'll get better every year.
megawatts.
What does the
Yes.
bunny on the front do?
The bunny,
Anything?
well, is for safety first.
Yes.
Yes. So that's the bunny is very popular on
Got
the
some
trains.
bunnies on your feet as well.
I do
There's
have
a bit of a
bunnies on
bunny
my
theme.
feet. Yeah. The thing is, bunnies are really good at running, and this
That's
is a
true.
running machine.
Well,
so
and they're motivating because they'll always be ahead of you, one step ahead.
exactly. And I hired them so that they would run when I got really tired. But you know what? On the marathon day, they slept right through it. Blooming things.
What does
yeah.
your wife think of all this, Joseph?
So, well, she's at first she was quite worried, I must admit. And when
Worried for your mental stability or physical?
Yes. I think no, mental and also our marriage. Because actually, for a marathon the year before, I bought a bunny costume, a little sequins number, and she said, if you know what, these days she's actually very supportive, and I don't know how she manages to be, but she's a little bit proud as well.
Oh, I'd
so
be
she's
proud.
great. She's been watching today.
Oh, that's
and,
great.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great.
So, it's been quite a journey from first discovering my first iPod and then gradually falling in love with the iPhone. It completely changed life for me in Japan, where communication is such a big issue.
Mm-hmm.
And then, this is fun. People enjoy it. Oh, we've got a helicopter on my helmet as well. I don't know if you can see that.
Now,
what does that do?
So,
Does that ever,
well,
can it detach?
I mean, surely the answer is obvious. This is heavy. I
It
need a
lightens the
helicopter.
weight.
Yes. And you know what? That also failed to fly today just before I went on stage. don't know what was going on.
Joseph, do you do birthday parties?
I should do.
What's the little camera right above your
So
name?
this is a
Tiny little
backup,
guy.
a backup live streaming camera, which is connected via
So
USB.
you could stream multiple views. And
yeah.
we should mention the iPad on the back is so that people can log in. It's a guest book.
That's right. That's
so
right.
people run behind you and type in hello.
Exactly, and it's a public shared guest book on Evernote, so anyone can access it. And yeah, some people have asked me if I'm sponsored by Evernote. I'm not, but I love it. You know, it makes a.
Had you met Phil before?
Yes, we've
All right,
we
good.
met a few times.
Oh,
He comes
good.
to Tokyo.
I must say, Tokyo is a really great place for this.
Probably the best place
Dude,
for
what
this.
is the
Should
reaction?
they
Because
just be like, yeah, you're like one of us.
well, but Japanese people are very traditional and conservative, and yet they do seem to love their characters.
They do. And, you know, this is one reason why I've continued to do this, because it really makes people smile.
I bet.
I mean, you're walking down the street, and in Tokyo, where people kind of keep their distance a little bit, they will smile, they will stop and ask. I'll get these grannies on the train. They'll say to me, excuse me, but what is that? And I'll say, oh, it's a live streaming machine. And say, oh, right, of course. You know, it's wonderful. And the children as well. So it's a great icebreaker. I was a little bit nervous bringing it to Paris because I've never worn this in outside of Japan. And this morning when I stepped out of my apartment, I was looking around to see how people were reacting.
How did they?
Well, initially people were just shocked, but actually then people asking, little children running by, pointing and asking their parents what it is, and their parents going, I haven't a clue.
Keep moving.
So, yeah. So for the next marathon, we're going to team up with LiveU.
Oh, good.
Because last year the experience with using multiple networks on different devices was such a nightmare.
Well, we're big fans of the LiveU. Now, the backpack that we're using is 25 pounds, but and I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, what they're doing. I think I'm not. But I think there'll be a better solution for you. Let's put it that way.
Yes, well, I haven't been told not to say
Then you
anything
may
about
speak.
that. So I was of course, I live in Tokyo, and I went to a recent Interbe broadcast exhibition there, and they have their new LiveU on display there. It's fantastic.
So
I saw it. It's very
tiny.
small.
Yeah.
I saw that and I thought, oh my God, this has been made just for me.
It has, yeah.
And it just so happened that
You and Brent By, our camera guy who had to carry the LiveU all over South by Southwest. He's very glad about it too.
I bet, because the big one, it's huge.
Yeah, it's 25 pounds, I think.
Right.
Yeah.
So the new one, you know, I think it's going to be perfect. So we'll have a reliable signal. We've got great 3G and 4G in Tokyo now. So yeah.
So Joseph, I may have inspired you, but do you think that there are young people out there watching today who are inspired by Joseph 5.0?
I don't know if inspired's the right word. Probably.
I totally think so. Are you kidding?
Yeah.
Well, you have such a good attitude about it.
Thank you.
You're having a
Thank
good
you.
time.
Yeah, and the people around me are having a good time, and that's the main
Your
thing.
Twitter
So-
handle is Tame Goes
Yes,
Wild.
I don't know if you can see that on camera, but
Tame Goes
Tame
Wild.
Goes Wild.
Tame
Joseph
Goes
Tame.
Wild.
And is there a website or?
Yes, my website is Joseph Tame. It's ta.me. So
Okay.
Joseph Tame, all one word. Just search Joseph Tokyo Marathon.
Are you going to run the next one?
Yes, I'm in for the next one.
When is it?
It's the 26th of February, 2012.
How fast can you go at maximum speed?
Ask him what his time was for the
I'll
last one.
tell you what, yeah. for my first in like 4 hours. My next one with a little more complex setup, it was 5 hours, 10 minutes. This year it was 6 hours.
People behind you?
There are not many. The ones that were there were walking. But you know, it was such a wonderful experience. The Apple Ginza store, which is the main store in Tokyo, is on the marathon route. And so when we're passing by it, my team in the studio, they say, hey, Joseph, you should go in there. And I'm like, why? I thought they must have something prepared. So I march into the Apple store. It's completely packed. And there's silence. Everyone is staring at me and thinking, it was a setup. And so I thought, okay, I have to do something inside in Japanese. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Joseph Tame, and I'm halfway through running the Tokyo Marathon.
Oh, gotta run.
Yeah, and you know, it's been wonderful.
What do you do for a living, Joseph?
My own company, and I work, but I kind of work with many different clients. My main work is in video production, video and TV production. So things like when Coldplay came over to Japan, we do all their camera stuff,
neat.
and Bon Jovi, and last year we did the Great Race and things like that.
Oh,
so it's a lot of fun, actually. I get to play. Here I play with all the really cheap broadcast equipment. Then I go to work and I get to play with the big toys. It's just wonderful. So
Well, you're just a big kid, I can tell.
I am.
It's so nice to see you,
No,
Joseph.
it's lovely to see you too. After I had to show this to you because after all, it was you that started it.
That's all my fault, huh?
I'm afraid so.
That's awesome.
Tame goes wild. Joseph Tame, thank you
Thank
so
you
much
so
for
much.
being here.
Cheers.
Yeah, we really
Thanks,
appreciate it.
Joseph.
Have a
Thank
great LeWeb'.
I will.
And I'm sorry
Can
about
I
your,
help you
your
up?
talk,
Oh, that's
but
all right.
I think you did a great
I'll
job
be
here.
okay.
So. And what is the Ustream URL?
Ustream is Tame Goes Wild.
Tame Goes Wild on
Tame Goes Wild. That's
great.
where I am.
That's great.
All right. Thank you so
Joseph.
much.
Thank you
Cheers.
so much.
Good luck.
We saw
We'll
you
be
out on the other
watching.
side of the windows, and I'm glad we got to hear the story.
I rode in a cab with a normal-looking Joseph Tame last night. He wasn't wearing his outfit.
Oh, you met Joseph already?
Oh, yeah, I met Joseph.
Ah,
He came up
isn't
and
that
said hi
funny?
yesterday. I said, Joseph, you must come by.
Did he say, I'm going to be looking a little different?
Yeah, I kind of
I'll
knew.
have many cameras
I
attached
knew. I
to
didn't
myself.
know quite how elaborate it was. I'd seen pictures, but
Well, I saw him earlier in the speakers lounge.
Right.
We all have like people sleeping, doing some work, and he was like he was kind of putting some stuff on his shoes, and he's just like a normal guy. And I looked over a few minutes later, and I'm like, gosh, he's got a lot more attached to himself. I started to watch the transformation happen.
It's amazing. Well,
That's great.
One thing that is really gratifying to me, and all of us who worked at Tech TV got to get this experience, is you come to a conference like this, and there are a lot of young people, and a number of them come up to me and said, I'm doing what I'm doing because we watched Tech TV and we got excited about technology, and we really wanted to keep doing it. And so I think that this is the most extreme example of that. But there are more than a few people who have been inspired by what we did at Tech TV, and so it's always great for me to see that.
Absolutely.
So get ready. We're going to talk about to-do lists, but let me thank you all for being here. We'd like to close out each one and begin each one fresh. So we'll continue with more. We've got Wonderlist coming up in just a bit. Leo Laporte.
And Sarah Lane.
Live from Paris at LeWeb'11.
Bonsoir. No, we're not really into bonsoir yet. Bonjour.
Buenas tardes. We are live from LeWeb in Paris, France. Loïc Lamour's amazing conference that he throws every year in Paris, bringing American entrepreneurs to see European entrepreneurs, to converse, to commune, and to share ideas, and it's always a great time. And we thought we'd come this year with our cameras and show you some of it.
That's right. The show is a mixture of talks, moderated panels, startup competitions, a variety of booths sponsored by a variety of companies, people like...
It's a lot of fun. And
people
European entrepreneurs like this
people
fellow.
like our guest sitting
Christian
just to the
Reber
left
is
of
here.
me. Hello, Christian.
You're from Switzerland.
No, I'm not from Switzerland.
You're just wearing a shirt that says Switzerland.
I'm a big fan of Switzerland, but
Where are you
I'm
from?
living in
Switzerland,
Berlin.
too.
I'm living in Berlin.
Berlin.
Ah, Berlin.
So is that where there must be Wunderlist?
Exactly.
Yeah.
We are based in the center of Berlin, in the heart of Berlin, yeah.
Yeah. So Wonderlist is a great to-do list which Sarah Lane discovered, and we featured on iPad today because it's so beautiful.
We did. And in fact, somebody from Wunderlist had pinged us recently about something new that you were working on.
Yes, we are working on the first working network. We think that next to the social network has to be a platform where everybody works.
Oh, that sounds terrible.
Now, do you mean some sort of internal network for the people that you work with rather than something that's social network is just a little bit broader?
Actually, we think like this is a pretty noisy world, pretty loud world, and social network or social stuff is pretty distracting.
Yes.
And right now we have like a gazillion social apps.
Yes.
And our idea is bringing the work to the social level. So collaborating is a very big topic. We want people to work together, and we want to break the barrier that collaboration happens only in business. We think like you organize your life, not only your business. So it's the future of collaboration. It's a product called WonderKit.
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 So tell us how you got started doing this. Did you just decide one day I'm going to write iOS apps?
Yes.
Just like that. Were you in school?
Sure, I have been in school.
Not recently?
No, yeah, recently, very recently. Yeah. No, we've did with the team, with our 6 founders. The company is called 6 Wunderkinder. We are 6 founders. And
Where did you meet in school?
No, we've met in the company we had before. We have done agency business for 3 years in Berlin. And we've learned how to create projects, how to create web apps, iOS apps. We've learned.
Yeah.
And that's how it all started. Like, we had the idea. Basically, we wanted to solve our own problems. We really had these issues, like how to work together, how to be more efficient. And like everyone is having this problem, and everyone is trying to find the next big thing in collaboration all the time. And we think we've cracked the code.
So you didn't get together, though, to create a to-do list?
No, we didn't come together to create a to-do list. That's absolutely right. Wonderlist was a technical experiment. So we've tried to analyze how do people want to work together, how do people want to use tasks, especially. So we've decided to do a test project, Wonderlist. We've tested and analyzed technology, user behavior, how do people want to work with tasks in the end, which features they especially need, and so on. And WonderKit will be like Wonderlist on steroids on the one hand, but it will have like the social layer on top. So collaboration will be the big thing in WonderKit.
And what platforms?
All platforms.
All platforms.
Yeah. We have the how we work is we focus on 3 things: design.
Mm-hmm.
You have a beautiful design. I mean, that's the thing that grabs you immediately is how good Wonderlist looks.
And in fact, do you feel like some of your trademark design, sort of the flag that hangs over, has been used quite a bit?
Absolutely.
Because I notice things and I say, oh, that looks like Wonderlist, but it isn't. Huh. Okay.
a lot of people adopt it, but it's cool. I love this.
You're okay with
this.
that?
Yeah, absolutely. I love it. So the first thing is design. Yeah. Design is simplicity, it's usability, and it's beautiful, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
The second thing is cross-platform. We want to create products that work on all platforms the exact same way.
Thank you. As an Android user, I thank you.
And the third thing is it comes with cross-platform. It's cloud synchronization. We really think that data everywhere, you use data everywhere, and that's how we attack the collaboration thing.
Desktop as well as mobile?
Sorry?
Desktop as well as mobile? Or is it only mobile?
WonderKit is, no, it's mobile,
everywhere.
It's web, and it's desktop.
I
so
like that.
Really every single platform,
Mm-hmm.
that's our goal.
I love the iPad app.
Thank you.
It's what's nice about it. Leo and I talk about to-do productivity apps quite a bit because it's something that people always need more of, and sometimes certain solutions seem like they're going to be more helpful, but it just end up being more work for the end user. I love your product because sometimes apps are great, but I have to do a bit of digging around in the settings to figure it out. There's a little bit of a learning curve, and I don't have that with this app. And that's when you come across to-do lists or anything that's supposed to help you be more productive or not forget things, that's what you need right off the bat is something that is as intuitive as possible.
Simplicity is key for success. It's a very important part of design.
So, I mean, this is completely free. You're not charging any money. You don't have any ads in it.
Yeah.
So is that because this is a research project?
Absolutely. We don't know how we will use the product in like 10 years, but we want to make it is right now the fastest growing task manager in the world.
Really?
It is.
Congratulations.
Thank you. It's growing.
iTunes has featured you in their essential apps roundups.
Yeah, Apple
quite a bit.
was very great partner.
They've been good to you.
Absolutely. And we focus. We want to build the biggest task manager on this planet, and WonderKit will be a lot different. We'll have way more to learn. It's not just a task manager. We'll have much more features. It's way more complex. But we try to keep it as simple as Wonderlist still. So that is the big challenge. Give the users like a ton of features, but make it really simple. Break it down.
That is a challenge, isn't it?
It's a very big challenge.
Complexity is
exactly
not simplicity.
Exactly.
What's the tech scene like in Berlin?
What's the tech scene in Berlin? It's quite new. It's fresh. It's, I think, very different.
Different than what?
Than everywhere else in Europe.
Okay.
So it's extremely connected. All the founders work with each other. All the companies are working for each other. I think there's a big momentum going on, a big hype around Berlin. It's pretty amazing right now. Like, people are working together. People are creating startups in a row. Like, every new day, a new idea is born. A new founder team is coming. It's pretty.
And when you
crazy.
say everyone's connected, is it because there's a momentum and people want to help each other out,
Exactly,
and so
exactly.
there's more collaboration than competition?
Exactly, absolutely. There in the startup scene in Berlin is zero competition.
Wow.
Absolutely, there's zero.
Sounds like a
competition.
really utopian place.
Everyone wants to see the next Facebook, but this time from Berlin.
I hear that though everywhere. I hear it in San Francisco, Silicon Valley.
Yeah, but in Silicon Valley, you have competition. Like, even the one thing is the business level. So, are you a real competitor from a business perspective?
Right.
The other thing is talent war, for example, hiring developers.
Well, that absolutely is true. I mean, it's not competition free, but it's surprisingly collaborative, and I think that's more than you would expect. And I think that's because to be an entrepreneur in a startup, you're in a war, and it's almost like you all have to pitch in together.
I wouldn't describe it as a war, but
but not a war with
as an
other
adventure.
companies. But it's difficult, and so other people sharing your journey, you kind of bond with them, don't you? You know, they know what you're going through in a way that your mom doesn't.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And like the most important thing in Berlin is, like, we are really young and we need advice every day.
Right.
We need mentoring, coaching.
Is there a startup academies? Are there people teaching? Is there any way to get that information? Or you're just on your own out there in Berlin?
No, we have mentors. We have advisors. And if one startup is learning something, we share the knowledge. Yeah. That's how we work. If people are coming, if companies from the US are visiting us, we share these contacts. We want to meet the companies. We want to meet them, every founder in Berlin.
Now, one thing that does come up for me is that Germany privacy laws are very strict.
Yeah.
Google's run into a lot of trouble in Germany.
Yeah. Facebook too.
Facebook too.
Yeah.
Probably the strictest in the world, certainly in Europe.
Yeah.
Does that make it difficult for you? Or do you feel it's a good climate for the developer?
Honestly, I think it's a bit too crazy. Like and the like button from Facebook is an issue. From the
the rest of the world looks at it and goes, what are these people thinking?
Seriously.
Every
Every developer in Germany thinks we are crazy. Why the hell do we need all this crap? But
Does it get in your way?
For us, it's no issue at all. Like, we don't have to fight big law problems or something. Like, US company, they have it a little bit more easy, I would say, especially when it comes to marketing. Like, all these email newsletter rules or something, very basic stuff. It's just complicated.
Right.
You have to understand.
You have to know the rules.
Exactly.
Berlin, though, has always been famous for being a hotbed for creative, cultural artists.
Yeah.
Is this the new creative in Berlin?
Absolutely.
It was music, it was art, it was photography, and now it's startups.
Yeah, I think founders are becoming rock stars in Berlin right now.
That's great.
It's pretty cool. Like, if you go on events, like, people tell, oh, there's a celebrity coming. People told me I'm a celebrity, and it was like,
so great. That's the Wunderkind.
Seriously. I was really surprised. It's an honor. It makes a lot of fun. I mean, right now we have achieved nothing in my perspective. I'm very humble from that perspective, but it's cool. It makes a lot of fun, and I think it's the vibe you need in a growing environment.
It really is. Well, good luck. It's so great to meet you, Christian. And
Thank you.
Thank you for Wonderlist. It's a really great product.
I hope you will love WonderKit.
So if I want to use WonderKit, I have to start now and use Wonderlist to get used to the idea. Is it going to help me when WonderKit comes out?
Absolutely.
Okay. So this will be a
Wonderlist
good
is a
time.
very strong part of WonderKit.
So if you haven't used it yet, download it. It's free, Mac, Windows, iOS, Android,
Exactly.
and the web.
Yeah. Linux, Mac, it's everywhere.
Oh, it's on Linux too?
It's on Linux too, yeah.
The same design and everything?
Everything.
Hey, good
cross-platform
job.
experience on every
Let
platform.
me ask you some
he
technical
really meant
questions then. It's written in...
We use a technology called Titanium. It's from a US startup called Accelerator.
Oh, yeah.
It's
It's an accelerator, yeah.
And we were one of the first companies who used the technology to create a real product.
It's cross-platform.
It's cross-platform, yeah. It's an awesome technology.
I've known about it, but you're the first person who's made a serious app that I've met.
Yeah.
Interesting. So you recommend it?
Absolutely. We have a very strong relationship with Accelerator. And we love these guys. Amazing technology. We support the technology. And we learn each day. It's a very young technology, but it has the right focus. Cross-platform is definitely the way to go.
And does the code look like a scripting language? What is?
No, you use like normal web technologies like JavaScript, HTML to create your app.
CSS.
And then you just click compile and it creates the native code.
So JavaScript is what you're working in most.
JavaScript is what we're working on, yeah. It depends on every platform, but yeah.
Very nice.
How big is your team?
25 people right now.
25.
I think today 26.
All in Berlin?
All in Berlin.
That's big.
It's pretty big.
Yeah,
That's a big team.
Bigger than the team TWiT.
Yes, it is. But we don't have wood grain.
Wundertwit.
Wundertwits. We are the Wundertwit. Thank you, Christian. So
Thank you.
So nice to meet
Thank
you.
you so much.
Thank you for coming by.
It was great to meet you.
Thank you.
And good luck. It's very exciting. Yeah. That's a Christian Reber. Am I saying that right? Yeah. Yep. CEO of Wonderlist, WUNDERLIST.com. Thanks a lot. We're live from LeWeb'.
Thank you.
Enjoy
Paris,
LeWeb'.
France.
Bye-bye. We are live from LeWeb'.
LeWeb'.
Leo, how many croissants have you had since we
I have
touched
a
down?
croissant each and every morning, every night, and
do
sometimes for
I.
lunch too.
You know what I've been doing?
What are you
I've
doing?
been squirreling away. They bring you this really nice continental breakfast.
breakfast
You
is
can
so
have
good.
it in the area, like in the breakfast area of our hotel, or they'll deliver it to your room.
Yeah.
And so I say, yeah, do
cafe
it.
au
Yeah, I
lait.
like it in the room while I'm getting ready.
Bon maman
But they
jam.
bring like 4 croissants, and I
Yeah.
really only eat one at once.
Right.
But then I hide the rest,
Mm-hmm.
so that as I go to my room to drop off my umbrella or whatever,
Wow, see?
so I
Don't
eat
forget
more
where
than
you
one
hide
a
them,
day.
because you don't want to get in bed with a croissant.
Yeah, too flaky. Just too flaky.
No, I've been doing the same thing because they bring you this most massive basket of breads.
It's true.
It's too much.
I don't know. They say, oh, it's just French jeans. I wish
won't
I had
fit
them.
in my French jeans.
I know.
If they keep that up.
Very true.
I love how you filled out the thing in Evernote, and then it's here on my Evernote here. I'm going to do this. So we're talking about this Evernote hello thing. Do you think that that's too much to ask when you meet somebody? Here, fill this out for me.
You know what's interesting? I was watching our chat room when Phil was explaining this to us, and we were playing around.
Right.
And there were some people in there going, we love Evernote. Just stop. Stop doing extra stuff.
Right.
Just stick
Focus.
to this core product because that's the product that everybody likes.
I kind of share that initially, but this is really just an interface to Evernote.
Right. I think that app is perfect for people like us. I mean, that was
We meet a
fun
lot of
for
people.
me. That
You
wasn't
didn't mind
like,
that.
that wasn't weird or
No.
feeling like I was going out of my way or anything like
You
that.
had a little fun with it.
Yeah. You're definitely going to get people who aren't going to be interested in doing all of that work. But
But then you could do it yourself, I guess.
yeah,
Yeah.
take a picture.
I just love it. I mean, see, it's here. And then it also added a note that said, met Sarah Lane today. This is where I met her. This was the time. I mean, I think this
Remember
is great.
the day we met.
The day we met. And welcome back to LeWeb'.
Hello, everybody.
We had a little break so we could turn off the lights, cool the place down.
It actually really makes a big difference,
Yeah,
too.
yeah. And we wanted to gather some more people to talk to.
Absolutely.
I'm only going to be here for another, say, half hour because I have to run and go be on the stage with Loic. But we have some great people to talk to still. So let me tell you a little bit about what we're doing here. LeWeb' is a wonderful conference Loic Le Maire throws every year here in Paris where he brings American entrepreneurs to meet European entrepreneurs. There are speeches. In fact, there's a keynote all day, a plenary session. But there's also a startup thing.
Competition.
pit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where judges will
That goes on for
rate
3
startups.
days. So we're in day 2 of the 3 days. Sarah Lane, obviously, with me.
Hello. You know, this LeWeb' used to just be 2 days. This is the first year that it has expanded to 3 days.
Oh, really?
That's right. And
Wow.
part of the reason is because they have so much interest that it's grown. And they
it's
couldn't
amazing.
put
this many people and this much good content into 2 days.
One thing that's also clear is that LeWeb has, in general, the entrepreneurial community in Europe has really woken up, and there's a lot of innovation, a lot of excitement going on. There used to be a handful of well-known companies like Skype, and now I think there's many, many companies coming. Oddly enough, our next guest is a Frenchman, Jeff Clavier. He's a venture capitalist, the founder and managing partner of SoftTech VC, who only invests in U.S. companies.
Yes,
Hi, Jeff.
Indeed. Funny for the token Frenchman, isn't it?
How and why does that work for you?
It's working really well. The genesis is that I was an entrepreneur in France, sold my company, and then in 1992, I went to the Valley for the first time and landed in SFO and rented that red convertible that got me to drive down on 280 without
isn't that
the top.
beautiful?
And I got to come here. And so essentially 8 years later, I ended up moving to the Valley, become a venture capitalist. And 4 years later, had the opportunity to invest in a few of the early Web2 companies, and thought this was really interesting market. Managed to do that, was successful, and
you were an angel at first.
First as a business angel with my money, and then
now you have
raised
a $15 million fund.
Raised one of the first micro VC funds, SoftTech 2, 15, and right now we're on to SoftTech 3, which is 50. And so the focus on Silicon Valley in New York just came very naturally because we have so much deal flow over there. And my own investors want me to invest in the US and not have like this US, Europe type of risk, if you want.
But you've done very well. I'm just looking at the list of investments. Mint, Brightroll, Truvio, Ustream, Eventbrite, Bleco, Tapulous, which was sold to Disney.
Yep.
So some very successful exits, in fact.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mint must have been huge. There were quite a few good exits.
Before we turn the cameras on, you were telling us, what, 190 investments?
No, 112.
112.
Wow.
That still sounds like a really big number to me.
That is, yeah. So what I was telling Leo is that I've closed 92 on my own.
That's where I got those numbers.
And then started hiring a team. There's 4 of us now at SoftTech. And we do roughly 20 investments a year. Average $400K, and once the company has proven itself and does raise another round, we then try and follow on and invest more. And our focus really is, Silicon Valley 80%, 10% New York, and the rest is up and down the West Coast.
So when you say that there's a risk involved if you were to invest in French companies, for example, or international companies in general, what is that risk that is bigger than the risk to invest in anyone?
This understanding their market. Yes, I'm French, but I understand the U.S. market, the U.S. consumer market much better than the French consumer market. It's the proximity, the fact that a lot of what we do is hand-to-hand combat, and we work with the companies, and if ever need to see me, I can basically drive to San Francisco. I'm based in Palo Alto, and in an hour I'm there. Whereas if you have a company in France, it means that you have to jump on a plane and get to see them, and understanding the context is much, much more difficult. And
Do you think there's a big difference between the startup space in the U.S. and the startup space in Europe?
Yes and no.
It seems to be getting less different.
I would agree with that. I think one of the main differences that we've seen over the years was the sort of ambitions of European entrepreneurs, where only a select few wanted to build really big global companies. The typical sort of French entrepreneur, certainly in my time, would start in France with a French product and then try and scale it, and then it would go to Switzerland, French-speaking part, Belgium, and then eventually maybe one day think about trying to go to London.
Is that because of the language or because of the culture?
It's more the fact that it feels less risky to try and do that, sort of
the small
proximity, one country at a time, as opposed to saying, I'm going to own Europe. It's very rare that someone tells you, I'm going to build a product which is going to own Europe and eventually will go to the States. And I think that now, having spent some time in Berlin last week and in London 3 weeks ago, I can see people are just like looking at me saying, this is how we're going to build, European dominance, and eventually we'll attack the US. And that's great because that's exactly how you build a big, meaningful company. Because to be candid, it's as hard to build a small company than a big company. So might as well try something big.
rather have a small chunk of a big company than a big chunk of a small company.
So I agree with you that that sort of ambition gap of sorts is shrinking, and I was really pleased in Germany to meet entrepreneurs who were extremely bullish and were really making the point that no, Germany is not only about the German knockoff,
right?
Because they've been very well known for building their own version of Groupon or name the whatever works in the US for us, they have it, right? Actually, they told me that.
Well, isn't there a company that does that? That's all they do?
Yeah, Rocket Internet and Team Europe.
They just copy American startups.
It's even better. It's as soon as they hear a company being buzzed around and they see a major funding happening, it's a sign for them that they have to put a team around it and then, figure out whether they can do the customer acquisition and the customer retention and the potential monetization, in some kind of a lab. And then if it works, boom, they get them out. And if you look at their track record, it works. Insane.
It works.
I mean, City Deal, Alando, Wimdu that raised $90 million, it's the Airbnb knockoff. It's amazing. This is a startup factory that they have. But the point is that a lot of their employees who were there, with them early on, have now left and have become entrepreneurs. And those guys are really, really good at customer acquisition and customer retention and monetization and so on and so forth. And so where people would have learned with other people's startups in the US, they've actually learned with the knockoffs, at the factory. And those guys are really good.
Right.
So I'm actually pretty bullish about the Berlin ecosystem. And it's a great, great city.
Yeah, we just had the Wunderkinds in here and Wonderlist.
Yes.
Very impressive.
Yeah. And so I was in this company, Six Wunderkinden, visited them, and they had it was like 6 o'clock, and they had this sort of show and tell amongst the different teams and they were having beers, and it was like very similar to the sort of ambiance that we would have typically in San Francisco. I'm thinking at some of the labs like Kevin Rose's,
right?
Exactly the same sort of spirit and support. It was great.
So the other night when we were at dinner, somebody had asked Loic, well, you ever think that obviously you have LeWeb and you spend your time back and forth between mostly Paris and San Francisco. Do you ever think you'd base yourself back in France again? And he said, oh, no. Not now that I know how things work in Silicon Valley and how I can get deals done and the way that people are casual and there's not a whole lot of tradition involved. I could never come back to France because there's a cultural thing here that, even though it's great in so many ways for the kind of business I want to do, it takes way too long to get anything done. Do you agree with that?
Yeah. I think it took me time to convince Loic to actually move to the...
Oh, yeah?
But no, the point is...
it was your idea to get him there?
It wasn't my... I wouldn't claim that. I would certainly called him on it.
Yeah.
When, after selling Six Apart... after selling his company to Six Apart, ublog, which was negotiated during a conference in the US, and I was sitting right behind him, and he was reviewing the legal documents, and was like,
what are you up to? What are you up to?
I said, look, your fifth startup, the To Be Seismic, should be done in the US, because we know you can create a successful French startup, do it with the big boys. And you...
Wow, that seemed
the big boys.
And he bought the big boys was what got him, huh?
It was a long process because it's both a personal, entrepreneur decision, but it's also a family decision. They have 3 boys, and so they wanted to make sure that it was comfortable for the family and the business. And there were some chats with my wife about raising the kids over there and so on and so forth. And to be honest, it's a wonderful environment, very, very multicultural, environment to raise the kids. And they made the move, and I'm pretty certain I can say they're pretty happy with it. And yes, we'll never come back.
Really?
No. So we're actually in the process of filing our N400, which is the American naturalization papers.
Right.
That's a scoop. I never said that to anyone.
Wow. We're learning something here. Don't you feel like, though, that you might have some duty to France to bring this knowledge that you have in the States here and help
I've been
them?
speaking at LeWeb for 8 years.
So you are doing that?
Well, so the thing is, many people have tried to sort of get me back here, and the point is that I'm good at what I do in the US because there's the material in the US to do what I do. And the reason why, when I started investing as a business angel in Web 2.0, it wasn't that no one else was thinking about it, that no one wanted to do it because people were still thinking about, you know, the death, you know, spiral in which most of those companies ended up after the first bubble sort of bursted. And so there was a moment in time opportunity to sort of become part of that ecosystem, being the outsider. You know, the French dude who hasn't done Stanford, Harvard, or even a startup in the US, you know. But because there was sort of a risk element to doing it, I was able to do it. And then when I saw the opportunity to do it at scale and take advantage really of this capital efficiency, which was brand new in building a startup, where suddenly it used to cost $5 million, then 500, now 50, and sometimes $10,000 is enough to start your company. And it meant that that disruption really required a similar disruption in the funding ecosystem. And that's what I saw, and that's what I did. And so for me, as I think about it, SoftTech is a startup. I just happened to have built a new kind of venture capital fund.
That's true, yeah. Brent Hoberman said that one of the things missing in Europe was a lack of cultural failure. There was risk aversion.
Yeah.
Yeah, is that true, you think?
Yeah. I think, so once again, this used to be so true in my days. I mean, when I told my father when I was 22 that I was going to do a startup, he looked at me and he said, your mother and I, and when they said that, it's typically serious, your mother and I, thought that you would do, you know, get a real job. I'm like, well, startup, real job, you know, I'm going to do this, that, and the other. It's like, but real job is like a big company because you do your own company if you fail at finding someone who wants to hire you.
Right.
And that's really sort of
it's plan B.
Yes, it's the plan B. And I think that now it's really legit to be a startup entrepreneur. It's actually pretty interesting and motivating. And that's why you have, you know, all those students who are here and, you know, clamoring at you and saying, hey, can you give me feedback on my idea and so on and so forth. So it's much more legit now, which is great, to be an entrepreneur. However, the stigma of failure is really, really different. In the US, you know, almost we're the opposite. It's like, yeah, I failed.
Yeah.
That's
it's a badge of honor.
Yeah, it's a badge of honor. That might be pushing it, but the fact that you failed, and as long as you know you tried hard, it's completely fine. It's part of the journey, right? You learn. And in Europe, it's not there yet. And certain cultures are really sort of not as prone to accepting failure as others. There's also the fact, you know, little known fact for us, is that not all countries have this notion of limited liability company, right? And so in some countries like I think Spain and Ireland, let's say that I give you $2 million and, you know, it was a good idea but it didn't work. That's fine. The US. In Ireland, you're on the hook to give me back my $2 million.
Oh, no, I'm not going to do that.
And so you're going to spend your, you know, life unless you file for bankruptcy.
So you're going to have a lot less innovation overall when you have rules like that.
Because by definition, if the consequence of failing is so dramatic, you ain't going to take the risk.
No.
You need to foster it.
Interesting.
So, you know, there's all those subtleties which are really sort of complex in Europe, and that's why, to be candid, if ever you have a successful entrepreneurs from Europe, like the Scap founders or like, you know, Von Privé or whatever, they deserve, you know, more than the, you know, tip of the hat because it's been so much harder for them.
Yeah. Somebody, the chat room's asking, why is it there's so many Americans on stage here? Why do we talk to so many Americans? I think that's kind of the character of LeWeb', isn't it? Is Americans come to France to talk about?
So I think when we started with Les Blogs, it was really sort of the almost the French bloggers, and there was like a handful of American bloggers sort of making it, you know, friends of Loïc. So Joey was here, I was here, and so on and so forth. And then as
that was
platform,
before it was LeWeb', it was LeBlog.
Yeah, Les Blogs in 2005 in April, I think, was just like 200 of us, you know, at the French Senate. And I remember that we brought some of the, you know, well-known sort of French journalists who refused to speak English, and therefore we had to translate on the fly from French to English. It was just
Did you have super titles?
that was irritating. And as the platform sort of scaled, there was interest from, you know, the US guys to sort of come because Loïc, you know, had built something interesting. Because at that time, there was nothing in Europe that resembled a pan-European, you know, tech conference. And as the brand of LeWeb', you know, has scaled, and certainly we've added, you know, 30% in terms of attendance every year. So last year, and yes, we made the move from 2 days to 3 days. So the theory was let's have more time for the panels, because I was sick of those panels of half an hour. And so Loic said, okay, we'll, take more time. But what did he do? He just, piled in more attendees and more sessions. Oh, well. The point is, with LeWeb's brand, it's now become a international exposure type event. It's one of the biggest, largest events in tech.
Yeah.
And so for companies, it's actually a really important milestone to be at LeWeb.
Yes.
And I think, I don't think that Loic is trying to just put the Americans on stage. Like, we worked so hard to get Andre Andreev from Badoo to be on stage, and the dude really was scared to death to actually be. It's his first public appearance.
Wow.
It's the first time he speaks in public.
You'd think a guy who's having a social network would be better.
And I swear to you, 10 minutes before, he was asking me, where can I find vodka? I need a shot. Maybe I shouldn't say that, but anyway.
Well, he threw a nice party last night. Anyway.
He did. Wasn't that
He
amazing?
didn't want to talk last night either.
No, he was very shy.
Yeah.
And so we really tried to, when Loic sort of puts the program together, he really tries to sort of feature, the great European stories. But it's true that if you look at, successful European startups, they're sort of few and far between compared to US ones. And that's why, companies like SoundCloud with Alex Long, who's a Swede, who's moved to Berlin to build a startup, which has managed to to get a global footprint, and even got mighty Fred Wilson to invest, in the company, which is just awesome. We need more, Alex Long and SoundClouds, and they're the poster children of success, right? The new type of, the new way to build a successful pan-European or global sort of European startup.
And with the financial issues going on in Europe right now, and this was what I think what President Sarkozy was saying last night, was that tech may be the holy grail. This may be the thing that you really want to foster this kind of innovation. This is good for the economy.
And well, look at our unemployment numbers compared to the rest of the country, right? And it's so hard to find, talent in San Francisco for very specific sort of, tech development jobs or whatever. And certainly France has a great school system that produces really good engineers. They just have to be less
rigid.
I wasn't going to say that. No. They have to be a bit more specialized in computer science and learn, the languages and the technology and the tools of the trade, as opposed to trying to be generalist.
But do you think governments are learning that and saying, look, we're going to do this, we're going to focus our educational system to create...
We're trying to send the feedback.
Let them know.
I had so one of the best engineering schools in France is called Polytechnique, and they sent me 19 CVs of people in their third year of engineering school saying they want to do a 1-month internship in the Valley. Could you help? I'm like, great. This is good. I like that. 1-month internship means, you can't do much, right? And I scanned the CVs, and this is like the cream of the crop of French engineering. And I rejected all the 19 saying they don't know crap. It's not that they're not smart. They're super smart. They're really, really good. They just haven't learned anything practical that I could show to my startup. Say, go and use that dude for a month. And they look at that and go, I have to teach him the language and the approach and everything.
That's not good.
Forget that.
Yeah.
And so there is a bit of a disconnect with the traditional sort of engineering training culture in France and what is actually required by all those startups. If they make that alignment, I can tell you, my French developers were so awesome and hardworking. I have no doubt they can actually make it happen.
Yeah. And I was in Argentina earlier this year. The same feeling is going there. I think all around the world, people look at this and say, this is exciting. This is where the future lies.
Sure.
And let's cultivate this. Let's do what we need to do in the schools. Let's do what we need to do to create a financial climate that supports it. And perhaps be a little less traditional and a little more accepting of failure. And
you know that Argentina has become just a really fertile ground for outsourcing.
Yeah.
Like some of my companies actually have their engineering team in Argentina.
Yeah.
Yes, it's a slug to get there. It's a real schlep. But they actually have great resources. They're cheap. They learn fast.
Right.
And so net, if you're a small company, if you've made that initial investment, it's actually a smart one.
And George Whiteside's going to make Virgin Galactic make it so that you can get there in 20 minutes, and then it'll solve the whole problem.
At Mach 4.
Mach 4.
That's right.
So nice to meet you, Jeff Clavier, Managing Partner, SoftTech VC.
Thank you so much for having me.
Being here.
I enjoy LeWeb.
Yeah,
Me
we
too.
love LeWeb. It's a great conference. It's so much fun.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Absolutely
Take care,
the best.
Jeff.
Thanks, Jeff.
Really fun. I didn't realize you were one of Loic's partners from the beginning. at LeBlog and all that?
I've been, supporting him. He's one of my best friends anyway.
He's
so,
wonderful.
He
Wonderful
is.
guy. Really
Good
great.
dude.
See you guys. Thanks, Jeff.
See
Take
you.
care. We are live from LeWeb in
We sure
Paris.
are.
Having a lot of fun meeting a variety of people.
We have really met a lot of cool people in the last 2 days.
Yeah. And we're going to meet a cool person right now.
We are. Now, do you feel like you have time? We've got to run
do
over?
I have time? When do I have to leave? Okay, so you're going to interview Steve.
Steve Jang.
Which is a shame because you know what a fan I am of soundtracking.
I
and
do.
if only I could stay, but I must leave.
You have to go over to the main stage.
So we continue now with our coverage of LeWeb. I'm going to go over to the main stage, and Sarah will continue with Jeff. Steve. I'm sorry, I'm not going to be here. All right, have a seat. Relax. Enjoy. You can use my
Stay a
laptop.
while.
I am Leo Laporte.
Don't get too far into there. You'll regret it.
I love
it's true.
Sebastopol.
Do you? You love Sebastopol?
Fun.
Yeah. So you could also you could always use this. No, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. No, we're good. We're good to go. All right. So hi, Steve.
Hello.
We're actually not seeing each other for the first time at LeWeb because I've seen you pretty much every day since I've been here.
Yes, that's been a good thing.
Yeah, it's been a good
Generally.
thing. We're also friends from San Francisco. We hang out often. We have a lot of mutual friends. But you are most well known, I would think, by most of the people from TWiT because of soundtracking. Now, soundtracking, Amber MacArthur and I had interviewed you for the Social Hour. Was it still Net at Night at the time? It was. Soundtracking was fairly new. And we were talking about some of the features.
Mm-hmm.
Things have changed somewhat since then. You've grown a bit. You're using a different music database. Is that right?
Not exactly, but we've expanded.
Yeah.
We've expanded how you can play back music. So what we did here today, or actually at LeWeb this week, was we launched an all-new Android version of soundtracking.
Great.
So when we launched soundtracking in March at South by Southwest earlier this year, it was an iOS version only. So it was only available for your iPhone, iPad 2, iPod Touch.
Mm-hmm.
And, it's been popular. People have, we now have 1 million users. It's been growing very fast, and people have been enjoying it. And it's integrated in with iTunes on the iOS version. And while people have been sharing their favorite songs, their song of the day, what's now playing, the song that reminds them of high school or their first love or things like that, it's only been for iPhone users, really.
Right.
And so our number one...
Which no Android user likes to hear, and there are a lot of Android users.
Yeah, and look, we're we love Apple products and the iOS platform. It's actually really fun and exciting to develop apps for that platform.
Mm-hmm.
Not only because of the technology, but also because of the community that's using that. They're very social and they love using apps. But our number one user request was, and we heard this through every social media channel and through our website, which was, I want an Android version because I'm an Android user.
Mm-hmm.
And when we heard that feedback, and we started hearing like mountains of that feedback, we really decided that the best thing to do was to give people who already wanted the app and were expressing that, to build them something. And so we launched here at LeWeb our Android version, and the Android version is different because we looked at Android and said, what are the advantages of the Android operating system compared to iOS? And when we saw a couple key advantages, one is that there's a really good cross-app interactions and navigation. And so it feels like you're not using separate apps sometimes, and you can kind of design the user experience to reflect that and feel very fluid. The other thing is notifications can be done in background and very lightweight and not popping up over your screen, whatever app you're using. So we launched 2 new features. The first one being a background notification system that so when you're playing music in Google Music or your Android music player or RDO or something like that, you'll see a lightweight notification from us saying, we see that you're playing this song by this artist. Would you like to soundtrack it? It doesn't.
Now, you can't do that on iOS
no,
with RDO.
No.
Because I would love that feature. Because I listen to RDO all the time.
Right. And so this is great because it's not intrusive. It's a lightweight notification versus a more heavyweight notification that pops up over your screen. And so this one is lightweight up in the top tray of your screen. And so that's cool. So that's sort of inline and very, very fluid. The other big thing is that, most Android users use Spotify or Audio from our research. And what we've done now is
as opposed to iTunes or
as opposed to there hasn't been
more of a streaming culture.
Right. Historically, there hasn't been a Google Music Store until recently now.
Yeah.
And so that just recently launched. So we'll watch how that goes. But we've integrated the app in so that you can do full playback of songs in Spotify and Audio. So if you're a Spotify subscriber or an Audio subscriber, if I post a song. Here in Paris, and I tag it in Paris, and I play I think the last song I soundtracked was "Lullaby" by The Cure. I was stuck in traffic on the way here, and I took a picture of some clouds from the car, because that's the only thing I could look at. And so, if you like that song, when you see my soundtracking post, and you're like, oh, that's a great song, I've discovered this. You can one tap play that in Spotify or Audio, and it goes right into the Spotify or Audio app, plays that song, and then you can press back, and you're right back in the screen that you were in soundtracking.
So what is stopping you from being able to do this in iOS? Because right now, if I had an Android phone and I liked everybody's picks that was in my music stream on soundtracking, and by the way, for anybody who's not familiar with soundtracking, it's sharing of songs, but you can also tag where you were, where you're hearing the song. You can take a picture that gives a visual representation of what you're doing while you're listening to the song, etc. And as you gain friends on social and follow people, then you end up with a feed of what everybody's listening to in real time. I could use that feed as a playlist, except that with soundtracking as it is now, I've got iTunes clips.
Sure.
So they're good for if I say, Steve's listening to a song, I don't recognize that song, I play 90 seconds, I know that song.
Yeah.
But I can't really listen to it like a radio.
Right. So, the original vision for soundtracking, and it's still our core vision, is provide people a way to easily express themselves through music, whether that's a music moment that you're feeling or experiencing, whether it's just your favorite song and you want to tell people how you feel about it.
Yeah.
We wanted to give you that ability, and that ability to keep it free and to keep it easy and fun was to use it with a song snippet, a photo, a location, and your comment. Kind of wrap that up into a music postcard, as you described. What we've discovered now is that a lot of people are saying, I really like that music moment you shared, or I really like that favorite song or that song of the day you shared. Now I want to play it in full and add it to a playlist in one of my subscription or music players on my desktop.
Right.
And so that's part of what we're experimenting with now, which is expanding how you actually take that music discovery and have a great playback experience. And so we're doing that with the Android app, the V1 of this Android app. But I think that, if people like it, we definitely would like to do something like that on the iOS version as well.
We had Robert Scoble in here earlier, and he said he was describing something almost exactly the opposite of what you just described, where he said when companies have a team or a single person have a good idea for an app, for example, it should never ever start with Android. It should be cross-platform in a perfect world. Both, of course, we're just talking about iOS and Android, and people have other options, but those are the two biggies. Never start with Android, because the geeks are the ones who kind of spur the momentum, and the geeks all have the iPhones. But I don't know if that's necessarily true anymore. It might have been true a couple of years ago, that you had to be iOS first. Now, you were on iOS first, but you're talking about features that iOS people are going to be mad that they don't have if Android people have first.
Well, I don't know that they're going to be mad, but what's been great is we launched a day ago, and we've already gotten a ton of tweets and Facebook posts saying, I want this on. That's great. That's awesome.
Yeah.
My friends with Android phones are going to have a great time with that feature, but now I want that on the iOS app. And I think they're just excited to see it, and we're excited to build it. We did, I do agree with that statement, though, that launching, if you're a mobile app developer, especially if you're building something that's social capture and sharing, you want to definitely tap into the iOS platform first. But I think Android is, it just happened with timing that there's some functionality in the Android operating system, as well as the timing with our launch, and this concept of being able to play back and add to playlist in in Spotify and Rdio. It's sort of all converged along this release, and so we're experimenting with this. But what's great about Android is that you can press the back button and go right back to the screen you were in,
Right.
without having to close an app, go to the home screen, open the app.
Just works
Right.
better.
It's just a little bit more fluid. Simplifying user experience, whether it's through visual design, looking at the interface and saying, how can I make things more obvious and clear to the user, or experientially in the flow, kind of reducing the number of steps or reducing the number of choices at each step. These are all challenges that like every product developer and designer kind of goes through, especially with a mobile app, because the information density is an issue. Too many choices in a mobile app is an issue. And it's even heightened in a mobile app versus a website. So when I talk about one tap, removing a tap, or removing a screen in the flow, that's a huge difference. And so for the product developers out there in the TWiT audience, I mean, I think they'll identify with that concept. And Android, interestingly enough, as sort of nascent and sort of rough around the edges, the Android operating system is, it actually has a very interesting set of interactions and intents in Android that are very web-like.
Mm-hmm.
And we're just trying to leverage that because there are 200 million Android devices out there globally. More and more of them are becoming filled up with all these great social apps like Facebook, Twitter, and Foursquare, which we integrate with and let you share through. And it just makes sense for us because music fans are universal. They're on every platform.
Right.
They're also on feature phones. I don't know that we'll ever build a feature phone app, but music fans are everywhere globally. And so the Android launch is us taking the soundtrack, the concept of soundtracking your life, and right out of your mobile phone, right out of your pocket, every day in real time, whether you think it's special or you think you just want to share a song. We want to bring that to as many people as possible. But obviously, we want to do that on smartphone platforms that have the feature set,
right,
and the design concepts that we're looking for a good user experience. So Android does that, but I do agree with that statement.
So, what do you think about Spotify's new app rollout? It seems like soundtracking and Spotify could have a really nice little marriage in that sense, because Spotify's got Last FM, Rolling Stone, Pitchfork, just to name a few, and it's desktop only, at least right now. But the idea is great, where you can be within the Spotify atmosphere, but tap into so many of what other services give you.
Sure. Yeah, the Spotify app launch is to explain kind of what they're doing with that. It's a their desktop client. You can build an HTML5 app using their JavaScript APIs to build an app essentially that sits inside that desktop app. So It's not mobile. It's not even web-based in terms of being through a browser. It's on the Spotify desktop app. There are a lot of users using that, so we are interested in that. We're taking a look at that.
Yeah.
But it's essentially like a Facebook platform, like a Canvas app, right? So you're not going to build anything.
It's designed to keep you inside Spotify.
These are small, lightweight apps that don't have a ton of functionality, and that that Spotify really wants to promote two things: curation, and to get people playing around, getting that sort of behavior sort of embedded within the system early.
Well, it's adding a social element, certainly, that Spotify doesn't have on its own.
Yeah, most of the apps that I've seen that are quite good are more curation. So it's like Rolling Stone magazine and things like that. I'm more excited about what they're going to do with an external API platform, where we can have certain parts of the elements of Spotify functionality within our apps, especially on mobile.
Right.
And so when they get to that level, when they can do those deals with the music labels to get that done, then that'd be exciting. My old company, iMeme, we had a music API platform, and we were powering sites like Hype Machine and TWiT FM, and various external music apps. But after MySpace acquired the company and then shut it down, it kind of disappeared. And so this is the best music API platform, plus EchoNest, which is another company that has a great music API platform. This is the best thing that I've seen yet. So I think we're getting there. Rdio also has a great music API platform, so definitely want to mention that's a well-built, complete API but it's built around a subscription service again. So, as these things kind of play out and Google Music sort of gets its legs under them, I think we're going to see a lot of music apps, and we're going to have a really good time using them.
So you are CEO and co-founder of Schematic Labs, which is the company that makes sound tracking.
Yep.
Anyone who's familiar with the way that Milk and Oink work, it's sort of like that. What is Schematic Labs? First question, what's going down the line for sound tracking in 2012? And anything else that Schematic Labs is working on concurrently?
Sure. So, good questions. I think for sound tracking, the product, we're constantly looking at how we can get a great sound tracking experience to users of other devices. Still keeping it part of the sound tracking user community that's sharing music with each other and sort of following each other and creating profiles and things like that. But so we're looking at the iPad, we're looking at tablets in general, and how do we create a different, more gesture-based, maybe higher resolution, maybe some motion graphics in there as well. Looking at an experience like that. Again, looking at the advantages of a particular device or platform and saying, what can we do there? I think the other thing is looking at how we can integrate further music discovery and playback features, as well as integrate further social platforms. So right now we're integrated in with Facebook, Twitter, and Foursquare, and we're doing 6 million music moments a day into Facebook, Twitter, and Foursquare. But are there other social platforms like Tumblr, like WordPress, that might be interesting as well? And then on the, that's the social graph or social platform side. And then on the music side, there's Spotify, RDO, Google Music, iTunes, Mog. I mean, there's a ton of stuff out there. And so we don't want to force users to make a choice.
Right.
Either in device that they use, right? So hopefully most people use iOS or Android because those are the most stable and app-savvy platforms that are out there. But
don't count out Windows Phone.
Windows Phone looks great, and we're gonna, take a look at it. But we've got our hands full with iOS and Android right now. But yeah, so we don't want to force users to make a choice. We want to give them a choice, right? We want to give them choices between the best and most popular services out there, both on the social side as well as on the music side. And we want to just do a really good job of letting you capture and share, but also not only capture and share the music of your life, but also just have one canonical place where you have your music identity and timeline, and you can bring that to any service that you use.
What else does Schematic Labs have up its sleeve?
We love social software and sensors on the phone, and so that's kind of like our thing. So we've got some ideas. I think we've got our hands full, though, as I said, with sound tracking.
It sounds like you do. You're a small team. How many people work for you?
We're a team of 8.
A team of 8.
Yeah, and so we like to hack too, and so we're looking at different things. We have a long list of concepts that are actually fleshed out, and we'd love to start building on them. But I think we're hiring right now, so we're definitely looking for a lot of great designers and engineers in the San Francisco Bay Area. So as we build a team, I think social entertainment apps that take the real world and then bring it to everyone that follows you or cares about what you think, what you're experiencing. That's what we're excited about. And so when you have an opinion about something that's going on in your life or going on in the world around you, and you want to bring it to everyone else instantaneously, that's kind of what we're excited about. We like that sort of real world.
All right,
sort
so
of
engineers, you heard it here.
Yeah.
Steve's hiring.
Yes.
if you feel like you're the kind of person that's gonna.
Please send your Dribbble or GitHub profiles to Sarah Lane, and she'll pass it on to me.
No, but really, do you have job listings at Schematic Labs?
We
or
do.
on
You can go to soundtracking.com or schematiclabs.com, and or you can find me on Twitter.
At?
Steve Jang, at Steve Jang.
At Steve Jang. Well, thank you, Steve.
Thank you.
I'm sorry it took you so long to come. The Paris traffic.
Well,
we're over however many times we've tried now. Traffic is very difficult.
But it's kind of nice when you're riding an Uber and
you're in Paris.
Yeah, and it's air conditioned and they're playing satellite radio.
And you're looking out the window at the clouds, sound checking your life.
Yeah, it's kind of an emo Paris vacation.
Very much so. Well, thank you, Steve. Enjoy the rest of LeWeb'.
Thank you so much.
Good to have you here.
Good to see you.
So we've lost Leo, but I guess yes. So we've lost Leo, but not for long, because we're going to switch our feed over to the main stage where Leo Laporte and Loic Lemour are going to. I don't even know what they're going to talk about. They're going to talk about how good life is for 5 or 10 minutes or so. So thank you so much to everybody who's been following our feed. It's still morning for some of you, afternoon for others, and we're pretty much the only people who it's afternoon for, but for all the early birds that have been following us, we will be here again. Coverage starts at 1 p.m. Paris time, and we'll go till we can go no more. Thanks again.
So we have Leo Laporte here. I wanted to have a very quick conversation with Leo, and then we move to Ignite, because I really want you guys to learn about what Leo is doing. Leo Laporte.
Hi.
How are you, Leo?
Loic.
This is going to be, a quick conversation. I really wanted to first honor your presence.
Thank you.
Because you are, would you like a gummy bear?
I would. No, because I have to talk. Over talking like this.
It's awesome to have you here. And so we're doing a first this year. We have a studio. Have you seen the studio there? Is it going well?
Yeah. So, you have 3 streams. You have 3 Ustream streams. First of all, I think that's great. By the way, I like your up.
Oh, yeah.
Both are wearing ups.
Oh,
yeah.
look at that.
It's like Wonder Woman's bracelets.
I forgot, was it Total Recall? There was this movie where they were in jail and they had one of those in the skin, and you get, if you escape. So
There have been a lot of movies with this idea. I don't know why I'm even wearing this now. It makes me scared. So what you do, which is great, is you let everybody attend LeWeb virtually, and yet it hasn't hurt ticket sales. So I think that's really fantastic. And you have 3 streams. One of the streams we're doing
is yours, yes.
Yeah, so
TWiT at LeWeb.
TWiT at LeWeb.
TWiT in Paris.
TWiT in Paris, we're calling
in Paris, yes.
And so what we've been doing is really piggybacking on you. So when somebody's great on stage, and there's so many good people.
People here.
We grab them and we bring them over to the studio and
in the room too.
And interview them too. So it's a kind of a second way to see these people. And you've had so many good people.
Thank you, Leo. But tell me about your success. How many people watch or listen to one of your
about 5 million uniques a month.
5 million?
Yeah. Well, you talk to somebody like Kevin Rose, and Dig had 32 million uniques a month. So it's still small compared to something like a big website. But what we do is we stream audio and video. It started as podcasts only. And it's kind of like blogging, where blogging kind of became a form of media instead of just kind of a hobby. Podcasting has kind of become that as well. And so we completed construction of a $1.5 million studio, and we do...
and you started in your kitchen?
Practically. It wasn't my kitchen, but it looked like it. It was just in a little garret
I'm so happy
studio.
I saw TWiT before.
Yeah, it was tiny.
Yeah.
Yeah, but...
now it's, it looks like this, basically.
Yeah, and I'm calling it, actually what I'm calling it now is micro-broadcasting, or microcasting. So broadcast television has to reach, in the U.S., 20, 30, 50 million people for a show to be successful. Less than that, they'll cancel it. But there are many, many niche subjects like technology where a smaller audience can be very viable if you can keep production costs down, you can be very focused on your content, and you can find advertisers who want to reach that audience. And so I think we're kind of almost inventing this as a new medium. It's very niche, narrow casting, aimed at, in this case, serious technology enthusiasts. And advertisers are very happy. Now, we do a few things different from broadcast television. We only have 1 ad every half hour. We have a small group of fewer than a dozen advertisers. Companies like Ford, General Electric, a lot of web companies like Citrix and Audible. And these companies want to reach a tech enthusiast audience. Ford's a very good example. Ford's spent several $1 million with us over the last 2 years. And the reason is...
How much did you say?
Several million. So...
Wow.
Yeah. We did...
And how do you quantify the audience? Because it's always a challenge for any new media. Which is like you're not selling banners, you're not selling, full-page ads, you're not like, how do you can you measure the audience?
You can measure it in the same way you can measure banners and impressions, and we sell it by impressions. We charge $80 per 1,000 impressions, which is how broadcast media is sold generally, it's called CPM, cost per 1,000. And $80 is about 10 times more than traditional radio, but it's less than, say, in the heyday of PC Magazine, a full-page ad in PC Magazine, or full-page ad in Fortune would be much more expensive. But it's fairly expensive. And a company like Ford Well, of course, they're interested in numbers, but it's more than just numbers for them. They're trying to reach a particular group of people, these tech enthusiasts, because what Ford wanted to do, for instance, was to create a reputation as a 21st century car company that had state-of-the-art consumer electronics in its vehicles. So we focus on the consumer electronics in the vehicles. So they figured if we reach a tech enthusiast audience and get them excited about the technology in Ford vehicles, they'll tell friends, and it will have a ripple effect. It will have a viral effect.
It does.
So
that's why Renault is here too. Did you see their presence here? You can try one of those electric cars.
These car companies have gotten very smart. In fact, all companies now, if they're going to survive, have to get smart about using targeted advertising instead of just smaller number of people, but influencers, important people. And that benefits us because as a narrowcasting audience, we do know, not only do we know exactly how many people are listening because we can count that, we also know a lot about them because of the kind of programming we're doing. And I like it because it means that we can really serve that audience. I don't have to broaden, I don't have to explain what the web is or what packets are. We know that audience is sophisticated, so I don't have to broaden my programming to reach a broad audience. I can talk to them directly in a way that makes sense to them, using the language that they understand authentically. We can super serve an audience. And the advertisers like it, and the audience likes it.
Yeah, the audience loves it. How many shows do you have? Because people know you for TWiT, and if you don't listen to TWiT, this is a stupid
TWiT is the
question,
biggest one.
Everyone is listening.
It's This Week in Tech, and that's the biggest one. It's a weekly news roundtable.
How about the other ones? Yeah,
we do Windows Weekly Security now, Mac Break Weekly iPod Today. We do a daily news show called Tech News Today. We have a total of, I don't know, 24 shows. I do about 10 of them a week, and then we have other hosts.
You do 10 yourself?
Yeah.
So this is even more crazy because how can you, you can't even travel. You have to be here. You know, you have to be very...
Well, one of the reasons I can be here is because we're doing this stuff from your stage. I mean, that's kind of the tit for tat. When I go somewhere, we're going to do the Consumer Electronics Show.
So you're taking the live and you put it on...
We take our studio and we take it live and we broadcast it. So we'll be at CES in January. We have a Sky booth. And the thing is, it's interesting. CES is a good example of mainstream media covers it. The big television networks in the U.S. cover it. There's a lot of media presence there. But they cover it in a very general way. We cover it for enthusiasts. And so we're very much more hardcore.
Totally different.
And so if you really care about technology, you don't care what CBS does. You don't care what, well, you might care what Cedric Engrand does. You might care what TC1 does. Or TCI. But you want to watch somebody who knows what they're talking about. And so we reach a much smaller audience, but it's a good audience. Of course. It's an audience I understand. And so I think this is the future, and it's not just going to be technology. It's technology first because technology enthusiasts know how to watch. But soon it will be golf and knitting and pets and everything else.
Are you going to launch that?
No. I have no interest. Sheena Ibu or whatever.
You only do technology?
Yeah, because I understand that audience. I can serve that audience. I don't want to serve an audience I don't know really, really well.
Right.
Because then I speak with authority and authenticity. And so if you're going to do a golfing channel, you better be very serious about golf. But if you are, because internet tech distribution and inexpensive television, you're using state-of-the-art, very, very expensive cameras here, really beautiful production. We use $1,000 camcorders.
Oh, come on.
Cheap. No, seriously.
I've been to your place.
No, those are $1,000, $1,500 Canon camcorders.
Very impressive. We rent Volvo.
Yeah, we own ours. And we have 30 of them, so that's a little bit different. But, I mean, we spend a lot of money, but relatively compared to a professional production, much, much less. So we keep you have to keep the cost down. The cost per hour is about $1,000 an hour. That's 1/1000th what it costs to do for a network television.
Of course, and your advertisers are starting to become interested in international too, because your audience is very international.
30% of our audience is outside the U.S.
Is that increasing?
Oh, absolutely. Because if you're a tech enthusiast in, say, Asia, you don't know you want to know what's going on in the U.S. You want to see the latest stuff. And we also, one of the reasons we're here, we want to have a more international audience. Now, that's interesting because advertising traditionally is at best national. Usually an advertiser, the agency is Ford U.S., the money is Ford U.S., and even though they sell Fords everywhere in the world, they're not paying for it. Nevertheless, we started to teach companies that it's a global buy is an okay thing, and they're starting to get it. So almost all of our companies pay for the full audience, not just the 70% that's U.S.
That's fascinating.
That's very important for us.
Where is last question, Leo? As we're running out of time, where are you going? Where do you think TWiT will be in 5 10? By the way, you've not raised funding. You've done all that.
No, it's all bootstrapped. Yeah,
but
no
when
investors.
you go there, it doesn't look like bootstrap anymore.
Well, it is because we only went as far as the audience would support it, and as the advertisers support it. I want to be a 24-hour technology station that you can tune in anytime to see what's going on. Content much like this all the time.
Wow.
So the most important, most interesting people and ideas in technology, and you tune in. It's twit.tv, and anytime you tune in, there's something good going on. Like this is on right now on TWiT TV.
Oh, is it?
Oh, yeah.
And there is something good going on TWiT TV.
There's something excellent right now. This LeWeb'11 guy, he's amazing.
No, you're doing the talk tonight. It's actually pretty good that you're doing it.
Poor LeWeb'11, he is so tired.
No,
he's living on gummy bears.
I'm getting that that energy. Leo, I'm so glad you're here. We have to talk about how we make it even better for you next year.
Oh, it's great to be here. I love LeWeb'. I mean, any chance to come to Paris, of course, is great. But this is, this is my second time, and it's noticeably better this time. It's been better every year.
You.
Not just bigger, but becoming more and more important. This has become a conference that people make announcements at, they come to find out what's going on. It is a conference of global stature, so you've done a very, very good job.
Thank you. There has been a lot of news indeed.
It is. It's great, isn't it?
Great. Well, we have another
Loic.
day, and Leo, you too.
Okay.
So good luck on the studio. You should go and meet Leo in the studio
Yeah,
tomorrow.
please come over. Yeah. Thank you
very much.
Bye-bye.
Leo.
Thank you.